Hey guys. Here's part 6 of Uchiha Naruto, the Sage. Full fanfic already out over on Patreon. Anyways, enjoy. Chapter 27, The New and the Old, a bit of both. Amigakure. Nagato, looking through the eyes of Tendu, looked at the peaceful and rainy village of Amigakure. He had collected the 6 tails and now he was waiting for the day all the Akatsuki members could reach their objectives. But the current plan was put to a halt since the 2 tails was not recovered. You had to remember that Shukaku was also not captured. This whole plan was not going as well planned. He had thought things would go smoothly, but nothing has gone well. Without Shukaku and Matatabi, they could not seal the other Baijuas. This meant that they had to recover those 2 first, then they could seal the others. This meant that they had to keep the captured Jinchuriki in lockdown until the other Jinchuriki are captured. This of course would slow things down. Kumagakure would surely keep things tied up since their Jinchuriki was almost captured. Thanks to Naruto they had failed to the 2 tails. And they had also lost 2 useful members. They had also lost Uchiha Itachi. This meant that 3 members were down, plus the other 2 who were killed in their attempt to get the 1 tail. 5 members now were already down. This put them low of members. But it was not that he alone could not head to other villages and capture the other Jinchuriki. Yes, if he wanted things to be done, he would have to do things himself. He was the god of Amigakure, the god of peace, nothing was impossible for him. Nagato, Konan called out to him from inside. Tendu turned around to look at her for a moment before going back inside. What is it? Before Konan could reply, he had already sensed another presence in the room. He looked at the man in a mask standing still without care in the world. His lone sharingan looking straight at his Rinnegan, lazily, as if he were bored to be even in this place. Did you succeed on your mission? Tendu asked looking straight at the man. The man did not look like he had even been in a battle or even want to be here. It always annoyed him how the man carried himself around him like he owned everything. I could have succeeded, Tobi replied simply in a tone slightly dark. But when I learned that Hidan and Kakuzu failed I decided against completing the task. It would not have done any good without the 2 tails and 1 tail sealed first. Tendu nodded. It was understandable since they could not keep all the Jinchuriki in one place. It was good that they let him play while they solved some troubling issues. We will have to collect the other Jinchuriki though, the 1 tail and 2 tail. I will head to Suna within a week to collect the 1 tail, he stated calmly. While the men spoke, Konan remained quiet. She was listening and taking into consideration everything that was being said. She was just not going to say anything until she was alone with Nagato, himself, not as one of his paths. Right now, it was best to look at Madara and check his reactions on everything he says and how he reacts to what Nagato says. That would be a good thing. But right now, we have to halt our current plans and deal with a problem that can no longer be ignored, Tobi stated looking outside the tower, no longer looking at Tendu. Nagato knew the problem that could no longer be ignored. I assume you are talking about Uchiha Naruto, he stated, never taking his eyes off the man despite him no longer looking towards him. Tobi nodded slightly. He is becoming quite a problem to our plans. With him still alive, he will keep standing in the way of peace. We need to take care of him before anything else. Nagato nodded. What of the Kyuubi? It is no longer sealed within him, that was a stupid question. He could get the information using the Rinnegan. There was nothing that could be hidden from the Rinnegan's mind-reading abilities. Tobi seemed to read his thoughts. I have looked everywhere for it. But I have not been able to find it. But once you encounter him, you will be able to get that information out of his head. Again, Nagato nodded. Then I shall head to Konoha within a week. He also had a score to settle with the village hidden in leaves. He had his own personal vendetta against that village. He would not mind blowing it to bits after taking down Naruto. You will fight him, but not now, not in your current condition anyway. Although I have no doubt in your power, Naruto has proven to be strong, and he uses the Sharingan far better than you do with your Rinnegan. If you were to battle him like that, you would lose, Tobi stated bluntly. This time he had turned around to look at Nagato. He gave him a look that dared him to say he was wrong. Nagato merely narrowed his eyes at the man, but he did not comment. Your 6 paths technique has proven to be powerful and sufficient against your previous opponents. But some of them fell quickly because they did not understand your power. But Naruto knows the Rinnegan. He knows all your strength and weaknesses. You cannot hope to defeat him in your current state, especially when he knows how to exploit your weakness. He paused for a moment as if daring Nagato to say otherwise. But the man did not say anything. He smiled behind his mask. But you can be a match for him. You just need to regain your mobility and gain more power. We have the 6 tails and 5 tails in our possession, correct? Nagato nodded. Good, they will do. Now lead me to your real body so we can discuss how we are going to regain your mobility. The man spoke in a tone of finality and then started to walk away like he knew where Nagato's real body was located, even when he asked for Tendu to lead him to the real body. Glancing at Konan and motioning for her to follow, Tendu began to walk away towards the real body of Nagato. Meanwhile in Konoha. After Naruto's lengthy rant, Jiraiya had decided to keep his mouth shut because he could not argue with the blonde. The blonde did not waste words. Each word had an effect. He had said so many words that did not make him feel any good or younger. He had failed so many people in his life. Minato had died protecting the village, he would not have died, but instead, he as his sensei should have sacrificed himself. His sensei also died in the hands of his former friend. If he had done enough or stayed with his sensei, he could have dealt with Orochimaru once and for all. His greatest failure, though, was Naruto. He had failed the blonde in many ways possible. He had abandoned him when he needed him the most. He was his godfather, but yet he left him in a den of vultures so he could wallow in his own self-pity. This same Naruto was telling him to stop being a pathetic and miserable old goat and look past his mistakes. How could he? Could he really take another student after Minato? He was sure that Naruto did not care about his problems, but the blonde was talking about the younger generation, the future of Konoha. Really, who looked promising in the generation below Naruto's to surpass him or even match the Densetsu no Sannin. It did not look like it was going to be possible. Certainly, another failure would be dying without having someone to pass on the Toad contract to. He looked at the blonde. No, Naruto would have children, he may never get the chance to train them, but perhaps he may give them the contact. It was the least he could do. He said nothing, though. Tsunade became fully conscious. She stretched herself before settling to glare deathly at the blonde in front of her. But before she could speak, Naruto beat her to it. And he was ignoring her death glare. You had asked me if I had done all this to get your seat as Hokage. My answer is no. I would not go through such trouble for it. But if you had an enemy who wanted the seat, wouldn't they have exploited your weakness? And say the fire daimyo was watching all that happened, what could have happened? Tsunade tried her best to restrain her anger. If she lashed out again, she would just prove him right that she could not control her emotions. She looked at her sake before drinking straight from the bottle. Neither of the men commented. I don't like the way you do things just to prove a point. I can hear the commotion outside because of you. And look at my office? The best way to learn is through real experiences. You have just experienced real anger and thought I was planning to take your seat through all I did. That was an experience that should teach you something. Should you not learn, then you are beyond repair, Naruto explained smoothly, while keeping his eyes at Tsunade. Could you have not just talked to her about it? Jiraiya questioned, looking straight at Naruto. I could have. But I did not want to. This way was more real, interesting as well as amusing for me to watch, Naruto stated, earning glares from both senins. But he just shrugged the glares off like it was nothing. You did this for your own amusement? You are a cruel and selfish bastard. I don't know how I can even stand you, Tsunade stated, taking another gulp of her sake. Again, neither man commented on her drinking. Naruto shrugged. But I do hope you have learned the dangers of not keeping your emotions at check. I would not want to end up killing someone who would try to overthrow you as Hokage because you are too emotional. Tsunade ignored some of the things he stated. You sound like you want me to be in charge of the village. Yes, Naruto responded, for now that is. Senju had done all to see this village standing. They had ruled it over the years. But soon it would be time for Uchiha to lead the village. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya did not say anything about it. So what in your right mind possessed you to crash into the daimyo's palace and force your way into his presence without appointment? Not only that you insulted him and called him useless amongst other things. You even refused to apologize for your behavior. On your way out of the palace, you kicked his grandchild in the face as he tried to defend his grandfather. You even called him a toothless, annoying little dog. If that was not enough, you almost killed all the guards in the palace. Tsunade's voice was getting higher, showing that she was not pleased, and would again, soon lose her temper. Nothing possessed me. I was merely expressing myself. Tsunade growled. Do you know what you have done? Yes, Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. I showed him that Konoha cannot be bullied and told him of his worth. In response, I guess he has threatened to cut off his funding to Konoha and leave the village dry. If you know all that, then how could you? Konoha is not like Otogakur. We cannot function without the fire daimyo's money. Without him we would suffer. Our economy would take a huge hit. We won't have enough money to keep the village standing. He had even threatened to denounce us in public. Do you even know how many clients we'll lose after that? Tsunade's voice was not getting any lower. She was also too busy trying to keep herself calm that she did not realize her auto-slip. But Naruto heard, he just chose not to say anything. Jiraiya also knew that the blonde had just decided against saying anything about it. He won't do any of that. He is just doing that to scare you since he knows I was not sent by you. But you will not send a letter of apology to that old fool. I will make sure that he does not do anything stupid. Can you be certain about this? Then Naruto smiled. There is no fire country without Konoha, but Konoha can exist without the fire country's money. All it needs is a smart leader who can attract business. Konoha is the fire country's power. We are the ones who make this country strong. And if the Fire Lord stops funding Konoha, it is not only Konoha that suffers. A realization dawned on Jiraiya. Son of a bitch, he whistled. When Konoha is weak, the fire country is weak. If the Fire Lord stops funding us, he will weaken his own country. Then his power will also weaken, it will also mean less money to him. I know feudal lords, they are greedy and would never do anything to weaken their own power. I politely added that when Konoha is weakened, Iwagakure would no doubt invade and take over this village. If they do, it means he loses power and will probably be killed with his children and grandchildren. He paused for a moment. I forgot to mention wife. He got my point. Tsunade was thoughtful for a moment. Why did you go to the Fire Lord, Naruto? Just to set the record straight, Konoha is not his to control. He does not have a say in anything goes within the village. We give his country protection and gives us his funds and land, it's as simple as that. Tsunade was surprised. She rubbed her temple feeling a headache coming and the sake was not doing any good. Why would you go that far, Naruto? When Madara and Hashirama founded this village, they did not go to the Fire Lord to inform him of its formation. Hashirama and Tobirama set up everything about the village. This village is a military village, with civilians. The Fire Lord has no say in it and cannot run this village. He can get fat in his palace, I don't care, but shinobi matters are not his concern. Konoha does not need an old fool sniffing around it, Naruto explained coolly. He would rather have the village gain its independence. But what is important that the Fire Lord knows that Konoha gives protection and keeps him alive, and he says thank you by giving the village money. It would be good to have the chance to ignore to the Fire Lord bicker about everything. I mean, that old fart is annoying. Sometimes I just want to snap his neck and be done with it. Each time I see him, I have to calm myself down by drinking some sake. He annoys me to no end. There is not a time I talk to him that I don't think of wiping off that smile he always has. Tsunade stopped, realizing that she was rambling about her own thoughts. He cleared her throat. Well, anyway, this is a gamble, Naruto, one that I cannot take. Naruto sighed. He had expected this from the woman. For someone who is known to gamble a lot, I would imagine who would have no problem with this gamble. But I guess it is best that you don't gamble since you don't have any luck anyway. He looked straight at the blonde Hokage. Jiraiya, you must have heard a rumor that the Fire Lord is in war with the Wind Lord. Jiraiya nodded. I didn't think it was any serious or real. But the fact that you are bringing it up means that there is some truth to it. There is some truth to it. That old fool has been fighting with the Wind Lord. Both are old greedy fools who can't be satisfied with anything. Their relationship was a good one, but due to certain events, they have been at each other's throats. It has gotten nasty, that the two cannot stand each other. In response to this, the Wind Lord has again chosen to fund Sunagakure again. I would imagine the Fire Lord has also increased his funding by a slight percentage. Tsunade nodded. What does that spell to you? War. Jiraiya was the first to respond. The Wind Lord is funding Suna to strengthen its military power, while the Fire Lord is doing the same. They are both preparing for war. Unless their personal fight is solved, they might push both Konoha and Suna into war despite our alliance. What? Do you think he would do that? I mean, certainly he would not expect us to fight with Sunagakure, Tsunade said, even more surprised by what Jiraiya was saying. It is possible. Now if it were Kumo or Iwa, I would happily ignite the fireworks myself or even be the one to fight in the front lines. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya gave him blank stares at these words. But this is Suna. I know that Gaara will not attack Konoha unless you do it. So the question to you, Tsunade, will be this: will you go begging to the Fire Lord to apologize? After which he will have you attack your friends, or he will pull the funds which you seem to value very much. Tsunade knew it. If the Fire Lord threatened to pull off his funds, he would do anything he requested. But this was a hard decision to make. Now, she could understand why Naruto would want the Fire Lord to stay away from Konoha. It means that he can't force them into war with Suna. But, with situation like that, he won't easily accept your terms. He has no choice really. If he stops funding, Suna attacks him without us protecting him. If he accepts, Gaara won't attack because Konoha will be protecting him. Naruto paused for a moment. But to make things easier, you send a message to Gaara and inform that you won't break their alliance. Gaara will be forced to tell the Wind Lord that he won't fight, and if he continues to fight, Konoha will come and crush him and Suna won't do anything. When you hold strong, the Fire Lord will be forced to accept the terms for his own safety. But he will also know that you won't attack the Wind Lord. The chain of reaction will be set, the fools will be left to protect their own skins, and both lords will seek each other. I don't care if they reconcile or find other means to kill each other, but as long as they stay away from shinobi business, I won't have to go back to the fire capital again. That seems like a good plan. Were you planning these when you said you had important things to deal with when we were in Kumo? Jiraiya questioned, looking straight at Naruto. The blonde nodded. I will contact my spy network and find out more details about this. Naruto stood up. Well then, that solves everything. He turned around to leave. I will return, perhaps tomorrow, then you can tell me why Konoha is not like Otogakur. With that, Naruto became engulfed in a swirl of flames and disappeared. Well, it appears we are going to talk about it, Jiraiya said, standing up. I am going. You should get this place fixed up. You can't work like this, you don't even have a desk anymore. The Toad Sage disappeared, leaving Tsunade alone. Now that everyone was gone, Tsunade could think about that sweet dream she had. Later that day, Yu Gao was having a nice meal alone at her favorite restaurant. She was aware that Naruto had returned to the village, but she had been busy all day. Instead of going to the Uchiha compound after work, she decided to get something to eat first. It was not like she was going to have found the Uchiha having cooked something. She was also too tired to cook anything. Perhaps if she was not tired, she would have gone there and cooked something. Still, she was excited that she was going to see him again. It has been a number of days since she saw him. She stopped eating when she saw her friends appear at the restaurant. She sighed. There was Anko. She would have to deal with questions she would rather not answer. But despite that, she was her friend. Yu Gao. Loudly as ever, Anko called out to her while Kurenai just shook her head beside her. You know, Anko, Yu Gao had already seen us. Why call out to her? Her question seemed curious. But Kurenai knew that even if she asked that question, she would not get a satisfactory answer. Anko was always like that, and she feared she would grow old being like that. It would be weird if she became old still acting the way she does. But still, it would be funny since she won't do anything she used to do in these flexible and young days. Get used to it, Anko replied with a shrug. She was just like that. She could not help herself but call out for the purple-haired former Anbu rather. Hello guys, I did not think I would see you today, Yu Gao said as her two friends sat down beside him. She looked at them all, smiling slightly as they returned her smile. She definitely could not ask for better friends. They were all so different, yet they got along quite well. I was also at home when Anko dragged me out to meet you when she became aware that you were eating here, Kurenai said, sending Anko a slightly glare. The woman in question merely grinned. Ah, come on, Kurenai. It is not like you were waiting for Asuma to come back home, she said so while smiling all ears, knowing that Kurenai was very quiet about her relationship with the Jounin and son of the Sandaime Hokage. At first the woman did not admit it, but the evidence was there. Anko. Kurenai yelled as a small tint of pink spread across her cheeks. Can we not talk about this? Oh, so it is okay to talk about other people's personal life but you don't want to talk about yours. Yu Gao shook her head, smiling. This was the daily routine. Anko would always say stuff like that to get Kurenai to talk about Asuma. Sometimes it usually went well, sometimes Kurenai would not say anything. The Genjutsu mistress seemed to like to have her relationship with Asuma a secret, but everyone knew they were dating. She did not know whose idea it was that they deny it when confronted about it. But you could see that they were dating given that Kurenai always blushed when they spoke about it. Fine, Anko, what do you want to know? She knew that Anko would not stop bugging her about it unless she gave in. The snake mistress was tireless in her quest for answers. She was also not afraid to take measures that could be called extreme to the answers she wanted. Nothing, Anko said, shrugging her shoulders. The fact that you were willing to answer so easily means that all is going well. I won't have to stop at Asuma's to feed him to my children, she said, the last part grinning like a mad woman. Anko was very protective of her friends. Even if it was Naruto had done wrong, she would not hesitate to go to him and play her mischievous ways with him or show him her sadistic side. It was a wonder if she could actually scare the blonde Uchiha head clan who has never seemed to be scared of something. How about you, Anko? When are you going to enter into a relationship and be happy? Yu Gao questioned curiously as she looked straight at her friend. If you were expecting Anko to blush or stutter, you are in for a disappointment. The woman merely shrugged. I am happy as I am, she replied in a calm tone. Kurenai snorted. Yeah, you mean with that perverted one-eyed cyclops, Kakashi, the name Kakashi said with as much distaste as she could master. What is really going on with you and Kakashi? Yu Gao asked nicely. She had never really questioned about it. But she found it curious, her senpai with a woman? Nay, she never even dreamed of it. The only woman that man needed was his orange book. He always had it in his hands. He would freak out if one was stolen. Though, it was near impossible to steal the book from that man. He guarded it with his life. She thought the man could cry tears if his book was burned. We are just friends who have a mutual agreement on something. Neither of us wants to be tied down on a relationship, Anko responded without as much interest in her answer. I thought you would be at the Uchiha compound since your Naruto has returned. She was very quick to change the subject to focus more on others or what she was interested in other than questions being directed at her. I was planning on going there after this meal, Yu Gao replied with a pure genuine smile. Her friends noticed, but neither commented on it. They just left it as it was. Even Anko here was careful enough not to say anything. But she would not keep quiet forever, she would question about it someday. How are things going between you two? Kurenai questioned curiously. She was interested in how well her relationship with the blonde Uchiha was going. If she got married to him, she would become wife of the Uchiha clan head. This would make her something of a political figure. They are well, Yu Gao gave a short reply, not bothering to go into details about it. There was nothing much to tell though. She did not do much with Naruto, but she was going to change that. So have you two tied the knot? Anko questioned, the eagerness to know was clear in her voice. She was also right in front of Yu Gao's face. Anko. So you have not. Is he still a virgin? This time Yu Gao replied. No, she knew that and the blonde had showed it to her. Before Anko could ask any more personal questions, Kurenai decided to change the subject. How goes your retirement from Onbu? The woman had said she wanted to quit and become a jounin of the village. She no longer wanted to serve in the shadows, but she wanted to step into the light. Well, Yu Gao responded smiling. Everything should be signed out in 3 days. After that, I will be just a jounin of Konoha. Kurenai nodded. Perhaps we might even go on missions with you. Anko sighed. You guys are boring sometimes. There are more interesting things to talk about than that. Like today, Yu Gao, why don't you tell us what your boyfriend did to get the Lady Hokage furious enough to punch him through the wall of her office? And also why there were Onbu swarming around the Hokage tower after he had been punched through the wall. There was also that bust of chakra. If anyone can release that much chakra, it's Naruto, so, what really happened? S-class secret. Few hours later, Uchiha compound. Yu Gao was lying in bed with Naruto close beside her. The blonde was not wearing a top and was looking over the ceiling. She had ended up taking much time with Anko and Kurenai before. When she came here, she found the blonde already in bed. But it was unlike him to be in bed at this time. She did not say much other than exchange a few words, before stripping down to get in bed. I had thought you would not take much more days to return to the village after leaving Kumagakure, she said after some few moments of silence. I had rather important things to do. I also had some training to do, Naruto responded in a calm tone, not so blank like the one he usually uses. Yu Gao noticed it, she also noticed that he looked weary. It must have been some training to make you weary. It was. Training here does not give me the right environment. While training here I am likely to be interrupted by someone. But when I am out of this village, I can train all day long without having someone to disturb my training, Naruto explained lightly. The hideout was the best place to train without someone annoying him. While he was there, he could focus on training only and complete it without delays. He could even train in the night, as long as his body allowed him to move. Don't you get enough training? I mean, ever since you returned, You have been training within this compound, that is after you had taken 3 years of training leave outside the village walls. She could not understand with his desire to be training always. Other people trained also, but Naruto overdid his training. She could understand if someone like Guy and Lee felt the need to train each day. But the blonde was already strong enough. What more power did he want? I was merely perfecting a few things that had yet to be perfected, Naruto responded. How was your stay within the village while I was away? The question was a surprise to her. She had never expected him to ask her such a question. She smiled though. Perhaps things between them were going to change for the better. It okay, I guess. I did not have much to do. I was just missing you, she replied honestly. Perhaps next time I leave for a mission I should leave with you, he seemed to be in thought, if his stone suggested anything. That would be great, Yugao said smiling. She doubted it would be possible though. But it was the thought that counted. How was your time outside the village? It started as interesting, but then became empty. But in the end, it was interesting enough to put a smile on my face, Naruto responded before turning over to look into Yugao. He was just about her. Something about this intimate position made Yugao feel a bit excited. Naruto then moved closer to her until there was little space between their heads. He smiled slightly before grasping her lips with his. Yugao did not need an invitation to enjoy the moment. The kiss was passionate, unlike the last time, and it lasted for a few moments. In the end, when the blonde stopped, she wanted more. I want you to know this, Yugao, I love you. Although, I never really thought my heart could experience such a thing as love, especially to a woman. But it has grasped, and it can't be helped. Yugao could feel his warm breath invading her skin as he spoke. If you wake up before me, don't make me up. I need much rest. My body is a little worn out. With that he got off her before turning to his side of the bed and pulling the sheets over himself. Yugao stayed as she was with a smile on her face for a few moments. Naruto had just confessed to loving her. What more could she want other than that? This was Uchiha Naruto, could once regarded emotions as trivial things. But here he was, having just told her that he loved her. She touched her purple lips. He had never kissed her like that. He kissed her, like anyone kisses whom they loved. This was truly the beginning of new things. Yugao slept peacefully with a happy smile never fading as she entered the world of dreams. 2 days later. Naruto was about to leave the house when he found a young Hyuga girl standing in front of the door. She had the same look all the Hyugas possessed. He looked straight at her as she seemed to compose herself. Excuse me, Uchiha-sama, is Sasuke-sama in here? We have not seen him in 3 days for your training. He is not in, Naruto responded calmly. You must be Hyashi's younger daughter, Hanabi. Yes, though, it left her surprised to hear someone so young calling her father just by his name without a honorific. People tended to be very respectful towards her father. But one in front of her just called out her father like that. Well, her father had told her that he was the clan head. She could guess that they talked like that. What do you need Sasuke for? He closed the door behind him as he questioned the young Hyuga before him. He had not seen Sasuke since he returned to the village, but he knew the Uchiha was somewhere in the village. He just had not bothered to waste time searching, or have Zetsu search for him. I was just curious of his whereabouts. It is suitable for a commander to be there each time his subordinates train to supervise the training. And since we have not seen him for 3 days, we were begging to wonder if he was still alive or dead. Naruto raised a brow at the girl's words, but did not comment. He began to walk towards the military police HQ. They were still being built. It would take a few more weeks for construction to be completed. Hanabi followed him quietly, seeing that he was taking the direction of their training ground. The training ground was behind HQ. There were about 20 genins and 10 chunins. Everyone quieted down once they saw him. He had never bothered to see the children training. It was Sasuke's business. But he was just passing by, he was not going to train them or supervise them. Has everyone been taken through extensive chakra control exercises? He questioned the Hyuga girl standing beside him. Yes, we have been busy with taijutsu training over the past days, Hanabi replied stoically like any other Hyuga. You need a taijutsu master to teach you taijutsu. Anything less than that will be unsatisfactory. Perhaps I should get Guy to teach you taijutsu, he seemed to think of it for a second. He walked in front of the police force trainees and folded his hands across his chest. They all looked at him with mixed emotions. Just by looking me like that, you have exposed yourself to me. You seem tense, afraid. But that is expected, you are children after all. He paused for a moment. You work under Uchiha. Uchiha does not condone weak-minded fools. Uchiha does not like foolish little children who think being a shinobi is paradise. You are being trained because you have to become strong. If you cannot improve, you will be kicked out of the training. Now, from tomorrow you will have a taijutsu master to teach you taijutsu. After 4 weeks of extensive training, if your taijutsu is still pathetic, you will be rejected. Is that understood? Hi. Good, he looked at Hanabi. Hyuga, your taijutsu is unique, you don't have to train with them. From today, you will be supervising, ensuring that they train without slacking. You will teach them discipline. If anyone refuses to follow your commands, you are free to send them to the hospital in tears. Naruto was already in a swirl of flames without waiting for the Hyuga to reply. Hi, Hanabi replied. Her father had told her to do whatever she was told without question. She knew though, out of this entire bunch, she was far more disciplined than any of them. She would make sure that they are disciplined, just like her father made sure she learned all manners. They had already read the laws of the police force and knew how to behave. They would enforce all those rules until it became their second language. Her father will be proud once he hears of this. Later, Team Guy was doing their usual everyday training with their sensei, Mito Guy, taijutsu master. The self-proclaimed green beast of Konoha, though, was busy with his beloved student Rock Lee, another taijutsu master. Tenten and Neji were busy with their own training aside. It was not until that Guy and Lee started to yell about their enthusiastic passions loudly then, the other teammates sighed deeply and thought of abandoning the training ground. Regardless of how many times they had been exposed to seeing such things, they could not get used to it. Neji had his Byakugan activated as he dodged Tenten's weapon. His eyes turned to a nearby tree as he spun around to dodge a projectile that was glaring down at him. He stopped suddenly, eyes little wide. Tenten was quick to notice that there was something that Neji had seen. What is wrong, Neji? She asked carefully with a curious look on her face. She had also noticed the look on his face. There is someone watching us. He knew who it was. He was a Jonin and should have sensed the person, but he did not. The person was able to keep his presence hidden away from him. Of course, he could not hide from his all-seeing eyes. His eyes could see everything, which is why he had been able to see what his senses had failed to sense. By the looks of things, it seems that Guy had sensed him. Guy may look somewhat, but he was very perceptive of his surroundings. Now that you say that, I have had this feeling that we were being watched for some time. She paused for a moment and grinned. She moved closer to Neji and whispered to his ear, let us teach whoever that is watching a lesson to never spy on us. Neji smirked. Tenten might not know who it was, but that was no consequence. Perhaps some payback would be nice, if they could manage it, that is. Good idea Tenten, he said before telling her the precise location of their target. Tenten nodded, knowing what to do. She jumped back and took out a scroll before unfolding it. As she did, a bundle of kunais and shurikens were sent hailing towards the tree. Neji watched calmly with his eyes narrowed. The person in the tree seemed to know all along that they had noticed his presence. In a fast movement, like a bullet, he jumped out of the tree to avoid being hit by the projectiles. Neji followed him swiftly. Tenten then saw who it was, Uchiha Naruto. That was a day she thought would never come. The famous impassive hero of Kiri and flesh in their own training ground. She snapped out of her thoughts when she realized that Neji had not stopped attacking the blonde. When Naruto landed on the ground, the Hyuga was right in front of him. His gentle fist was poised to strike his chest. The open palm hit Naruto's chest as he seemed not to have been expecting Neji to follow up to Tenten's attack. The then exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing a log. Neji knew that the blonde had used a replacement jutsu. He also noticed that the cursed sharingan was not activated, which explained why the blonde had settled for using Kairami no jutsu. If the sharingan had been activated, he would predicted the move and thought of a way to counter. He had done it in the Chunin exams. The blonde was a lot faster than most people. Before Naruto could say anything about the unique greeting, Guy spoke happily. Good idea my students. Testing Naruto-kun's flames of youth. Lee, join them and test your youth flames with an opponent like him. Hi, Guy-sensei, Lee responded with a salute before rushing to aid his teammates. Guy looked at the blank expression of Naruto carefully. He too noticed the ever-activated Sharingan was not activated. This would serve his students well. Let us see how long you can hold on before you activate your Sharingan. But it seems that Naruto was not there to fight. The blonde stood still with his hands folded across his chest. He spoke before Lee could attack him, I did not come here to dance. His voice forced Lee's movements to come to an abrupt end. I came to speak with you, Guy. It was as if he had dismissed the other three as he looked towards the green beast. Normally, Guy would have acted or responded in his usual way. But this was no just anyone. If had to be something important for Naruto, come and see him. Lee, continue your training with your teammates. Perhaps you may test your youthful flames with Naruto-kun some other day. Lee nodded, a bit down though by Guy's words. It seemed that the prospect of facing someone like Naruto had excited him, but now, he was not going to get that chance. Guy walked towards the blonde, while smiling. What can I do for you? I have a request. Later that day, Naruto was at the barbecue restaurant enjoying a meal with Yu Gao. Since they normally did not go out, they had decided it was best to eat something else for the day. Naruto did not mind going out since it would help forgetting about some things and focusing on some things. The time with Yu Gao was a little different from the time he spent with other people. Still, he managed his emotions well. Ever since he met Madara, he had always been in control of his emotions. He was not the one to suddenly start acting all touchy and talking about trivial things because he felt something in his heart. No, for now he understood what it was that he felt. And he was willing to handle it in a way that would please him and Yu Gao also. It would be inconsiderate of him to shrug off anything she felt. Naruto, Yu Gao started, breaking the silence that had settled between them. It was not any awkward or tense silence, it was pleasant. We have never talked about our relationship, she stated, looking straight at the blonde. But she did not forget her meal. Naruto looked at Yu Gao, his expression was not impassive, yet it displayed little emotion. What is there to talk about? His tone did not betray the look on his face. Yu Gao knew it was a genuine question. He was not being rude or anything. It was just Naruto, he did not completely understand some things. Like how we are going to proceed with things, or if this is really a serious relationship, this was important to her. She was not worried about anyone listening to their conversation, she had taken care of that. Naruto had confessed that he loved her, but things did not just have to end there. They would have to talk about some things that involved their relationship. The blonde stopped eating. It was in rare occasions that he actually drank sake. He did not like the bitter taste it gave. It was not his tonic for stress or anything. Perhaps in all his life, he may have drank it twice or thrice. He took his saucer and took a few gulps. It was almost empty. This is why he hated this drink. Despite its sour taste, he could never find himself savoring it, he drank it all at once like water. Perhaps it was because of the fact that it housed the QB most of his life. But the fact remained, it took a lot to get him drunk. Yu Gao was waiting for an answer from him. She waited patiently, chewing her meal softly. After taking the gulp of sake, Naruto sighed. I never thought I would find myself having this conversation, I seem to be saying these words a lot lately. My entire emotional outlook has changed drastically. He paused for a moment. I recall you saying you were my girlfriend, which in turn makes me your boyfriend. It would seem that we will just have to move on with things the way relationships do. Although I am stranger in that department, I think we can work it out to perfection, don't you think? Yu Gao smiled and nodded. I have some experience in relationships. It should not be a trouble. Though, you should learn more on how to treat a woman. You are rough and honestly quite rude. I don't expect certain things from you. But I do expect you to treat me like your girlfriend, and someone you love. I don't want to be treated like some bimbo you found in a brothel, while it was true that she did not expect certain things from him. She wanted him to grow and show her some love. She did not want to be shown indifference. This time, it was Naruto's time to smile. The smile was quite beautiful in Yu Gao's eyes. She loved it when he smiled. Is anything more you would like to get off your chest, Yu Gao? It was like with Mei. She had been very frank with him. Of course, none of her words did any damage to him. It was more like refreshing to hear people what will be close to him being honest. He always spoke his mind, why not allow others to say what they think? Yu Gao was surprised by the question, but she shrugged it off and spoke again. I am a woman, and would like you to see me as such. I have emotions and words sometimes can be hurtful. You should be more careful with what you say to me instead of just saying anything. Sometimes it is best to color things in different colors rather than to put them in black and white. As I have said, I have more experience with relationships. You obviously don't, so it will take some time to get things going smoothly, or perfectly if you could say. It could be said that Naruto has a rather sharp tongue and is quite blunt in his speech. The blonde was rude in every way. She wanted him to be at least polite when he speaks and think more of her feelings. It is obvious that when the blonde speaks, He disregards how others will perceive his words or how hurtful his words are. As far as Yugao could tell, Naruto has never been in a relationship of this nature before, and he has never had any relationship which deals with much emotions and showing affection to the other. It made things a little hard when things were like that, but she was glad that Naruto seems willing to listen and a bit changed. Normally, he would have shrugged her off. But it seems like he wants to do things right to make both of them happy. Naruto nodded again. May had said something of this nature. If he could get things right, perhaps Mother would be proud. She certainly would not be happy if he treated her fellow females like shit. Given all he knows about her, she would certainly beat the crap out of him until he gets things right. Well, with Madara, he would certainly indifferent about all this. He was sure that the relationship with his grandmother may have happened, so he could the perfect subject to experiment on. With Uchiha Madara, you could never know. Madara was kind when he wanted to be, but he could change in the blink of an eye. Well, he was not living for anyone's approval though, but still, it would please him to know his mother was proud. Madara would not care about his personal choices, he would certainly be happy about his growing power. If the man were to come back to life, he would surely have them dance for death. This is quite troublesome, Naruto said, shaking his head. About being serious, do you think I have time to play? Yugao shook her head, smiling. She knew that he would not do a temporary relationship. Something like that to him would be like a waste of valuable time. As of moving forward, you already sleep beside me in my bed. Perhaps you should just move in at the compound. Yugao nearly choked at the last words. They have not even gone far in their relationship and he was talking about moving in together? Well, she did sleep in the Uchiha compound whenever he is around, as of late that is. But if she moved in, it would be like rushing things. Naruto, that would be like moving things too fast. We have not even, you know. A curious brow rose from the blonde. We have yet to even sleep together, she said so, looking at him. She was an Anbu, she controlled her emotions. But perhaps this was the first time she spoke to Naruto about such a subject with a straight face. She noticed that Naruto did not appreciate people who were shy to speak their thoughts. He would probably have ignored it if she said so, stuttering while looking away from him. Her blonde boyfriend liked someone who could face him when they talked. Sex? Yugao nodded. I don't think it is that important to have sex before you move in. But if you believe that it is necessary, it can be arranged. Uzuki looked at her boyfriend for a moment. His tone had been as it had been since they started talking. He seemed to have even shrugged off when he finished talking. Somehow I feel offended that you are not so eager to get in my pants. Yugao sighed, never mind. Let us just give it some time. She paused for a moment as she recalled something. You said you went to Kiri, nay? How is the Mizukage? She was particularly curious as to what he had spoke about and talked about with her. Fine, Naruto gave a short reply. That was enough for him. He could tell that Yugao was not really interested in knowing how Mei was doing. That is good. What did you do with her? And what did you speak with her? Naruto gave the woman in front of him a blank look for a few moments. His gaze did not do anything to make her comfortable. I sense that there is an ulterior motive to your question. And you don't seem to like Mei that much. He waited for a moment to see if she could respond. But before she could, another voice spoke. Oh great, what is this bastard doing here? It was the voice of the Inuzuka heir. He seemed to growl as he looked at the couple in front of him. As he said those words, the rest of Naruto's graduate class appeared, along with Uchiha Sasuke. Come on, Kiba. Don't try to ruin this time for us by doing something stupid, Kuji stated, already hungry as he could clearly smell the food being cooked inside the restaurant. He did not want to leave here without eating because the Inuzuka heir could not keep his mouth shut. As long as he does not do anything to piss me off like last time, Kiba responded in a low growl. He never did like people who thought they were high and almighty. He did not like being looked down. And Naruto was an ass that looked down on other people without shame. Shikamaru sighed. This is going to be a troublesome night. He shook his head. He would have rather not come here as it was obvious there was going to be some nasty words being exchanged because some people could not shut out their mouths. Come on guys. Let's go sit with the happy couple, Ino said rather happily. Well, she did like to get some news. So it would not hurt to find something about the blonde Uchiha and his purple-haired girlfriend. Ino, don't you see they are on a date? We would be intruding if we joined them, Sakura reasoned with her best friend. Frankly, she did not want another confrontation after what happened last time. She would rather avoid the blonde than be on his way. If you guys are going to stand here all night, you are free do so. I am going to join Naruto and Yugao-san, Sasuke said as he walked away from the group. The rest of the gang followed him. Back with Naruto and Yugao. Yugao moved close to Naruto, instead of sitting across the blonde. Naruto, can you do something for me? Naruto was careful to choose his words. What is it? Your former academy classmates are coming, you can see them. Please don't push them away and act nice, for me. If you find their company unlikable at the end of the night, I will never ask of you again. Please just do it this once. Her tone sounded like she was pleading. This caused Naruto to look at her curiously. But he did not respond. The gang finally arrived. Sasuke was first to speak. Naruto, the blonde nodded. Hello, Yugao-san. Hi, Sasuke, how have you been? I have not seen you at the compound lately, Yugao responded looking at the raven-haired Uchiha. It was all truth. Sasuke had not been home since Naruto returned. The other part was that Naruto did not bother to look for him. I am well, Sasuke responded. He chose to ignore her other statement since it was not a question. He was not at liberty to answer it. The rest of the greetings were passed, and Naruto merely nodded to everyone who greeted him. But the Kiba was left standing, so Hinata had to hit him to greet the blonde. He had only greeted the Yugao and ignored Naruto. Hello, oh high and mighty head of the Uchiha clan, the boy greeted sarcastically. The others looked to see how Naruto would respond to this. How expected for the puppy to bark annoyingly when it feels threat. He was cut off by a stomp on his foot, thanks to Yugao. She gave him an expression that clearly said, be nice, or. Kiba had to be again bottled down by Hinata so that he would not cause a scene. He should not complain since he had started it. Still, it was amusing that he was called a puppy. Even Yugao found it amusing. She was just able to keep her laugh down. So what were you lovebirds talking about? Ino questioned without a waste of time. Her question earned looks from others. But the teenage Yamanaka girl shrugged of their looks. They should be now used to this. She often asked questions like this. Naruto looked at Ino. She had not changed that much. But Sakura had changed from being an annoying little fangirl into a good kunoichi. He would not disregard what the girl has achieved so far given her attitude 3 years ago. But now she was the best medic nin behind Tsunade in the whole village, and she had been trained in those arts damaging chakra-enhancing punches. It was ironic that both she and Tsunade had such short tempers which made them dangerous. But for the young Yamanaka girl, there was little improvement. If you were out with your friends and found Inoiki and your mother on a date, would you question what they were talking about? There was something hidden along those words. It was possibly between the lines of it was above her to question what the elders were talking about. But the fact was that Naruto did not look for an answer to the question. He looked at Shikamaru. Has Temari left the village? The question caught the Nara genius off guard. But he was quick to recover, yet he played oblivious. Why would I know that? He cursed himself for asking the question, knowing how Naruto would respond. And with the way the blonde would respond, it would open doors for more questions. Shikamaru's fears were confirmed when Naruto spoke again. But he added what he had not expected. It has become apparent to me that when the woman comes to the village, she spends an awful lot of her time with you. You were not friends when she came here for the Chunin exams. And your interaction with her has led some to believe that you have developed a certain emotional attachment with her. Naruto made sure to use some to avoid questions since he has not been in the village. And if he had said he believed that Shikamaru's interaction with Temari has led him to believe that there is a bond between them, it would question how he was aware of that. The others would not notice that though. But the Nara heir would certainly do. This is troublesome, Shikamaru said, is working on ways to get onto this. Though he did wonder this some since he knows Naruto does not spend time with other people. And he was not the one to be interested in rumors. It was too troublesome to think of it further, so he decided to answer the question. She is still in the village, he said lowly. Tell her to see me at the Uchiha compound tomorrow evening, Naruto stated, earning looks from others, but he ignored them all. He also noticed that Yugao gave him a curious glance. He ignored it though. If she is interested in what he had to say to Temari, she would ask. Shikamaru nodded, but he was not given the time to breathe a sigh of relief when Ino spoke. So it is true? Has Shika fallen in love with Asuna Kunoichi? She has noticed that Shikamaru spends some time with Temari. And she is aware that what the blonde Suna Kunoichi comes here for has nothing to do with Shikamaru but the Hokage. Let it go, Ino, Shikamaru said, not wanting to be questioned about the matter. Really, It was just too troublesome to talk and think about it. He would rather not deal with it. Although, it is none of my business, I am also curious, Sakura added, although, her tone was a bit more calm than Ino's. Shikamaru sighed. Nothing is going on. I am just her personal guide while she is in the village, Hokage-sama's orders. A curious choice, Naruto stated. Tsunade's order had to have an ulterior motive behind. But it was too trivial to bother about it. He looked at Sasuke. So, Sasuke, where have you been sleeping? I would have thought that since you said you needed to speak with when I returned, you would have been at the compound the day I returned. His eyes were quick to notice the reactions of the rest of the group. I have spoken to Kakashi about it. So there is no need to speak to you, the younger brother of the notorious Uchiha Itachi responded, looking straight at Naruto. His face was not mixed with different emotions. Naruto noticed this. Is that so? Clearly he was not surprised by this. That still does not answer my question. Though, since there is nothing to discuss, I guess it does not matter, as long as you are not doing anything stupid. The blonde shrugged, clearly not interested in knowing where the fellow Uchiha has been sleeping. Sasuke knew what stupid thing Naruto was talking about. But the others did not. So, Naruto, Sakura started slowly. How does it feel being the head of the Uchiha clan? I mean, the clan is one of the founding clans in Konoha along with the Senju clan. The Uchiha are probably the most powerful clan in the elemental nation. There has to be some weight heading a clan like that. Kiba was quick to snort. This drew a narrowed look from Sasuke. Clan my ass, there are just the two of them, it should not really be a clan in my eyes. And the most powerful clan? Please, the Hyuga is the strongest clan. Wasn't the Uchiha who were massacred by a single man, how can a clan like that be the most powerful? The atmosphere became tense. It did not help when a killer intent hit everyone. Naruto ignored it though and ate his food. He had not been eating much food over the previous days. It was good to pack up. Shikamaru noticed that the blonde was ignoring Sasuke's killer intent and sighed. The blonde would have probably not responded like that. But it was obvious to everyone that Uchiha pride had taken a swipe. If there was something that the clan held closely, it was their pride. They did not take kindly to it being insulted. Naruto was just different because he did not respond to petty insults. Sasuke gave Kiba a murderous glare. His Mangekyo Sharingan did not make things better for the Inuzuka heir. What did you just say? He dared Kiba to repeat what he had said. Under the murderous gaze of Sasuke and the killing intent, the puppy shrunk down, and nothing. The killing intent vanished and Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan. Good, and puppy, if you ever insult the Uchiha clan again in my presence, I will not forgive it. Do you understand? Puppy? He was not going to allow anything to insult his clan no matter what. Especially if the insult is coming from a lowly clan such as the Inuzuka, that clan could not even hope to compete with Uchiha. Kiba growled at being called a puppy again, but said nothing because no matter how arrogant he was, he had never been able to beat Sasuke. Even when they were at the academy, he could never defeat the Uchiha. Each battle with him always ended in humiliation. He would rather not have that, no, in front of Hinata. Puppy? Ino said, stroking her chin. This is your new name, Kiba, she blonde Yamanaka heir said in a gleeful manner. Kiba responded by glaring at the girl, but it had no effect on her. To him it was all Naruto's fault. He was the one to call him that. Meanwhile, Onoki stared down in front of a group of Jonin and Chunin as he was floating in the air. They were just outside of the walls of Iwagakure no Sato. There were about 650 shinobi that he wanted to send out on an important mission. He needed to act before any other village could act. He had read reports that Kumagakure was ready to act. He did not know anything about Konoha or Sunagakure, but he would act. Kirigakure has already acted. But even if he insulted their Mizukage and spat on her, they would not dare try to fight them alone because they were weak. The village could not stand an onslaught from Iwa. Attacking Kiri itself would be a risk though. The village was secluded from others in an island. It would be difficult to get there without a strong naval force. His village did not have that, neither did any of the other villages. But the village was of no consequence. He would not worry about it. He could spit on them and say he was sorry. They would accept his apology because they would have no other choice. But the fact that Kiri was also allied with the strongest of the great 5 hidden villages, did not please him. Well, it was no problem since the village was far away. But knowing Konoha, they would probably fight for their allies until they got to land. Konoha may be strong, But he had amassed his army secretly over the past years. His army has grown stronger by the day. Otogakure was blooming faster than he had anticipated. The village was becoming like a gold mine. It would not be long that other villages attack it given its little military power. But he could not deny that they were effective. No spy has ever gotten there and left with any real information. It was most surprising because the village was not in lockdown. They just did not allow everyone to enter the village. Even his own daimyo has become interested in Otogakure. If he could have that village, he could grow his power. Attacking the village also served another purpose: it would force whoever is behind it to come out of the shadows. But he has his suspicions. However, he has no real proof. You all have been briefed of your mission. It is a very delicate matter that I want to see handled to success. You will be divided into 5 groups and move on different routes towards your target. But your mission will not start now. You have a week to hone your skills and prepare everything. Then after a week, you will match out to the target. For now, you will camp out in the borders of our country in your groups until you receive your orders to move on. Chapter 28, Home. Forest of Death. Naruto sat alone on a tree branch. He was waiting for Sasuke to make his way to the place. The forest was a good place to spar without having to destroy anything valuable. If he danced at the compound, he would surely destroy buildings. The training ground at their home was limited to a certain space. But within this forest, you could spar as much as you wanted without worrying about anything. But Naruto knew that it would not take long for some people to come into the training ground to check what was happening, especially Anbu and high-ranked jonins. It did not bother him much though. He did not care if anybody watched while he trained Sasuke in the ways of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It would not be a training, per se, it will be more like a battle. He wanted the Uchiha to learn fighting against strong opponents. It would be good for him to get used to a high-ranked fight. There was also no better training than engaging in an actual fight. It would be good since he did not take things lightly, or played when he danced. He would not touch his fellow Uchiha like a woman would, he would play it rough. A real fight does something like that. Sasuke will know this for sure. The Uchiha had to be the strongest in Konohagakure no Sato. There was also something that was coming soon, he could feel it. Sasuke's power would be needed. A war may also arise. The cause of the war would probably be him. But not his fault entirely. The Kijis just did not like to have someone powerful from another village. They did not like that at all. But it was alright, he would ensure that nothing stepped out of his control. It would be disappointing and a pain if things spiraled out of his control. But at the same time, it would offer a bit more interesting things for him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his left when he felt someone. A kunai whizzed past his head, he did enough to avoid it. Had he not done that, it would have hit him straight on his forehead. Still, he did not move away from his position. No one would dare try to assassinate him, so he knew it was probably a Konoha shinobi. And when he saw the snakes coming away from tree branches towards him in quite fast speeds, he knew who it was. The snakes moved faster and tied themselves around him, there were 4 of them. Even with their hisses and glaring sharp fangs, Naruto seemed not too concerned about them. So the kunai was just a distraction for the snakes to bind me, Naruto stated as Mitarashi Anko appeared behind him, where he sat despite the snakes binding him. He was not afraid of little snakes, though they could probably bite him before he could even activate his Mangekyo to fend them away. Anko grinned mischievously as she looked at the blonde. But her grin disappeared when she realized that he was not even flinching with the snakes binding him. He did not even look amused or even trying to get away from her children. It was disappointing to say the least. What are you doing here all alone? Is Yugao's company too much for you? I am waiting for someone. Naruto paused as he sensed Sasuke's chakra, and he has come. It was then that the Uchiha appeared a few feet away from Anko along with Kakashi. Figures, he would have brought his sensei to watch him battle. The copy nin would also have loved nothing than to see him battle with Sasuke. Naruto jumped down the tree with the snake still binding him. But before he could say anything, Anko was first to speak. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Have I crashed a party? The famed Sharingan no Kakashi merely shrugged his shoulders carelessly, flipping a page on his book. I just followed Sasuke here, he replied, not even looking at the snake mistress. Get the snakes off me, woman. Naruto ordered, earning a wide grin from Anko. It was apparent that she was not going to do it that easily. She would have to be forced to get her children off the blonde. If she could not scare him, she could as well, let her snakes have fun with him. Make me, she said looking straight at the blonde, her grin never fading. Kakashi sighed. Anko, please just do it. I want to see Naruto spar with Sasuke. I might even get a chance with him. I have not fought anyone strong other than Sasuke. And if you do it. The rest of the words were mouthed only for Anko to hear him. It seemed whatever he had said worked as the snakes on Naruto left him. Naruto pulled over his cloak as he did not want it to become messed up. The cloak was made with extremely rare materials. But it was not that easy to tear. He threw the cloak onto the tree branch where he had been sitting and cracked his knuckles for a moment. Kakashi wants to test me, I shall give him that. I am also interested in your use of the sharingan. I want to see how far your control is over the dujutsu. But that will be some other time though. And here I thought you were going to fight me now, Kakashi said with a sigh. When the blonde started talking, he thought they were going to fight, but the blonde had to say some other time. You will have your time, Kakashi-sensei. But this is my fight with Naruto. I have yet to test my Mangekyo Sharingan against another Mangekyo, wielded by an Uchiha. No offense to you, the man also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he could not use all of its abilities because he was not an Uchiha, even though he had unlocked the Dujutsu. None taken, Kakashi replied in an uncaring manner. It was no bother to him. He knew it himself that he could not use the Mangekyo Sharingan like one who has Uchiha blood in them. Rules of engagement: do not hold back, you can use the power of your cursed seal. I want you to reach your limit. Sasuke grinned. Fine by me, he said happily. When sparring with Kakashi, the elite Jounin had always put some restrictions on both of them. But right now, he would have no restrictions. He could burn down the entire forest with the blonde. Kakashi and Anko made their distance as Sasuke activated the first level of his cursed seal. But his Sharingan was not activated. Since Naruto did not have his activated, he would play it that way. One thing he knew was that, if he played around, it would be over soon. And it would be so painfully for him. He had seen Naruto fight before. The blonde was brutal in his way of fighting. He did not want to have something broken at the end of the day when he could have avoided it. Sasuke rushed towards Naruto in blinding speeds. The blonde had not expected the Uchiha to move so fast. But he was ready for the attack. The raven-haired Uchiha jumped up and attempted a roundhouse kick at him. Because of the speed of the attack and his lack of Sharingan, Naruto was only able to hastily bring out both his hands to block the attack as he was in no position to dodge it. When Sasuke's kick connected with his hasty defense, Naruto felt that the power behind the Raven-head's kick was way more than he would have thought. He was unable to hold his ground, thus was pushed back and lost his balance. Seeing that his opponent has lost his balance, Sasuke prepared for another attack by spinning around, while still in mid-air. His left leg went straight to Naruto's temple. He knew that even if Naruto would block the kick, it would not do him any good. He had put as much power as he could behind the kick. Naruto, knowing that it would not end well for him, he threw himself down on his behind. He was already losing balance over the previous kick, so he just allowed himself to fall back. With that, he was able to duck under the kick and fell down on his back. But before he hit the ground, he brought out his hands and used them as cushion. Sasuke landed down on the ground gracefully after missing his opponent, but he did not stop with his attacks. While Naruto was still on the ground, he flashed through hand seals. Naruto was able to recognize the hand seals and allowed himself to fall on his back, leaving his hands completely free. He also went on his own hand seals while still lying down on his back. Kaden, Goryuka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he released flames of high temperatures. The fire was so great that the heat around the area began to increase. It would probably turn the blonde into ash if he was hit by it. But Sasuke was sure that Naruto would not be hit by the jutsu. The blonde also showed himself to be a master of the fire element. Naruto also released his own jutsu. Wind style, great wind breakthrough. He released a powerful gust of wind that sped towards the incoming flames. When the jutsus collided, they did nothing more than to increase the heat in the atmosphere. When they seemed to be pushing each other for dominance, Sasuke's own jutsu swallowed Naruto's wind and continued to match on forward. Naruto had known that his jutsu would not hold up. He just needed it to buy himself some time to get out of the way. He quickly disappeared from the ground and appeared a distance away from the path of Sasuke's jutsu. The jutsu hit the ground before dying down. Sasuke turned around to face Naruto with a small smirk on his face, before he did the same jutsu again. Naruto did a few hand seals before clasping his hands together, wind style, violent storm. He released some much powerful gusts of winds that had wind blades within them. The wind jutsu covered a lot of ground before storming towards Sasuke's Kaden jutsu. The jutsu picked up a lot of debris as it sped towards its target. When the jutsus collided, A resounding explosion occurred, increasing the heat further. And because of the violent storm Naruto had released, there seemed to be violent winds, mixed with intense flames picking up. The explosion finally died down, revealing that both opponents were still unhurt. "You activated your Sharingan," Sasuke said, smiling, looking at the blonde a distance away from him. He too activated his own Sharingan, knowing that he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he did not do that. He did not activate the Mangekyo though. "I would end up embarrassing myself if I did not do that," Naruto stated calmly. "I also underestimated your speed. I did not think you could move that fast." The blonde then held a single hand seal while muttering a few words. As he did, a pure wave of potent chakra hit the area, coming from Naruto. "Well then, shall we continue with this dance?" Both took off like bullets, picking up dust as they took off. Both had moved insanely fast, making it hard for the untrained eye to see them. The two Uchihas met in between and threw their punches. Each blocked as they were able to keep an eye on the other because of the Sharingan. They exchanged punches while moving around the area. This caused several blows to appear around. This went on for a few moments until Sasuke suddenly increased his speed and appeared behind Naruto. Despite being able to see the other Uchiha, and blocking his kick, Naruto was still sent flying backwards. Sasuke did not let up, he quickly went through hand seals. Reikiri, the lighting hound, rushed towards Naruto. The blonde had recovered from the hit and had just landed down the ground. He quickly used Kawarimi to replace himself so that he did not get hit by the lighting jutsu. "So you are just as fast as me," Naruto said, coming from behind Sasuke. "But should you move on to the next level of the cursed seal, you will be faster than me." He was going through hand seals. He slammed his hands on the ground. In a puff of smoke, his gunbai appeared. He took it up and strapped it behind him before crackling his neck. In the next second, he was gone. He appeared in front of Sasuke and drove his right fist towards the Uchiha's face. Sasuke was quick to block the punch with both his hands. But he winced when the punch connected with his hand. The blonde could certainly hit hard. Naruto was not deterred because of his blocked attempt. He quickly spun around and attempted to kick Sasuke straight on his face. But the raven-haired teen ducked under the punch. He then attempted to knee Naruto, but the blonde blocked the attempt by using both his hands. Sasuke smirked, and quickly held a single hand seal. Wind style, Gale Palm. The technique sent Naruto flying away from him. Naruto flipped several times before landing on the ground. He would have to give Sasuke some credit, using that technique at such a position required some great chakra control. Sasuke threw a kunai towards him and quickly did a few hand seals. Kage kunai no jutsu. The kunai became many and Sasuke quickly added this with a Gale Palm to increase the speed of the kunais. Naruto quickly brought out his gunbai and swung it in front of him. It released gusts of winds that deflected the kunais. But while that was happening, Sasuke appeared behind Naruto. The blonde quickly noticed. Interesting tactic, but Sasuke was about to kick Naruto from behind when the blonde could not protect himself. But he quickly noticed something behind him. He widened his eyes as he saw another Naruto. Before he could do anything, the other Naruto kicked him hard on the back and sent him crashing towards the trees. But he was able to recover before he hit the tree painfully. The other Naruto then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto then noticed that the black smoke that had been gathering in the air had now turned into a large cloud. Sasuke got up and looked straight at Naruto. "When did you create the clone?" Naruto strapped his gunbai and looked at the skies again. The cloud was unnatural. It then began to rain and the cloud produced lightning. He looked up to Sasuke. Some time ago, he paused, looking at the expression on Sasuke's face. "So this is your doing," he muttered quietly. Sasuke only smirked and raised his right hand. Naruto could feel a rise of chakra from the raven-haired. He looked up at the clouds and noticed that something was happening. "I have yet to try this when fighting someone with intent to kill. But if anyone can survive, it's you. But if you die, well, you will be dead." He paused for a moment as the thunderstorms grew even furious. "Kirin." The moment Sasuke said Kirin, Naruto was already activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A huge lightning bolt rushed towards the blonde in insane speeds. Boom! It hit the space around the blonde, creating an explosion which caused some debris to pick. But the debris was quickly overshadowed by the dark orange Susanoo of Naruto. When the debris died down, Naruto was on his knees. He was panting slightly, so was Sasuke. He deactivated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and stood up. He noticed that there were a few Anbu and some Jonin watching. They probably saw Sasuke's technique. It would not have surprised him if Kakashi had invited them. It was not every day that you saw two Uchihas battling. Looking back at Sasuke, who seemed to have recovered from his use of Kirin, he spoke. If it had not been for Susanoo, you would have probably killed me. That is a dangerous jutsu you used there. I guess I can do that also, though the trees will have to be planted again. I shall add a new song for this dance by playing S-rank jutsu. It should make things interesting. The blonde was already going through hand seals as he spoke. Suddenly, Sasuke had an uneasy feeling in his gut when he saw Naruto smile. Everyone who saw the smile also had the same feeling as Sasuke. He probably should not have thrown the jutsu at the blonde that early in the battle. Later that day, Kumo. The Yondaime Reikage looked seriously at the latest report he received from his spies. He was finding things to be a bit curious and troubling. He had received some intel from his spy which troubled him greatly. If it was not enough that he had to deal with Naruto and Sasuke, the two Uchihas who could become powerhouses that could threaten everything, he had to receive this kind of report. Things were not looking good. If villages continued to act this way, they would probably start fighting again and another war would break out. Kumo and Iwagakure are the only two villages from the Great Five hidden villages who have not suffered causalities recently. They still had much power with them, not to mention that both villages had two Jinchurikis, each. Iwa had suffered much from the previous war, especially with what the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze, did to them. They had lost much of their shinobi in the war. They probably suffered the most than any other village. And if Konoha had not called for the war to end, they probably would have lost badly and perhaps even suffered more casualties that would make them drop from the 5 great shinobi villages. Minato had surely did a number on them. He could clearly understand their eternal hatred towards the man. It was amusing that some shinobi from Iwa held a grudge against the Kyuubi for killing the Yondaime. They argued that they were supposed to have been the ones to kill the man. But at the same time, he understood that it was war, things like that happen. Minato had greatly wounded their pride, probably why they hate him even more than anyone. Their hatred for the dead Hokage was somewhat amusing. I would not be surprised if there was a class in Iwagakure's academy that taught the academy students hatred towards the famed Yellow Flash. He had never seen someone so famous in all the corners of the elemental nations, yet become so hated in another village. He was sure that when the man was still alive, speaking his name might have been blasphemy punishable by death. Still, even he could understand that their pride was wounded. He doubted that he could actually come to hate someone over the results of war. War was war, there is bound to be deaths, a hero and a villain. Even so, over the years, the village has been building its forces. It was also quite difficult to get into the village when you were a foreigner, especially from the Land of Fire. The village's security had been kept tight after their loss in the Third Shinobi World War. It was also difficult for even spies to get in and leave the village without being caught. Also, intel about their military forces had proven difficult to gather. It had not been until recently that he was able to get something useful. One could never understand what that stubborn Tsuchikage was thinking. But he knew that the village had amassed its military power. It was worrying for him. He always wanted to be on top to make sure that his village was safe. If anything proved to be a threat to his village's security and safety, he would surely rush to exterminate it. Konohagakure, while not the same as Iwa, the village was still powerful. You can never forget that they have two Densetsu no Sanin and that brat Naruto, and also the strongest of the tailed beasts. This did not dwell with him at all, especially now of all the times. Despite all this, he could take comfort over the fact that Konoha had been losing its military power of the years. Like everyone, they lost some shinobi during the previous year. But there was the Kyuubi attack when they lost a number of their top shinobi, including their famous blonde Hokage. He had battled with the man himself, and he had been able to leave without him being able to touch him. That time, neither of them had been Kages, yet. But he was still alive and Minato now was dead. Konoha also lost due to the Uchiha massacre. Even he could not deny the power of the historic clan. The Uchiha clan was one of the most powerful clans in all the clans that existed. That cursed sharingan of theirs was one thing that everyone hated and feared. There was once a time that when you met an Uchiha as your opponent, run away if you did not have a teammate. Those cursed eyes could quickly put you under some powerful illusions just by looking at them. This made fighting the Uchiha very difficult. But now they were gone. This reduced the village's power drastically, but yet the village still remained the strongest of the Great Five. No village dared to attack the village in its weakened state. The Uchiha could have been easily be 1/3 of Konoha's power. But even with their extermination, they still remained strong. There was also the invasion that happened more than 3 years ago. They did not lose much during the invasion. He could say that the invasion had been pathetic. Who dared to attack a major village like Konoha within its walls? But the village lost their Hokage, again. This time, it was the god of shinobi. A had to admit it himself that even in his old age, Hiruzen was still a powerful shinobi. For Konoha to lose him was a big loss. But even that was not enough to weaken the great village. It still remained powerful, and now it seemed even more powerful. Sunagakure and Kiri were weak, he could not talk much about them. But that did not mean that they could be taken out of the picture. No, far from it. A village like Sunagakure is suicide to fight in the desert. That is their home ground, especially when their Kazekage can manipulate sand at his own will. The Kazekage, despite being a boy, was a Jinchuriki. This meant that the village was also powerful, but not as powerful as the other. Kiri was also recovering from a recent civil war. They would not rush into a battle because they would surely lose, and in a humiliating way too. But the fact that his village was still remaining strong put a smile on his face. He still had to deal with the Akatsuki. He had taken them very lightly and they had nearly taken Yugito away from him. They had defeated a Jinchuriki who could transform into her Baijuu. They could no longer be underestimated. He guessed he could thank Naruto for saving Yugito. The thought made him snort. But the threat posed by the criminal organization was nothing compared to what other great villages could cause. Sighing, A put down his report and looked at Yugito. I want you to go pick up training to increase your power. I want you prepared for what is coming, he stated in a firm tone. Have Killer Bee assist you in the training. Yugito raised a curious eyebrow at this. She had no problem training with Killer Bee, it was always fun. But the Raikage's words were making her curious. What is it that is coming, Raikage-sama? Probably war, depending on what other villages do, I responded, leaning against his chair. If other villages reacted wisely, another war would be avoided. He did not like to see war started at this time. But he would be forced to fight should his village be threatened. War? But there has not been any conflict between the major villages that could cause war to break out, Yugito responded. The great villages had been trying really hard to avoid conflicts. It went as far as to get out of the other villages' way. Most villages did not want another war to break out. Most shinobi say that the previous 3 wars were enough. She certainly did not want to experience the horrors of war. She has heard people talking about it, and it was fine that way. That is true, but something is coming, I can feel it. That is why I want you to be prepared. Not so long, we will be hearing fallouts between other villages, I said, looking straight at the Jinchuriki standing before him. Killer Bee was always prepared, he did not have to worry about him. But Yugito had been beaten seriously, it was best for her to get stronger than she was. She blonde woman nodded. I was thinking of trying to improve anyway. I was told that when I transform into my Baijuu, I was nothing more than an oversized monster. She seemed a little bitter about that. Who told you that? The Yondaime Raikage questioned with narrowed eyes. Naruto, Uchiha Naruto. The Raikage was quiet for a few moments before shaking his head. If ever there is a confrontation between him and Kumo, can I count on you to protect the village? Yugito froze. She was being asked if she could fight her savior. If not for him, she would be probably dead by now. She nodded stiffly, not trusting her voice. A waved her, dismissing her. Yugito silently left the office. The Raikage took the report on his desk and looked at it again. Iwa has gathered shinobi in preparation for trying to take control over Otogakure. He could not deny that the village was becoming powerful. Recent reports has shown that the village has allied itself with Kirigakure, Tikigakure, the Wave Country, and the River Country. He had also received a report saying that the Princess of the Land of Snow was heading there. Though, she should have already arrived, she was held up by something. He knew very well that the Snow was advanced in technology. He liked their chakra armors more. He had tried to get his hands on them, but he failed. If a deal between the Snow and Otto happens, it would only increase the latter's power. The village was also becoming very rich. He was digging more to that as he wondered where the riches were coming from. Because of all these, he could not allow Iwa to take it. If that happened, the village would become stronger than it already was. He would act before Iwa manages to capture Otto to increase its own power. But his action would lead to a confrontation with Iwagakure. Would he risk that? Another thing that was concerning was Konoha's actions, lack of rather. Otogakure was their enemy. The village was previously led by Orochimaru, a missing nin from the village. Orochimaru had done evil things towards Konoha. He attacked his former village with the sound shinobi. On top of that, he manipulated Tsunagakure into attacking Konoha with him by killing their Kazekage. He also was responsible for the death of the Sandaime Hokage, his former sensei. They should be thinking about making the village pay for their former leader's actions. But they were not doing anything. His intel suggests that the village was not doing anything. From the latest report, there were shinobi being trained in Takigakure in a secret hideout. The training regime was ridiculous. He would never impose it on his shinobi. It was obvious that the training has been going on for a while now. But there were not many shinobi being trained. Still, the fact that this shinobi were from Oto did not bode well with him. However, given that the military personnel was not much, it would not pose much problem, or do much resistance, especially given the numbers Iwa has amassed to conquer the village. This meant that he will surely have to act before Iwa got stronger. Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara, or rather Uchiha Obito, stood calmly at the Valley of the End along with Yakashi Kabuto. Orochimaru's number 2 was patiently waiting for the man to tell him what he was brought here for. The man had said he wanted for them to meet since he had something for him to do. He was curious as to what he was about to do. "What is it that you want me to do, Madara?" Of course, Kabuto, being a curious man, was aware that the man beside him was not in fact Uchiha Madara. But he let the man think otherwise. Though, he had an idea that the man was very much aware of this fact. Onoki plans to attack Oto and take over. Of course, this will force Naruto to crush him, as he seems intent on seeing his little project succeed. After Onoki is humiliated by Naruto, he will seek revenge, but he will be cautious not to provoke Konoha's wrath. "I want you to be on standby, make contact with him after Naruto crushes him, make contact with his army and remind him of Iwa's past humiliation by Konoha shinobi," Obito stated in a tone devoid of any emotion. If Iwa does attack Konoha, they will be defeated easily, given now that they only have one Jinchuriki and Naruto has the Kyuubi. He glanced at the man before him as he spoke. "We can temporarily give back the other Jinchuriki we captured since we have yet to extract the Baijuu, to even things out. Iwagakure has also been training its shinobi tirelessly, unlike Konoha. What do you hope to gain by this?" "I want to see Naruto's reaction to this." He paused for a moment. "Go now." Kabuto went away without any other question asked. Obito stayed on to of the valley for a few moments. Another voice spoke. "Is the other reason you are doing this being that you just want to keep him busy while you work on Nagato and Naruto?" Obito shrugged nonchalantly. "Who do you think will win between Naruto and Nagato? Has Nagato returned to a prime form?" Obito nodded. "It will be tough given that the Rinnegan makes ninjutsu useless, but Naruto knows it in and out. There is nothing that Nagato can do that will surprise him. And if Naruto uses his perfect Susanoo, he will destroy all hope for Nagato." "Perfect Susanoo?" "Yes, I have only seen it once while he was training. He keeps it a secret and does not use it or even talk about it." It does not matter who wins. I hope that Nagato will excite Naruto enough to make him abandon strategy and just throw jutsus around, wasting chakra. I might be able to take advantage of it. Though, it will be a pity if he performs Bellows the Standard. Madara thought he would be someone who could rival even Hashirama. But if he performs poorly, it means he was not worth the efforts Madara went through to make him strong. If Naruto wins, he will take the Rinnegan. It is not a problem. You know where he hides things, so you will take it from him and give it to me, that is if Nagato is unsuccessful. 2 days later. Hokage's office. Tsunade sighed as she stared down her paperwork. These days, with more missions requests the village has been getting, means that she gets to do more paperwork. Well, at least she has Shizune to help her get rid of some of the workload she has to do. The said woman was on her little table just besides her, doing the paperwork as hard as she could. The woman worked hard each time she gave her a job to do, especially when it was Hokage related. It was not always that Shizune did her job because she had asked her. Sometimes she did it because she would be suffering from a hangover and in no condition to work. It would be embarrassing if someone were to come here and find the Hokage being absent. When asked where she is, the answer be that she is suffering from a hangover. But these days she has been limiting her drinking because of that. She mostly drank when she got a very bad day. Still, it was fine to have someone to cover for her. Those bitches of the council would surely give her a headache over things that did not concern them. Well, it is a good thing that these days they were more controlled and tend not to go over the limit with their request. They used to bother her very much before Naruto. But now that he was part of the council, things have been good for her. Well, she never did take crap from them like her late sensei. But that did not stop them from annoying her. They would bitch about this and that all day long, making it difficult for her to do her job. But now they did not just stop by to talk nonsense, they had quieted down. Shizune has always been there for her. Sometimes the woman's loyalty surprised her greatly. When she left the village long ago, she went along with her and she followed her without protest. Although she did protest about her ways of living often, she always did take care of her when she was not having good days. She trained the woman everything that she knew in medical ninjutsu. She had thought that there would not be one like her again. It was a bit of a surprise when Sakura came. Well, she could argue that Sakura's case was special. But Shizune held more experience and her knowledge in medical ninjutsu far beyond Sakura's. It was why she was not worried about anything when sometimes she allowed Shizune to train the girl in medical ninjutsu. Now that she thought of it, Shizune covered more teaching on Sakura's medical ninjutsu training. She taught more on her special chakra-enhanced punches. She has never done anything for the woman before. Perhaps she should do something for her. She has done so much for her. Everyone deserves a reward once in a while for their dedication and hard work. The woman has no personal life because she is always by her side making sure that she was doing her job. Sometimes she did act as her superior. She smiled at the thought. Tsunade-sama, Shizune called, snapping Tsunade out of her thoughts. The blonde Hokage turned to look at her assistant. Have you seen this report? What is it? Tsunade questioned curiously. It is a letter from the daimyo. He will be coming to Konoha in a few days to discuss some things with you as the God I'm Hokage, Shizune stated after having read the letter. Looking carefully, Shizune realized that she had given this letter to Tsunade after receiving it 2 days ago. I gave it to you 2 days ago. Didn't you read it? Tsunade blushed slightly in embarrassment. She had not taken a look at it because she had seen the seal of the daimyo's palace. She had thought she would open it later because she was thinking that whatever he was going to say to her would only be troublesome given the Naruto incident and her actions about it, lack of rather. Oh, of course I did. Tsunade-sama. Shizune gave her master a heated glare. Fortunately, Tsunade was saved when her former teammate crashed in through the window. The blonde Hokage was actually glad he had come in that time. I'm home. Yes, I can see that, Tsunade responded, trying not to sound too happy about the Toad Sage's appearance. She did succeed in doing that. Ah, come on, Heim. When are you going to actually admit it that you miss me when I'm outside the village? The Sannin spoke happily with a flashy grin complimenting his tone. He did know that each time he went away for some time, his teammate did miss him. Well, that sort of started happening when she came back to the village to act as the God I'm Hokage. Like I actually do miss a pervert like you, the blonde snorted, looking straight at the Sannin. She was actually good at this. Jiraiya was the one who had no shame in showering his emotions over to her. But she never did something like that. The Sannin would actually be at her door every day, if she gave him the satisfaction. Before Jiraiya could reply, Naruto appeared in the office in his usual signature sunshine. He still wore his dark red cloak. What Tsunade did notice was that he no longer kept his sharingan activated all the time these days. The blonde sat down and looked at both her and Jiraiya. You are all here, he said. Yes, we were just waiting for you, Tsunade replied, giving him a slight glare. She was still a little bitter about the incident that happened in her office a few days ago. She had never been so infuriated in her life. He was lucky she did not break each bone in his body. Though, she would have done it if he had not put her under an illusion. It did not please her how he could easily tick her off just to prove a point. Good, Naruto turned to Shizune. I have a request. It did not sound like it. Perhaps it was just because he was not able to put it in a voice that could define that, or he was just not used to making requests. Shizune looked at Tsunade, who nodded, before responding. What request? I want you to apprentice Hyuga Hanabi in your free time. Teach her medical ninjutsu and the ways of a leader. You know what a leader is and how he or she should behave, given that you normally teach such principles to Tsunade. This earned him a slight glare from the blonde Hokage. Your knowledge in medical ninjutsu is quite attracting. Shizune was quiet for a moment. She never did expect to hear such a request from the blonde. I would love to, but I don't get much free time these days. Actually, I was thinking of giving you some free time given all you have done for me. But since this is another opportunity for you to impart what I have taught you, I won't have you say otherwise, Tsunade stated, looking straight at Shizune. Wouldn't you have to talk to Hiashi about this? Jiraiya questioned. The girl was once considered to be the one to lead the Hyuga clan before her elder sister Hinata. And Hyashi seemed to prize her above her elder sister given that he was always with her. It was a little surprise to him also to learn that he had given her to the police force. That matter has already been handled. When Hyashi offered her to the military police force, I made him aware that I would do with her what I pleased. Hyashi agreed, but as long as his daughter's physical health and mental health were assured. I also informed the girl yesterday that she would be trained in medical ninjutsu, Naruto explained. What Hyashi wanted did not really matter. What mattered was what he wanted to do with the girl. You assumed that Shizune would agree to this before you even talked to her? Naruto did not reply. Why, I am not surprised, Tsunade mumbled to herself lightly. I will do it, Shizune said, smiling. Hyugas were much easier to train in medical ninjutsu given their freakish chakra control. The clan was known for greater control over their chakra. Learning medical ninjutsu required having almost perfect chakra control. And the Byakugan made it easy for the Hyugas to learn. It was a pity that many of them were either too focused or obsessed in learning and mastering clan techniques. Why her? I have my reasons, Naruto responded coolly. Let us get to the important matters, shall we? Tsunade sighed, the daimyo wants a meeting with me. He will be within the village in a few days. The blonde Hokage again gave Naruto a glare because it was his mess. The feudal lord was annoying, and he will certainly try to get things to work in his favor when they do meet. He would not risk losing Konoha or have it spiral out of his control. Before taking any measures, he will try again to assert his authority over her. It was funny that if she wanted, she could kill the man by just snapping his neck with her fingers, yet the man had more authority than her. This will be a good chance to see what he wants, Jiraiya said in a thoughtful tone. You will have to be calm and not play into his trap. That man may be old but he is not stupid. He knows how to work around things to have them work for him. He has not been leading this country over years in stupidity. I know, Tsunade admitted. She knew that the feudal lord was a shrewd man. I wonder what he will try to force me to do this time, she said thoughtfully. Try not to think too much about it, Haim. You just have to be prepared and clear your head. I know you will do what is best for Konoha, Jiraiya said in confidence of his words. He had no doubt in Tsunade's leadership skills. The woman would make the right choice should she be forced to do that. Even if she makes a bad choice, he would stick by her side and support her. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a grateful smile before turning to Naruto. Do you plan on crashing on the meeting? Naruto shook his head. No, politics bore me. And I dislike talking to someone who is always trying to assert his authority over me. When someone does that continuously, I have to prove him wrong. And that usually ends up with death. That man's way of talking also annoys me, the blonde explained quietly. And I was actually thinking you would join us. But this is good. It will ensure that the daimyo does not think that I do not have control over my shinobi, Tsunade said, smiling. If the man thought she did not have control over her shinobi, he would deem her incompetent to lead the village. If he certainly says something like that, she was not sure she would be able to control her temper. I was able to confirm that what Naruto had said is true. But it is far worse than how Naruto painted it. They have started sending assassins after the other. The Fire Lord has lost his grandson, and some of his advisors. The Wind Lord lost his grandson also. His youngest daughter has had 3 failed attempts to her life, Jiraiya explained. After which, he gave Naruto a narrowed look. The blonde should have known about this if he was able to know of the conflicts going on. But when he told them about it, he did not make mention of these details. He also did not seem to be surprised about it. This does not make things easier, Tsunade stated, breathing out a sigh. On the contrary, it makes things a lot easier, Naruto said, making Tsunade look at him curiously. But the blonde did not explain things over to her. Jiraiya, who agreed with Naruto, explained it to her. He is desperate. It is probably why he is coming here to speak with you. He may be old, but he values his life and his family's lives more than anything. Konoha is his protection. It is what is standing between him and the Wind Lord hiring mercenaries to lay siege to his palace. He cannot afford to lose Konoha in this time. But because he is desperate, it does not mean he will bulk under any demand. While the feudal lord had his own army, they could not hold on to an assault of strong shinobi. That means he will do anything to test my resolve, Tsunade concluded, feeling a headache coming towards her. The man will surely put her to her limit. By the end of that meeting, she will probably drink till sleep consumes her. For a Hokage that should be a good challenge, Naruto said looking straight at Tsunade. The woman only snorted in response, and did not comment on it. Jiraiya also did not comment on it. I would personally like for the Fire Lord to exclude us from his war with the Wind Lord and also limit his power in Konoha. He eyed Naruto when a thought came to his mind, but he did not voice it. It was better to keep it to himself, especially when the blonde seemed to in a good mood. He has not insulted him or Tsunade since they started talking. Tsunade nodded. It will be nice for the Hokage to elude bending over his will. She paused for a moment. I think I will also talk to him about changing Konoha's laws and leadership structure. There are many things that the Hokage does and should not be doing. But there ought to be people assigned to do those tasks. Some of the laws are old and need to be rectified to accommodate the new age. That is a good idea. I never actually thought you would be brave enough to do something like that. Tsunade ignored the jab from Naruto. But you don't have to necessarily get an approval from the Fire Lord. You just need his counsel on the matter. And to rectify the constitution, the majority of the council, both shinobi and civilians, have to agree upon it. I believe Hashirama put this little detail to avoid someone changing it to suit their likes instead of what is good for the villagers. But of course, you can change it without anyone approving it. You are the god I'm Hokage and have control over Konoha. The council selected you as Hokage, it means they trusted your judgment. They should trust in your decision-making abilities. The villagers had no say in the matter. In this regard, they should also accept what their leader has done for them, as long as it benefits them. Tsunade absorbed it all quietly before responding. I will think about it, she said. Now let us get on to why I came here. We have already discussed the Fire Lord enough, Naruto stated, his tone a little demanding and expression becoming a lot more impassive than it had been. Last time he was here, they had discussed the greedy daimyo and they have done it again. He was becoming tired of that subject, especially since no one has spoken to that fool since they last spoke. Neither of the Sannin seemed too eager to speak the next words. But it was no doubt that they knew what Naruto had come for. They had organized this meeting for discussing that matter. Tsunade had thought it be better they waited for Jiraiya to return because he was out of the village to gather some intel. Seeing that both Sannin were not going to speak, Naruto spoke again. Both of you have made the bases that I am behind Otogakur, which is true. Neither of you were willing to come to me about it. You decided that I had no hurtful plans towards Konoha, so you chose not to worry much about it. You did not even inform my fellow head clans about it. I would imagine you were waiting for me to come and tell you about it or when it became public knowledge. Why Otogakur? With the investments you have pulled down there, you could have done much in this village, Jiraiya questioned immediately after Naruto had spoken. He did not need to hear if the blonde planned to use the village against Konoha since he already knew that was not the case. He was also aware of the fact that the blonde was not going to abandon Konoha for the village he has built. So there was no need to question that. Yeah, the big questions first, Naruto said, smiling slightly towards the Sannin. I killed Orochimaru and I had a perfect idea to reform the village. The land had no one to claim it other than me. Uzushiogakure is an island and too secluded like Kirigakure to function as what I have planned for Otogakur. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Hardly, Jiraiya responded, keeping a neutral tone and expression on his face. You have not answered. Why did you not plan some projects in Konoha? I am sure there could be so many things that could have been changed in here. I am not Konoha's leader, am I? As much as dislike this reality, I have no real power in Konoha to make any changes I want. Anything has to go through the Hokage, and if she does not like it I cannot do anything. Well, that is unless I force it to happen, Naruto explained lightly. Another point is that, I just did not want to it in Konoha. I would not want those fools out there to rejoice in my efforts. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade accepted his honesty. What plans do you really have for Otogakur? Tsunade questioned with a tone dripping with curiosity. She was curious to what the blonde wanted to achieve with Otogakur. If he chose it to do what he wanted and invested so much in it, there has to be goal he wants to achieve and all that. All in due time, but both of you should be alive to see it, Naruto stated. He was not threatening them or anything. He was merely stating a fact. In the shinobi world, you could never guarantee how long you will be able to live. You may take a mission today and never return from it. That was how the shinobi world was like. Of course civilians don't understand such things. They think being a shinobi is cool and everything. But there is no fun, but pain and hardships. Well, he faced little or not of that. Why did not say anything in the beginning? Naruto merely shrugged in response. He did not have the words to answer such a question. The answer was obvious, he did not have to spell it out. I am curious. You don't like following orders and like to be in charge of everything. You have a superiority complex. I would think that with those qualities you would like to be Hokage after I stand down. But with Otto, would that be possible for you to be Hokage? Tsunade eyed Naruto with a critical eye to see how he would react. But she got nothing. His expression stayed impassive. There was not even a twitch of his skin. It was almost as if he expected her to say those words. Anything is possible, Tsunade, Naruto responded calmly. Especially for Uchiha Naruto. Jiraiya snorted at Naruto's last words, but did not say anything about it. Given Tsunade's words, one would assume that you reformed Otogakure to compensate for the fact that you are not in control of Konoha, the Sannin stated. If he was expecting something from Naruto, he got none. But I also would like to know if you want to be Hokage someday. If you change some things about your personality and way of doing things, you might just become the Rakudime. But given your current attitude, it is highly unlikely that Haim will select you as her successor. Tsunade nodded. I agree with Jiraiya. Naruto, you have the power to protect this village. But your attitude leaves little to be desired. I can still go on a few more years as Hokage, but sooner or later I will have to start looking as to who I will pass on the hat. If I were to step down right now, I would rather choose Kakashi than you, Tsunade spoke in a serious tone, befitting a Hokage. Naruto merely smiled at this. Tsunade, there will be no one to succeed in you as Hokage other than Uchiha Naruto. But that is another matter for another day. He paused for a moment. Have you both thought of the consequences of the truth coming out that I am being behind Otto, when it becomes known to the other Kages? Consequences? Konoha is the strongest of the great 5 villages. Do you think that Kumo and Iwagakure will keep quiet when they learn that Otogakure is in Konoha's grasp, being that a Konoha shinobi is behind it? Jiraiya shook his head. No, they won't. When Otto becomes part of Konoha, our power will increase. This will only threaten other villages. And no doubt they will act. Iwagakure has already gathered shinobi to match over to Otogakure. I will handle them, but as consequence, my involvement will become public knowledge. Given that Iwa already hates Minato, and my relations with him, their defeat will only make them bitter, putting more strain between them and Konoha, Naruto stated calmly. He was even thinking of using the Hiraishin against those Iwa shinobi just to piss them off. It would be amusing to see them frightened by the rebirth of Konoha's yellow flash. Damn it, Naruto. This is not good, Jiraiya said through gritted teeth. He did not want another confrontation with Iwagakure. The past conflicts were enough. Another one will be too much. Enough blood has been shed. Tsunade, when you talk to the Fire Lord, inform him of Otogakure. He will surely be happy about the benefits. Otto is at the borders of the Fire Country, it can be aligned with the Fire Country. But this will cause problems with other feudal lords, Tsunade stated. No, Otogakure is within the Sound Country, the daimyo is dead. And I have made sure that no one is installed after him. This leaves the country under my control. What the Otto has become is not the results of any country. It is the work of Uchiha Naruto. Since it is I who killed Orochimaru, it is I who claims his land. Otto is something because I changed it. When Orochimaru still led it, no one bothered with it. So if anyone says anything contrary to this, they have a problem with me. I understand your reasoning, Naruto. I really do. But even when there is logic in all you said, when no one can deny you Otogakure, the other Kages won't like it. If it continues to grow like this, it may become ruins like Uzu. I don't want to involve my shinobi in unnecessary deaths, Tsunade stated seriously. If the other villages started to fight for Otogakure, she would not offer support. It would only cause another war. Konoha will keep neutrality unless provoked. Well, I never do like anyone fighting my battles, Naruto said standing up. Otogakure will fight its battles. If war breaks out, Otto will have enough military power to protect itself and subdue its enemies. I will ensure of that. You worry about Konoha and I will worry about Otto. Before I forget, Guren will come here in the next weeks to discuss some trade deals which will benefit both Otto and Konoha. That said, he disappeared in a swirl of flames. What have we brought upon ourselves, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked quietly. Did you see that look on his face when he spoke of dealing with his enemies? Jiraiya nodded. It sort of reminds me of Orochimaru when he got something new to experiment on. For some reason, I think I prefer seeing that look on Orochimaru than on him. Me too. Shizune shook her head as the two conversed. Sometimes she could never really understand what goes on between these two old friends. Sometimes it was just too complex for her to understand. So she never tries to understand any of it. She just shook her head and continued with her work. Later that day, Uchiha compound. Perhaps for the first time Naruto saw the Uchiha compound as home. He was coming back home late. If it had been days ago, he would not have worried about it. But these days, there is Yugao who is always waiting for him when he returns home. He had decided to spend some quiet time alone in the Forest of Death after his meeting with Jiraiya and Tsunade. He had stayed there for a long time and did not even realize that it was late. But even when it was late, he decided to take a walk back home. The walk was quite slow but nice to say the least. There was not anyone to bump into him and say something, especially since the Uchiha compound was away from other residents. It was in a secluded place. He was surprised when he got back home and heard laughters coming from the dinner table. That was an unusual thing to come from the Uchiha household. He walked towards the place and found people sitting down with warm smiles across their faces. He looked at Yugao who was standing along with Sakura. The two were placing the dinner on the table. Yugao smiled at him. "You came back just in time for dinner," she said. "Come and sit down." Silently, Naruto took an empty chair and sat down. He looked around the table for a moment before speaking. "What is this?" he questioned. The question was directed to either Sasuke or Yugao who lived in the house. Sasuke merely shrugged, giving Naruto a glare, which Naruto brushed aside. Yugao decided to respond before anyone spoke. "I had called Kakashi-senpai for dinner tonight, and it turned out that Sakura was going to spend the night here. Anko was invited by senpai. So in the end, we are going to have dinner together." Naruto looked between Kakashi and Anko. A pervert and a proud sadist, quite the pair. He then looked at Sasuke who was still glaring at him. "So my suspicion was correct. You were sleeping with our former teammate those previous days. It is quite surprising given that you used to see her as annoying more than anything else." "How so like you to ruin the mood, Naruto?" Kakashi said sighing, but he kept his smile as he spoke. "But that is not true. Sasuke has not been sleeping with Sakura. She is only here because she has some troubles at home with her parents. Sasuke just offered her a place to stay since there are so many rooms in this compound." Naruto raised a brow. He was wrong? When has that happened? "I think his problem is that he isn't getting laid," Anko suggested with a wide grin. While some blushed, they all stared at the woman, well except for Naruto. Seeing their stares, Anko shrugged. "What? It is not like I am talking about something any of you have never done before," she defended herself so casually. Her gaze was turned on to Sakura and Sasuke the most as she spoke. Naruto merely shrugged as both Sakura and Yugao sat down. He looked at Sasuke who was still giving him a glare. "If you have something to say, say it. That look is becoming annoying." Sakura responded before Sasuke could. "I think he is still bitter about what happened when you two were sparring. Though, I would not call that fight a sparring match," the girl spoke looking at Naruto, with a nervous smile spreading across her face. Naruto shrugged. "You should not complain, Sasuke. Your limits were tested. I danced with you till you could no longer activate your sharingan. You should be happy with the battle experience you gained." "How can I be happy when you nearly burned half of the forest down and turned me into ash? Had it not been for Kakashi-sensei, I would be lying in the hospital now," Sasuke retorted, sounding angry with Naruto. Really, there was a time when he thought he was going to die when the blonde kept coming at him. "Do you even know how painful it is to keep Susanoo activated, or releasing Amaterasu? I told you the trees would need to be planted again. But you should not complain when you nearly shattered my ribcage. I did not leave unscratched also," Naruto said, not even making a big deal out of the fact that he almost turned the Forest of Death into ash. "There is always a prize for power." On that note, Kakashi interjected. "Sasuke, you should be careful with how you use the Mangekyo. The more you use it, the more it damages your eyesight. That reminds me of something I have always wanted to ask you, Naruto. How badly damaged is your eyesight?" "Crystal clear, I do not suffer such a thing. Neither will Sasuke, well he will suffer before he implants Itachi's eyes. But that was for later." Kakashi decided to ask how he did not suffer from damaged eyesight. The blonde has been using the Mangekyo for over 3 years, and yet he did not seem like he was suffering from overuse of the Mangekyo. But he did not get the chance. "Come on guys, enough of this kind of subject. We are having dinner, let us not talk about things we would rather talk of at a training ground," Yugao said in a firm tone. Later, Naruto and Yugao. "Naruto," Yugao said looking at the ceiling. I want to meet your fiancé. Chapter 29, The Sage. Naruto was alone meditating within the Forest of Death. He had used his Makuten to rebuild the forest he had nearly burned down. Well, Sasuke had asked for it when it happened. And he needed to help Sasuke continue to learn to control his Susanoo. Another thing was that fighting against the Mangekyo Sharingan kind of excited him. He knew that one with the same eyes with him would be able to put up a match. To Sasuke, there was the case of the cursed seal which increased his power by a large portion. And with how the Uchiha controlled the cursed seal, it was just a recipe for a good dance that he could not afford but to enjoy. He needed to calm himself a bit since he was getting too excited. He could not contain the excitement he felt in his body. Someone who has never been defeated before, someone who is hailed as a god was coming to him. He would finally have that battle where he could go wild and still his opponent would remain standing. It was very exciting for him to say the least. He was going to enjoy himself, and the more he thought of the upcoming battle, the more excited he became. Nagato is about to reach that place, Zetsu reported as he appeared from the trunk of a tree. He noticed Naruto's position and figured the blonde was waiting patiently for his battle with Nagato while he tries to contain himself from blowing up things around him in sheer excitement. Good, Naruto said standing. Zetsu nearly widened his eyes when he spurted something like a grin on Naruto's face. Had he been someone else, he would have been probably gaping after seeing the grin on Naruto's face. The blonde rarely smiled, and yet he was grinning, a bit twistedly at the thought of battling pain. I fear for the landscape seeing that look on your face. What you did in Kiri will be nothing compared to what you will be doing with Nagato, Naruto. Zetsu said looking at Naruto. He was sure the blonde was going to do some more explosives jutsu with Nagato. He was sure that most of the jutsu would be too wide and wild for Nagato to absorb them. There is nothing to fear. The maps were drawn long ago. It is time they were redrawn. Naruto looked at the heavens as he responded. It was certainly going to be one hell of a dance with Nagato. The location you chose is good enough to ensure that there are no casualties. But I doubt that it will be away enough from civilization. Konoha is a little bit close. I am sure the damage might be felt everywhere. Close the location, Zetsu said. He had no care for any casualty. He was merely stating the facts. It does not matter. As long as no one tries to intervene, though, I think only a fool would get close, Naruto said, pausing for a moment. Go. I will meet you there in 5. I have to prepare. Zetsu nodded and disappeared from the tree, going close to the location of Nagato. Naruto sighed and flashed hand seals. He would certainly be bitter if things went in the way he did not think they would. A few minutes later, somewhere in the fire country, Nagato was brought to a halt in his movements towards Konoha when a flash of yellow appeared in front of him. The flash brought Naruto in the attire he has been wearing recently, complemented with his gunbai, 2 swords in each side and a scythe in his right hand. After settling down, he put it behind him and folded his hands across his chest. Seeing the scene in front of him, he raised an eyebrow. Zetsu had left this little detail out. Ah, it seems that you have been expecting us, Nagato stated with narrowed eyes. He was in his younger look and standing on his own feet, while wearing his Akatsuki cloak. But his 6 paths were not with him. Konan was just right beside him, looking impassive as always. Yes, I have been, Naruto responded calmly. Meeting me here means you don't want Konoha to be destroyed, but he would find a day to destroy the village. He had matters that he needed to settle with it. He could not have the village standing after all it has done. But first thing first, Naruto had to be removed to get the Kyuubi. Despite its history and my history with it, I would rather not have it destroyed, Naruto responded calmly. Will you not just tell me where the Kyuubi is for peace? The more you stand in my plans, you are standing in the way for peace I wish to bring to the world, Nagato stated in a quiet tone. Konan merely stood there quietly like she always do when Nagato was talking to someone else. She could tell that it was going to be an interesting battle between him and Naruto. The atmosphere seemed to acknowledge the fact. Your plans? You make it sound like you are the one who came with the idea of hunting down Jinchurikis. Was it not that masked fool who came with the idea? Fool, you don't even know what you are doing. Naruto held both his hands together as he muttered a few words. Winds began to pick up around him as he released some of his seals. The masked fool? You mean Madara? So you are aware of him, Nagato said, not even sounding surprised by the fact that Naruto was aware of Madara. He had suspected as such given the fact that the man also seemed to know much about Naruto. Woman, disappear. I have no time with you, Naruto stated as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan came to live. He was in no mood to battle with Konan. She was a powerful shinobi, but not as powerful as Nagato. He wanted to battle the Rinnegan, not her. She was a surplus in the equation. Konan looked at Nagato, who nodded at her. The woman disappeared in a burst of papers, leaving the two alone. Nagato went through hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu. He yelled as he slammed his right hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke, his 6 paths appeared around him. Naruto sighed. Well, I guess I have no choice in the matter. I can't make you fight me yourself without the puppets. It can't be helped, I will have to go through them first. The blonde sounded a bit displeased by the turn of events. He had no doubt that the 6 paths would prove to be a wall when fighting them. Their vision was shared, which meant it was near impossible to hit any of them. But he could find a way to play with them fairly well. You make it sound you can defeat me, Nagato said as he jumped away from the clearing to give room for his 6 paths to fight Naruto alone. He could also observe everything well from this position. Naruto did not respond with words. He charged towards the 6 paths holding his scythe. He shot towards them in some impressive speed, Nagato would agree. The 6 merely watched him with their watchful eyes as he charged towards them. Upon reaching them, the animal path was the one to rush out to meet him. He swung his scythe towards the animal path's head, but the target bended down to avoid the swing. Another came towards Naruto's right hand and attempted to kick him on the head, but the blonde saw the attack coming and lowered his head to avoid being hit. As he did that, the animal path, which was right in front of him, attempted to kick him on the gut with the right foot. But Naruto quickly blocked the blow with his left hand. He was left without anything to protect him. Seeing that he would get hit carelessly, Naruto gripped Rinnegan's leg tightly and spun around before throwing him towards the others who were merely watching. He did not waste time to try to charge towards his target. But Shirato appeared in front of him to intercept his move forward. The path had a chainsaw around its right hand. It attempted to cut through Naruto, but the blonde blocked the attempt with his scythe. While he was still holding on, the big Gakidu appeared on his right. He tried not to lose his attention on the Shirato. But Rinnegan appeared above him with a spinning kick. Naruto quickly raised his left hand to defend himself. But it was a weak defense, hence he was sent flying away from the paths. As Naruto was sent flying away, he managed to flip several times before landing on the ground. He was forced to hold his scythe in front of him to block a kick from Chiku's. The kick pushed him back slightly. After that, the path jumped back away from him, returning to the other 5. Interesting, this is going to prove a little harder than I thought. As he spoke, he placed his scythe on his right shoulder. If I don't get serious, this might become embarrassing. He then created 2 wood clones, and armed them with a small portion of Susanoo each. It was only a small part to shield themselves. Naruto threw the scythe to the clone on his right hand. He then charged towards the 6 paths. He was not using his fastest speed to charge towards the paths of pain. He took out a kunai and went through hand seals, ninpo, cage kunai no jutsu. The kunais multiplied into hundreds and sped towards the paths. But it was not just normal kunais, they were coated with wind chakra to enhance their speed and sharpness. Naruto knew Nagato would be able to see it using his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, like any of the 3 great Dujutsu, could see chakra. When the kunais were about to reach the 6 paths, Tendu stepped up and raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei, he muttered as an invincible force repelled the kunais. Because of the power of the technique Tendu used, the kunais puffed away in a cloud of smoke. But that was not the end of the attack. Naruto had not stopped charging towards the paths. The moment Tendu raised his right hand, Naruto had already held a tiger seal. When the Shinra Tensei was released, Naruto increased his speed and within a second he was in a good distance. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. He released a large fireball towards the paths. The fireball sped towards its targets in glaring heat. Before it could burn anyone, Gakidu stepped up and raised a chakra absorption seal. He then absorbed the large fireball from Naruto. Just then another Naruto armored with Susanoo jumped above the real Naruto. Before the clone could do anything, Shirato appeared with his right hand pointing at the clone. The right hand had turned into a mechanical weapon. The weapon shot a beam of energy towards the clone. The beam shot out in insane speeds and hit the Susanoo before sending the clone crashing towards the trees in fast speeds. But his Susanoo held on despite being hit by a seemingly powerful beam of energy. Wind style, sand dust. Another clone yelled as it created the dust that covered the clearing. It was an attempt to hide his movements from the eyes that were watching each step he took. This would make sure that the vision of the paths was not as clear as it was. Naruto jumped up holding a blade in an attempt to cut Shirato, but Tendu intercepted him before he could reach the path. His plan must not have been effective as he thought it would have to be. Naruto realized that. Shinra Tensei. The technique hit the blonde straight on and sent him flying away towards the trees. Tendu had put on much power behind the technique to ensure that Naruto was hit hard. But before the blonde could hit the trees, the clone, that had been hit by Shirato, caught him in the air. The other clone that had released the dust previously, sped through hand seals again before the Deva path returned to action. Wind style, hailstorm. Violent winds full of thin wind blades picked up in front of the clone. The storm had covered a bit of a wide area as it matched towards its targets. The technique was pure wind manipulation. It had not chakra within it. This made it impossible for Gakidu to absorb it. The only one who could deal with it was Tendu, but the path had just previously used his technique, so it was not within him to repel the winds. The winds matched on forward, taking some of the paths with them before taking to the trees. The trees that were on the way were all cut down by the sharp thin blades the storm carried. But all the paths were still standing as the jutsu died down. Naruto by now was already standing still with his clone beside him as the paths recovered from his powerful wind jutsu. There was little damage done as of yet, but they were still just warming up. Kushios no Jutsu. Chikuzaru yelled as she slammed both her hands on the ground. There were a few large puffs of smoke around the clearing as the anima path's amplified summons appeared. They were huge summons that were on the ground. There was also another summon that was flying in the skies. Naruto watched as the paths prepare themselves to fight another round with him. This was getting interesting each minute. He looked at the clone which held his scythe. The clone threw him the scythe and he placed it back beside his gun by. The clones then dispelled themselves. I can also play this game, Naruto said as he flashed through hand seals. The blonde channeled large amounts of chakra before slamming his right hand on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. In a very colossal puff of smoke, a huge bird appeared on the sky. No, it was a huge dragon, it was as big as the Baijuas. But its scaled wings made it even bigger. The dragon was red in color and its wings were in a mixture of both red and black, and its very appearance was enough to shock all six paths. It was obvious because of their wide eyes. The situation was rather comedic given everything. But Naruto did spare them a glance. As the dragon spoke, its voice was thunderous. Uchiha, why have you summoned me? The great dragon demanded. It could feel the blonde standing on top of its head. It could never mistake the presence of the blonde. Naruto sighed at the demanding tone, but did not comment. He did not like it when the tone was being used at him. I want you to take care of those flies down there. And it will be good practice to test your power in battle as well as our combos, the blonde responded so casually. The great dragon then noticed the flies on the ground before snorting. You brought me here to fight such creatures? It looked further down at the eyes of the summons on the ground before recognizing the eyes. The Rinnegan? So this is the one with the Rinnegan, fine, I shall test him. Good, Naruto responded looking at the bird that was making noise in the skies. But first let us get rid of that one that is invading your territory, shall we? The dragon did not respond in words, it merely flapped its wings. The action created powerful gusts of winds that reached even the ground. The dragon though moved towards the bird that was also coming towards it. Lesson 1, Naruto said as he clasped his hands together in concentration. The dragon also opened its mouth. Hell's breath, he said as the dragon released very hot air towards the summoned bird. Lesson 2, the blonde flashed through hand seals again. Fire release, Hell's fury. He and the dragon released intense flames that combined and sped towards the bird. But the bird flied down to avoid being burned down. The flames though followed it down. The flames moved faster than the bird could fly and hit it. The collision with the flames sent the screaming bird crashing towards the crowd. Along with the flames and the bird, a large crater was formed on the ground. The bird summoned did not live anymore, it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tendu watched the dragon calmly as he at the other paths rushed away from the summons to avoid being caught. He could tell that the dragon held great power, perhaps even compatible to a Baijuu. And those flames that were shot at the bird summons, they were not normal flames. He can still feel the oppressing heat even from where he stood. He was sure as hell not going to have Gakidu try to absorb any of the techniques fired by the dragon. If the path did something like that, it would surely not survive the heat of those flames. It would also prove troublesome if it continues like this. The dragon had to disappear or he would be forced to summon something else powerful. Naruto and his summon then turned towards the other summons. The giant dragon then took off, in some unbelievable speeds for something its size, towards the summons. The winds picked up violently as it rushed down the other summons. It then blew by it in great speeds, leaving the entire summons unharmed. But the gusts of winds that were caused by its speed uprooted some of the trees as it passed just small distance down the ground. This was nothing but a sheer demonstration of the power that the great dragon held. The colossal dragon then spun around before turning its attention to the summons. It opened its mouth as it shot down several small fireballs. The small fireballs fell down the ground like a shower. The summons on the ground danced around in an attempt to avoid being hit by the fireballs. Some of the summonses were not so lucky. What caught Naruto's attention was the large multiple-headed dog that was surviving the onslaught. It kept multiplying and now there were 2 of them. Smiling, Naruto hit the dragon to attract its attentions. Let us pick up from where we left off. I want to see if those oversized dogs can survive lesson 3. The atmosphere is still conducive for the jutsu to work. Fine, let us hurry it up. I am getting bored fighting weaklings who have no special abilities, the dragon said, sounding a bit impatient. Locking on the dogs, Naruto went through hand seals, as the dragon heated up its flames. Fire style, majestic hell's fury. He yelled as he and the dragon released the hottest flames aside from Amaterasu. The flames had a little of black in them. They went down and spreading out wide as the majestic flame destroyer. But these flames were much bigger and hot. When they heat the ground, they rushed towards the dogs like a large furious sea wave. The flames turned everything to ash upon contact. They were hot enough to melt rocks that they contacted. The dogs tried running, but were no match for the flames. They were caught and only barked once before they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto stopped the jutsu. But the jutsu had done a lot of damage to the clearing, since there no longer were trees or anything standing in a space big as 2 football fields. The dragon then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto could only see the rhino summon left. As he fell down from the ground, since his ground had disappeared, he activated his complete Susanoo and sped down the ground like a bullet. The complete Susanoo crashed down on the summons in a large boom that created a crater on the ground. The summons disappeared in a puff of smoke as debris had picked up. The Susanoo was on its knees inside the crater its landing had created as the debris cleared. Naruto was also on one knee inside the Susanoo. He then stood up, and allowed his Susanoo to disappear. He jumped away from the crater, but before he could land down, he felt his movements being restricted. He tried moving, but whatever that was holding him had restricted his movements. He could not leave his trap. He could not see anything. But just then, a chameleon appeared, holding him captive with its tongue. Before Naruto could do anything, the 6 paths appeared before him. That was an unexpected summon. You truly are a worthy foe for someone to go against. I cannot allow you to live any longer. If I do that, you will only become a problem to my plans in the future, Tendu stated in an emotionless tone as he raised his right hand. You think this is enough to hold me down? Naruto questioned as his Susanoo came back to life again. This forced the 6 paths to make some distance between them and the giant humanoid Susanoo. The chameleon was forced to let go of him as its tongue could no longer bind the Susanoo. The Susanoo turned to the chameleon before releasing a roar. With a single swing of its blade, the summons was gone in a puff of smoke. Naruto allowed his technique to drop as it had done its job. Now then, Naruto said as he was turning around to face the 6 paths. But before he could completely turn, a heavy foot crashed onto his chest, sending him flying. Before he could even hit anything else, Chikuzaru appeared behind him and delivered a powerful spinning kick that smashed on his back and sent him to another direction. Naruto recovered from the momentum by performing a series of flips before finally landing on the ground. Before he could do anything, Shirato was in front of him with both his hands poised towards him. Before a dangerous beam of energy could be released, Naruto brought out his gunbai to shield himself from the jutsu, which would have surely done much damage on him. The large beam made contact with the face of gunbai and pushed Naruto back slightly, a testimony to how powerful the beam was. Shirato was confused as nothing happened, but then the gunbai glowed dangerously. Uchiha return, Naruto muttered before he reflected the jutsu back towards the Shirato, which was unable to move away in time as it had not been expecting it. The reflected jutsu tore the ground in front of Naruto as the beam was returned to the Shirato. While the path was still flying, Naruto locked on it. Amaterasu, he muttered, setting the path on fire. Before Naruto could even look for the other paths, the animal path and the human path appeared in front of him. Both had their legs raised and coming towards him to a kick. It would have really hurt if Naruto had been hit with both kicks. Luckily for him, he was still holding his gunbai with his right hand, thus he brought it forward and both paths hit the gunbai instead his body. The gunbai absorbed both kicks without breaking down. Naruto then jumped back to create some space between him and the paths. He would have to create clones again if he was going to fight this a bit fairly. But before Naruto could create the clones, his opponent attacked, Banshao Tenin. Tendu yelled as he pushed Naruto towards him. The other paths who were not busy watched him try to struggle to regain control over his body. Naruto flew right into Tendu's tight grip. The central path held him tightly by his neck. Finally, you have brought me a lot closer to you, Naruto said, confusing Tendu as he did not understand the meaning of his words. Amaterasu, with that said, he set ablaze the path by the eternal black flames. The path let go of him and Naruto did not waste to act before the other paths came into the rescue. He gripped his gunbai tightly and coated it in wind chakra. He tried to bat Tendu with the face of the gunbai, but he was late to act. Shinra Tensei, Tendu blow the flames away from him. There was not much damage done on him, his cloak was just slightly burned. The Shinra Tensei also caught Naruto and sent him flying. But before he could go anywhere far, another path caught him by his foot. The path slammed him into the ground with so much force that he created a crater when he crashed down the ground. Another path came in, falling down towards him. But before both its feet could crash into his gut, Naruto put his gunbai above him as a shield. The path crashed onto of the gunbai. But still, Naruto was compelled down the ground further. If he was thinking it was over, he was proven wrong. His foot was grabbed again and he was picked up from the ground. Again, the path spun around with him, making it difficult for him to control his body. Two more paths jumped into the air before the path holding his foot let him go. Both paths in the air brutally kicked with so much force that he let go of his gunbai. Luckily it was tied to him with a chain. Naruto was sent rocketing along with his gunbai. But that was not the end of the attack, the revived Shirato had a missile already prepared. As soon as Naruto was sent flying, the missile was following him. It hit the blonde dead-on, creating a small explosion. A cloud of black smoke was created before Naruto finally came out of it, performing some backflips. He then landed on the ground on one knee. His cloak was burned, so he tore it off. He was also sporting several bruises. He gripped his gunbai tightly and wiped his left hand across his mouth. My blood. He smiled. Perhaps I should kick another gear into this. He formed 3 clones armored with Susanoo. The clones dashed away from him. The blonde looked up to see 3 missiles coming towards him. He raised his gunbai. Gunbai barrier, an orange barrier erected in front of him before the missiles hit him. The missiles connected with the barrier and exploded into a sizable explosion that picked up large amounts of debris. But Naruto was alright when the debris finally cleared. He strapped his gunbai behind him before jumping away from the position he was at. Naruto landed a few distance away. The Jigokadu, which has been inactive during the battle, was merely watching what his clones were doing. Its eyes were not fixed on him. It was a good thing he had done that. He knew that if he did not increase the numbers, all those eyes would only be staring down at him. But all the other 5 paths were staring at him. He could not sense Nagato anywhere near the place. He must have probably left the place to go on a safe distance where he could manipulate all his paths without having to worry about his real body being attacked. It was a good plan for the Rinnegan wielder. But he could also use tactics, he just normally preferred not to. The animal path was the first to rush towards him in blinding speeds. Naruto knew that if he were to engage in a taijutsu battle with the path, he would never be able to land a meaningful hit because the others were watching him closely. He jumped back from the animal path to create some distance between them. But the path followed him. Naruto ran in blinding speeds towards his other clones. The other paths noticed this and rushed towards him too. All 5 surrounded him and his clones. Naruto merely smiled and held a single hand sign. Boom! The clones exploded in flames. Naruto jumped away from the explosion surrounded by a small portion of his Susanoo. He deactivated the Susanoo because it had served its purpose. While in mid-air, he flashed through hand seals, but he never got to finish his jutsu, as the paths had already recovered from the explosion and were already on him. The human path caught him by his foot and pulled him downwards. While it was pulling him downwards, the Asura path landed a brutal kick on his face that only compelled him further to fall down the ground. Before he could hit the ground, Naruto activated his Susanoo. Instead of his body hitting the ground, the Susanoo absorbed the crash, sparing him from further pain. Naruto stood up, still encased by his Susanoo. He was not given a moment to rest as a path smashed its fist into the ribcage that was around him. The defense held on, but that did not stop the other paths from joining the attack. He increased the size of his Susanoo knowing that it would break given its size if they continued with their attacks. Naruto merely watched with his hands folded across his chest as the paths tried to break through his shield. It was then that Shirato appeared with a large bazooka-like weapon. It was not a small weapon the path had created. It was even struggling to walk with it. Then it released a powerful beam that even peeled of chunks of earth as it sped towards him. The other paths had already made clear for its way. The powerful purple beam hit his Susanoo dead on and sent him rocketing away like a bullet. The paths did not let up after this. Shirato fired more missiles at him that followed him in fast speeds. They also hit him and made a large explosion. Naruto fell down on the ground far away from where he was standing before he was blown away by the purple beam. His shirt was torn, aside from a few more bruises, and a cracked rib. He was fine. Before he could even recover, Tendu fell just in front of him. They were in a bit of a distance from the other, hence he received the full weight of a powerful technique. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The ground where they had been standing was blown up into another crater. Naruto was sent flying another distance away from the path. When Tendu looked up he saw the blonde standing up within his complete Susanoo. Clones joined him and they headed towards the blonde. When they arrived, the blonde was surrounded by 3 clones. Each of them became engulfed by Susanuos. I grow tired of this, Naruto said, his hands folded across his chest. His Susanoo held out its right hand. All the clones did the same as him. They then held out their hands too. Then, a small ball of chakra began to form on the hands of each Susanoo's palms before becoming a screeching sound. Tendu and the other paths moved back away from the blonde. The first clone threw first the wind-style Rasen Shuriken towards the paths. It was 3 times as large as one he could create using his own hands. And Susanoo was big and added more control plus power when throwing it. This meant that the jutsu was thrown at such a speed that would make it impossible for one to dodge it. Gakido stepped up and attempted to absorb the jutsu. It was succeeding but barely because of the power behind the jutsu. He would surely not be able to absorb many of them. The real Naruto then ran towards the Naraka path which was left standing alone. The Susanu's gigantic steps alarmed the others of what was happening. But before any could react, Naruto's Susanoo threw one of the Rasen Shuriken towards the path. Because the blonde was in a far distance, the path was able to escape, but the second it landed down, another Rasen Shuriken was right in front of it, thrown by a Naruto clone. The 2 Rasen Shuriken then exploded in contact before creating 2 large explosions that picked up fiery winds and much debris. The Naraka path was caught up in one of the explosions. The clone which had thrown all its Rasen Shurikens dispelled itself. The other then with much difficulty mixed its jutsus together before throwing it at the group of paths. It did it fast because it could not maintain it for too long. If it had left such power for a long time, it would have exploded on its face. Tendu was quick to hold out both his hands together. Shinra Tensei. This time, he used a very powerful Shinra Tensei that also blew away the remaining paths. But the jutsu had been wide-scale so it also affected Naruto and forced him to let go of his jutsu to avoid it exploding on his face. The last clone was not so lucky. The power Rasen Shuriken did not just allow itself to be pushed that easily. Instead, it merely exploded. Boom. The explosion was close to the clone, it was engulfed with the distance of it. It did not survive the explosion. The fiery winds picked up again causing the paths to shield their eyes, while Naruto did nothing as he was within the comfort of his Susanoo. He was panting slightly though. Using those techniques had required much more chakra than he had thought. He may have a lot of chakra to throw many jutsus around, but he was not an Edo Tensei, he could get tired. Using those techniques required a high level of concentration or else, he would be the one caught up in the explosion. When the explosion cleared, there was a large crater on the ground than any to have been formed since the fight started. Tendu looked at the crater to have been formed by Naruto's jutsu with slight wide eyes. That was dangerous. He could have been erased from existence by that jutsu. Naruto was indeed a worthy opponent. He would have to hold high respect for this boy, no man. He could feel that the Uchiha was just getting started. This was the first time he had used his Susanoo for attacking, and he had been using it for defense. If this was how it began when he was attacking with his Susanoo, what more damage could he do to the land? Much better, Naruto said after witnessing the explosion. He then turned his attention on the remaining paths. None of them had died in those techniques, except for the Naraka path. But this way, they would not come back after being destroyed. Shall we continue with this dance? But don't worry, I will keep things exciting. I was slow to become serious in this fight. You are just starting to become serious? Then allow me to say this now because I may never get the chance to say it. It has been an honor to fight with you. Naruto shrugged. I am done with the warm-up. Come out now, Nagato. Before you get here, I will be destroying these puppets. With that, his Susanoo held out both its hands and formed orange blades. It then moved towards the paths that stood their ground as the giant made its way towards them. The Susanoo swung its left blade towards the paths. Gakido came out and held a chakra absorption seal. The Susanoo continued to try to cut through the barrier as the path held firm. But it was being pushed back. The right blade was swung on the other side. The blade sped with more power and speed than the left blade. Seeing the coming weapon, the paths rushed away, leaving Gakido alone. The right blade also hit the barrier. It was unable to break it, but the Gakido was unable to keep it up also. Naruto then moved to the other paths, throwing several swings of his blade and cutting through the ground as his Susanoo destroyed everything in its path in an attempt to destroy the remaining paths. Getting irritated, Naruto stopped attacking, knowing that if he did so, the paths would gather together in an effort to protect each other. He quickly formed a Susanoo bomb before shooting it towards the paths. Gakido tried absorbing it, but Naruto held a single-hand seal and more fireworks erupted. The explosion tore down the ground and only 2 of the paths made it alive. The others were burned, but they did not turn to ash. Just to ensure that they did not wake up again, Naruto moved closer and sharpened his Susanoo's blade before cutting Gakido and the animal in half. Seeing this, he deactivated his Susanoo and went on one knee for a moment. He then stood up again and held a single-held seals. Gusts of winds picked up around him for a moment, and cracked his neck before looking at the paths in clear boredom. He folded his hands across his chest. I might just decide to leave this place, the blonde stated in a tone of indifference. There is no need for that, Nagato stated as he appeared in front of Shirato and Tendu. I will fight you. I can see that using the 6 paths technique in this manner will not bring you down. But that is just a testimony to how powerful you are. Madara was right when he said I should not take you lightly. However, all your power is nothing compared to mine. Naruto ignored the fact that Nagato foolishly said his power was greater than his. He found more interest in conversing with the Uzumaki about Madara. He could use a breather. You wish to show the world peace by pain because you believe that peace can only be achieved through pain. Naruto started looking straight at the man. He took notice of the fact that Tendu disappeared in a puff of smoke, but Shirato remained. There are 2 greatest pain in your life. The first is when you were younger. Your parents were killed by Konoha shinobi during the Second Shinobi World War. It is that day you first used your power. Your second pain is after the Akatsuki had been created. During then, you were doing a good thing, but then Hanzo betrayed you and this resulted in your second pain, thus pain was born. Nagato narrowed his eyes at Naruto. You know things you should not be aware of, the Rinnegan wielder stated, to which Naruto merely shrugged. You believe that you were born with those eyes so that you can save this world, don't you? It is not a matter of belief. I know I was born with these eyes. I awakened them when my parents were killed. But yes, I am pain. I am the god of peace. I am one who will bring peace to this world through pain. I only desire peace, which is why I will again ask you to reveal the location of the Kyuubi, Nagato stated in a monotonous tone, eyes never leaving Naruto. How sad. Truly is sad, Naruto said, shaking his head. Your eyes were given to you by someone when you were little. They don't belong to you. They belong to me. But I doubt you will believe that. However, you do know that this Madara is using you, correct? Nagato was quiet for a few moments before replying. It seems that you do not wish to contribute to my quest for peace. I am not surprised though, you seem to be rather content with how this world is. People call us evil, but we only wish for peace. What are you fighting for? Nagato paused for a moment to see if Naruto would say something, but he got nothing. Talking to you no longer serves a purpose, let us finish this quickly so I can get the Kyuubi's location out of your head. Naruto cracked his knuckles and removed some of his weapons until he was only left with his gun by. Fine then, let us get to the main floor and on with this dance. So be it, Nagato said as the Shirato stepped back slightly. Both he and Naruto charged on forward, engaging in a taijutsu battle. The god of Omega Core rushed forward and swung his right fist towards Naruto's temple with some precision. The blonde was up to the task as he raised his left hand to put up a firm defense to block the punch. He jumped back for a moment before rushing at Nagato again. He attempted a right hook but the Rinnegan wielder blocked his punch. He retaliated with a punch of his own, but Naruto was equal to it. This time it was Pain who jumped back to create a distance between him and the blonde. They rushed at each other again and ended up locking hands in a battle for pure physical power. They were both powerhouses in this regard. This forced both to struggle in an attempt to break the other. Because physical strength was not doing it, they used chakra to push each other. This caused their respective chakras to clash between them, and this did not do any good to the ground beneath them. In fact, both of them had their feet burrowed to the ground. The space between them was becoming violent due to the chakra acting up upon being released. The ground beneath them was sporting cracks and small chunks of earth were being lifted from the standoff. Naruto then looked straight into Nagato's eyes as his eyes spun around for a moment. This forced the man to momentarily lose his grip and stop pushing him. A second was all that Naruto needed to let go of Pain and spin around. But when he turned to kick the man, he had already recovered from the genjutsu he had been put under and was able to duck under his kick. In retaliation, the man tried to kick Naruto while in that bended position. The blonde was in no position to effectively dodge the attack. But he was able to put up his right-left hand to catch the foot. It did not stop Nagato from using that to his advantage. He used the fact that he had caught his foot as a center to balance himself while he moved his other foot. He attempted to kick Naruto again, and this time it was not an attempt, he succeeded. He kicked Naruto away from him, but he did not stop with his attacks. He sped off to the blonde again, and attempted to smash him to the ground. But the blonde quickly brought out his gunbai to block his attempt. Nagato jumped back from the blonde, creating some distance between them. He looked up as the blonde finally landed on the ground with his gunbai beside him. He stood up straightly and again placed the gunbai on his back before narrowing his look to the other path. The blonde took out a kunai before bolting towards Nagato. The man brought out chakra rods and attempted to stab the blonde with it on the shoulder. But the blonde threw the kunai at him, which Nagato tilted his head to avoid it. But the blonde then disappeared in a flash of yellow and flashed onto the kunai he had thrown. A Rasengan was quickly formed on his right palm. Futon, Rasengan, the blonde muttered as the smash the wind-based Rasengan on Nagato's back. He let it go before it sent the man flying away. Not so surprisingly, Nagato was quick to recover. His cloak was shredded at the back but otherwise alright. Naruto figured the man quickly used Gakido to avoid taking much more damage. This meant that he absorbed the technique before it could tear through his skin. The blonde was not that surprised about this. And he only wanted to test the effectiveness of the jutsu. He put back the kunai again and prepared for another round. So you can use that jutsu, Nagato stated looking at Naruto. Then looked at Shirato. The path should have seen the blonde appear behind him. He noticed that they saw two different things. It meant that Naruto had put the path under a genjutsu, which had to be strong to fool him for this long. He quickly held a single hand seal before turning to face the blonde again. Not saying another word, Nagato charged towards Naruto. The blonde did not sit back to watch the man attack him. He also rushed to attack the Rinnegan wielder. Both attempted to kick the other with the right legs, but this resulted in both legs clashing in mid-air. Naruto retrieved his leg and attempted to punch Nagato on the face, but the man muttered two words, Shinra Tensei. The blonde was sent flying away from man. Behind him Shirato appeared and tried to kick him on the back, but Naruto quickly activated his Susanoo. But this did not stop him from taking another direction as a result of the kick. Then he landed down gracefully before he was forced to raise both his hands to block a high roundhouse kick aimed at his temple. He quickly grabbed the leg on the path tightly and threw it into the air before pointing a finger at the path. False darkness, he shot a lightning beam towards the path. Because it was in mid-air, it was unable to dodge despite seeing the attack. Naruto had shot a lightning beam that was powerful. The beam pierced through the path's shoulder and rendered it paralyzed for a few seconds. He created a clone and armed it with Susanoo before it rushed towards Nagato to keep him busy. Naruto charged at the Shirato, but before he could reach it, the path had already recovered from his jutsu. It ducked his punch and jumped back before lunging towards him again. Both its hands had turned into chainsaws. While it jumped on him, Naruto ducked under the attack and quickly formed his Susanoo. The last thing the path saw was an orange blade piercing through its gut. Naruto retracted his blade. This should put it out of commission, but just to make sure. His Susanoo fully formed, and threw the path into the air. Its blade sharpened dangerously. When the path was falling down towards the Susanoo, its blade met with it and cut it in half. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo and looked back at Nagato, who had just blown away his clone. He dispelled it, before charging straight towards the man. He held out his right hand forming a flaming ball. Kaden, Rasengan, He muttered before trying to smash the jutsu on Nagato's gut, but the man was fast, having seen him all the way. He jumped away from the path of the jutsu. The blonde hit the ground with the jutsu. Boom! Another crater was formed when Naruto's jutsu hit the ground. He was not given time to marvel at his work when Nagato appeared behind him. The blonde was quick to turn around to block the kick aimed at his back with his left hand. He began to form another Katen Rasengan, but before he could do anything, Nagato muttered those two words. Shinra Tensei. The force of the jutsu dispelled Naruto's jutsu and sent the blonde flying away. But this time, he did not go a far distance. He was able to recover quickly. Upon landing on the ground, he flashed through hand seals before clasping them together. Wood style, deep forest emergence, the ground began to shake as Naruto spoke those words. A dense forest began to emerge from the ground in an instant, the dense forest with high life force charged towards the god of peace who simply looked calm. Naruto continued to hold his hands together controlling the jutsu before it hit Nagato. The jutsu could be used to capture an enemy. But Naruto wanted to see something. Nagato tried dodging the trees without getting pierced by any of them. It looked as though he was caught up within the trees and captured. But the man muttered those two words again. Shinra Tensei, the jutsu of the god realm repelled everything that had surrounded him. All the trees around from the dense forest Naruto had created were blown away from him. He had blown them away with so much power that another crater was formed where he stood and then there was nothing left standing but him. Naruto then rushed towards Nagato doing hand seals. Before he reached him, he released his jutsu. Fire style, great fire breath, he released a stream of flames that sped towards Nagato. The blonde did not stop moving towards the god of peace as he continued to hold his jutsu. Nagato went through hand seals of his own. Suten, Bakasui Shusha no Jutsu. The man spewed large amounts of water, filling the crater he was within. The water he released so much that the space around them became like an ocean. Nagato began to charge towards Naruto within a wave. The blonde's jutsu had already been consumed by the water pain had released. It was also a little difficult to mold chakra given that there was water everywhere. Nagato continued to charge towards the blonde before holding out his right hand as he reached the blonde. Shinra Tens. Naruto locked with the target. Amaterasu, he set Nagato ablaze before he could finish his jutsu. The blonde then jumped away from the man, but there was still water where he stood. I will have to do something about this, Naruto thought. Shinra Tensei. Nagato blew the flames away from him seeing that he was going to be burned alive. He did not do so without eliciting a small scream of pain. Regardless of who you are, you cannot just shrug of the flames of Amaterasu like they were nothing. The man tore off his burned cloak and threw it away. Naruto jumped into the air while doing more hand seals. Katen, Guka Mekyaku no Jutsu. The blonde released majestic flames covering a wide area in the form of a wave. The flames were very intense and could turn a shinobi into ash if caught within their range. Nagato released another water colliding wave again. Added with the water already on the surface, Naruto's majestic flames were extinguished by the water. The blonde sighed before landing on the water again. He flashed through hand seals before slamming his right hand on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. An unbelievable large amount of chakra was released as a large cloud of smoke appeared. When it cleared, the feared great nine-tailed demon fox appeared in all its glory. And Naruto was standing on top of its head. You finally summoned me again, the Kyuubi said, its voice booming around the entire clearing. Yes, I need to use your power, Naruto responded. Plus, he needed to conserve his chakra. He had already spent much chakra. No matter how much chakra or how large his pools were, they could dry out if he used chakra carelessly. He had been trying not to throw meaningless jutsus around. If he was not careful, Obito would no doubt take advantage of the situation. He did not wish to be tired to the point where he could not fight should it come to that. You need my power? The Kyuubi seemed amused by this statement. When I was still sealed within you, you did not use my power. You insisted in using your own power. I am surprised that can ask for help. You are making a mistake. I do not really need your help. I can handle Nagato alone with you. The blonde paused looking down at Nagato who was merely watching them. Kyuubi merely snorted before taking its eyes towards Nagato. The beast grinned seeing the Rinnegan. The god of peace narrowed his eyes, so you have brought the Kyuubi here. This saves me the effort of having to get into your head and then searching for the Baijuu. Without saying anything, the Kyuubi charged towards Nagato while splashing the water sideways under its paws. The target merely waited for it to come towards him. When the Baijuu got close and attempted to swat the man under its paws, Nagato raised both his hands before muttering those two words. Shinra Tensei. It was either the Kyuubi was just too powerful or Nagato had released a weaker jutsu because the Kyuubi was only pushed back slightly. It tried to hit the man again, but he muttered those words again. The invincible made it difficult for the Kyuubi to hit him. Nagato made a distance away from the Baijuu. But this only gave the Kyuubi enough time and distance to prepare a Baijudama. The tailed beast bomb was prepared, though not the most powerful, it was still big. The Kyuubi fired it towards Nagato, who saw it coming. The man quickly ran away from the path of the jutsu. But the distance he made was not that far off the range of the Baijudama. When the jutsu went into a large explosion, it nearly got him, but he used another Shinra Tensei to repel part of the explosion from him. Still, the explosion created a large mushroom of debris, a testament to the power of the Kyuubi. The Baijuu was not done with its attacks. It again fired another Baijudama towards the man. Nagato tried running away before stopping to brace himself for impact. He held out both his hands as the Baijudama neared him. Shinra Tensei. This time he put as much chakra as he could on the jutsu. The Baijudama collided with his jutsu, but neither seemed to be winning, which is before the Kyuubi's jutsu set off. Boom! The explosion shook the battlefield, creating another crater, and a mushroom of debris arose and gusts of winds picked up. After several moments, the debris cleared. Nagato was inside on a large crater on one knee. His shirt was badly burned and had blood licking out of his mouth. There were also several bruises and he was panting. It took a few moments for him to recover his breath before finally standing up. It is becoming dangerous, Nagato thought. He would have to admit that the Kyuubi was indeed powerful. He had yet to successfully repel it with his Shinra Tensei. He did not think he would be able to do so unless he sacrificed more power. But he did not need to do that while there was a way to handle both Naruto and the Baijuu. Yes, he could not allow things to carry on like these. He had to act before he was completely worn out and there was no energy left within him. If that happened, he would not be able to fight, but he could count on Konan to rescue him. But that was still highly unlikely. He held out both his hands as he created a small black orb of condensed chakra. Shibaku Tensei, he muttered as he allowed the orb to float into the sky. It did not take long before it finally settled down and the ground began to shake. He clasped both his hands in concentration as large rocks, chunks of earth began to be lifted up into the sky. The orb he created being the center of the gravitational pull. Everything with range began to be lifted up in the sky, including Naruto and the Kyuubi. He wanted to create a larger one given the size of the Kyuubi, probably 3 times as big as the Baijuu. He then increased his chakra output, forcing more chunks of earth to be lifted. This would surely do it. Naruto had expected something like this to happen. The Kyuubi would surely ask him what they were going to do to get out of this one because both were being forcibly pulled into the orb. The blonde jumped away from the Baijuu's head and dropped onto another chunk of earth that was being pulled into the air. His Susanoo came into life in its complete form. Shoot a Baijudama at the center. I will also throw in one of my techniques just to ensure that we destroy it. We will have to do at the same time. With that, his Susanoo held out both its hand and formed a Rasen Shuriken with both hands. The Kyuubi then formed its biggest Baijudama before both shot their techniques. It did not matter where they shot because everything was being pulled at the center. When both techniques hit the center, a large explosion occurred in the sky. The Kyuubi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Everything that had been pulled up began to fall down as there was no longer anything that was pulling them into the sky. Naruto jumped between the chunks of earth falling down before settling on the ground in one knee. He deactivated his Susanoo as he panted. He was being taxed much more power than he would like. After several moments of no action, which both opponents used to catch their breaths, Nagato stood up first. He was still spotting blood around some parts of his body. But he did not mind at all. He went through hand seals before slamming both his hands on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. He yelled loudly. In 2 large puffs of smoke, the 6 tails as well as the 5 tails appeared. Nagato held both his hands together as he stood behind the 2 beasts. I should not waste too much chakra, he said before both Baijuus began to form Baijudamas. They were released and sent towards Naruto in high speed. The blonde could see them coming while he was still on the ground. Both attacks seemed to hit him before setting off into another large explosion that shook the entire battleground. Another mushroom of debris was formed. The Baijuus fired 2 more Baijudamas at the mushroom before a second explosion set off. This also forced the already existing mushroom to increase its size. But the debris did not last longer as it was blown away in all direction by an invincible force. Nagato was forced to shield himself against the debris as well as the Baijus in front of him. When they opened their eyes, they saw Naruto standing in a rather large crater with both hands stretched out. His mouth was leaking some blood and his shirt was nothing but tatters. Finally, Nagato widened his eyes when he saw the eyes of Naruto. He had a new set of eyes. It was like the Rinnegan with the ripple pattern, but there were also 6 tomos, light red sclera and iris. It was no doubt the Rinnegan. But Nagato could not understand how it was shaped like that or how it came to be. He was supposed to be the only to have awakened the Dujutsu. Madara had also not said anything about this. He had said he was the only one who had it. Naruto only had the Mangekyo Sharingan. He could not fathom what this meant. He quickly snapped out of his thoughts when the blonde jumped out of the crater and stood in front of the Baijus. I have already used too much chakra than I thought I would use. But let us see which Rinnegan is stronger, mine or yours? Rinbo, Hengoku, it seemed that some invincible force hit the Baijus and sent them flying away into a great distance. But that was not the case, it was like that to the naked eye. Nagato through his eyes could see that there was something that he had seen. But it all happened in an instant to quickly realize what had actually happened. The Baijus were sent crashing into the ground painfully from Naruto's attack. Before they could react, Naruto disappeared in a speed that even surprised Nagato. He appeared between the 2 fallen Baijus. The blonde raised both his hands as his Rinnegan glowed slightly. Shinra Tensei, an unbelievable blast sent all the Baijus flying into different locations. Nagato noted that the jutsu was much powerful than he had been producing all day. He then began to charge towards the blonde in his weary form, but the blonde rushed towards the 6 tails while going through hand seals. Mukuten, Mokuryu no Jutsu, the blonde then held both his hands together as a large serpentine dragon came from the ground and rushed towards the 6 tails. The Baiju tried fighting when the creature encircled around it. But it failed to fight off the dragon as it bound it while at the same time, sucking out its chakra. The dragon held firmly onto the Baiju while drying it of its energy to fight. Naruto looked behind him as he felt a rise of chakra. Nagato was standing behind the 5 tails which fired a Baijudama at him. The blonde then did hand seals before slamming them to the ground. Mukuten, Hubi no Jutsu. Naruto created a dome-like defensive structure that surrounded him. The tailed beast ball hit the dome but was unable to break it. The Baijudama then passed through the defense before setting off at a distance away. The result was another explosion. Naruto did not mind it as he dispersed his defense. Naruto then turned towards 5 tails. Mukuten, Mokuryu no Jutsu, he released the same serpentine dragon he had released earlier. The Baiju shot a Baijudama to destroy the dragon, but it did nothing. The dragon continued to march on towards the Baiju with all its power. Nagato knew that his Baiju would be caught. He was already fighting to keep control as it was. But before he could do anything to fight off the jutsu, the wood dragon was already wrestling with the Baiju. Pain realized that he would just have to fight Naruto for control if he wanted to free his Baijus. Nagato then rushed towards Naruto. He did a few hand seals before releasing his jutsu. Wind style, great wind breakthrough. He yelled, released powerful gusts of winds that rushed towards Naruto. The winds hit the blonde dead on and sent him flying away. But he was quick to recover as he flipped backwards before touching down. Naruto then did hand seals. Mukuten, Keijikai Kurin no Jutsu, a deep forest emerged around the surface and began to attack Nagato. But before the forest could complete, the man blew everything apart with his Shinra Tensei. But the forest again emerged, this time it was a lot quicker than the last time. It quickly formed, trapping the god of peace within it. The forest then formed flowers which began releasing pollen which spread across the atmosphere. Perhaps I should light things up, Naruto said to himself before going through hand seals. But before he could finish up the seals required, a large force blew the forest apart like a shockwave. This picked up some debris, forcing Naruto to activate his Susanoo to avoid everything. When the debris cleared down, Nagato was on his knees panting, having used much chakra to repel everything away from him. Chibaku Tensei, Naruto muttered, using the same jutsu Nagato had used on him earlier. Nagato just braced himself for what was coming. But he noticed that he was not being pulled into the sky like the debris. He realized that Naruto was not targeting him, but the Baijus he had captured. He did not do anything to stop it, they were already defeated. It did not take long for the Baijus to be pulled into the sky. It was not just one large Chibaku Tensei in the sky, but there were 2. It seems you won't be much of a challenge anymore. But as a sign of respect to your power, I shall show you the true extent to the power of Uchiha Naruto." As soon as he said those words, dark orange chakra began to envelope him and the blonde seemingly began to float within it. His Susanoo became alive, but its size became very big. It continued to rise until it was standing very large. The thing was even bigger than any mountain. When it finally stabilized, it could be clearly seen. It was armored with the armor Naruto usually wore, and its face resembled that of Akiba Sanya Kubo Daiganjin. It had a long katana sheathed in a sash across its waist. Nagato watched with wide eyes. For the first time since he became pain, he felt hopeless. This was a perfect Susanoo. How could he fight something like that? Not even the most powerful Shinra Tensei could move it. A sense something akin to fear started to creep within his heart. It surprised him that he could feel such a thing. This is my perfect Susanoo. The last to wield one was Uchiha Madara. If I danced with him like this, we would probably destroy this country. I will not fight you with it. If I did that, it would be an insult to my Susanoo given your current state. Naruto paused for a moment as his Susanoo drew out its sword. A single swing of the sword, and everything was leveled down. Nagato was unfortunate to be caught. But he was alright. The swing tore through the earth and the Susanoo held its blade firmly. You were never a match for from the beginning. There are two people who would have the chance of defeating me, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But sadly both are dead. Nagato could still not believe his eyes. That swing was powerful. There it had separated a large portion of the ground. He did not think that the place could be filled any time soon. It would probably stay like that forever. Nagato, are you alright? Konan asked as she appeared beside him with a worried look on her face, something which was reserved only for him. Yes, but for how long was the question? Naruto ignored everything. He saw a mountain A in a far distance and spoke. Perhaps I should cut down that mountain to show you the power of Uchiha Naruto. He then took a single step forward, but before he could take another, his Susanoo dispersed, causing him to fall down the ground. But the blonde landed gracefully and looked at Nagato and Konan. They looked relieved. How embarrassing. Nagato stood up forcefully. It seems that I can still fight you. Naruto shook his head and disappeared in an instant. He appeared in front of the two leaders of Amiga Corps. Konan seemed ready to stop him should he try anything. You can fight. But I cannot do that. I would be embarrassing for me to fight with you at this state. But. Both Konan and Nagato tensed. I am quite not yet done. He clasped both his hands together as another wave of chakra hit the clearing. His perfect Susanoo stood again. Now then. For something so colossal, the Susanoo moved pretty fluidly. It moved across the battleground while drawing out its blade. It looked up at the formations that had been set up by Chibaku Tensei. I should free those Baijuas, painfully. And then, the ground began to tremble under its might. After freeing the Baijuas, the blonde deactivated his Susanoo and flashed towards Konan and Nagato. He closed his left eye and widened his right, which was hidden under his hair. Because of them were looking straight at him, he put them under an illusion similar to Tsukiyomi. But he used his Rinnegan to cast the Genjutsu. I will explain some matters to you, foolish children, before I kill Nagato. Chapter 30 Heart of the Rejected Hero. That was a little disappointing, Naruto stated, repeating the same words he had said after dispersing his perfect Susanoo. He was even ignoring the fact that Konan was on the ground beside a dead Nagato. The woman also did not seem to be minding too much about him. Her attention was on her long-life partner. I had expecting to do more damage than this. If things continue like this, I may never have that dance of death. He had to admit that it was getting boring having to fight opponents he could defeat. He needed someone who could push him to his limits. Where were Hashirama and Madara when you needed them? Perhaps he may have to revive Madara after all. How he could be so indifferent and sound so disappointed about the fact that he did not get the good fight he had hoped for after all the destruction he had done, and the fact that Nagato lay dead, baffled Konan. Even she could not be like that in this kind of situation. She felt without words to say to him. What could she say? If he charged that monster of a Susanoo again, he would surely kill her without much trouble. She had watched him battle a man she never thought could be defeated. Yet he did so, even when Nagato had gotten his mobility back and a power boost. He had become even stronger than he was. I sensed some shinobi coming this way, Naruto stated. They were no doubt coming here because of all the commotion that had taken place during his battle with Nagato. He was looking at the side of the Five Tails. The shinobi were coming by that side. It would take a few more minutes for them to get here. I better be leaving then, Konan said, wrapping Nagato's corpse with her paper jutsu. Naruto had already taken the Rinnegan away from Nagato. She really did not have much of an option in the matter. The blonde had said he would take the eyes because they belonged to him. That had been before he drove his sword through Nagato's chest. She had to leave now though. People did not really take kindly to seeing the Akatsuki cloak. She was in no mood to face shinobi who wanted to do battle with her. She would probably blow everyone up within seconds. After what she had been shown and told, she needed to calm down a bit and relax before rethinking her objectives. She still wished for peace, but she had been a fool along with Nagato. That bastard probably knew Nagato would be killed today. He seemed to know much about Naruto, that much. But now she knew much about him. He probably won't be expecting her to have been told about him, especially by Naruto. The blonde had only bothered to tell them because he was going to kill Nagato. He could tolerate her existence because she still had a purpose's cruel world. I will visit you, Amigakur, soon. And since I believe that news will soon travel fast, the god of Amigakur has fallen in battle, you might be having some more enemies. But I doubt someone with your capabilities will not be able to handle them, Naruto stated, still looking towards the Baijuu that was probably unconscious. It irked her that he could talk so carelessly without even looking at her. Was it not the basic of shinobi to never show your back to the enemy? Yet, here he was standing before her. If was a tempter of fate, she could move to strike him down. Nagato was never this careless. He always had his back watched by more than 2 years. Konan did not say a word to him. She simply disappeared with Nagato's body, leaving the blonde alone. What an odd woman, Naruto stated as Konan left silently. He disappeared off to collect his tools before heading to the Baijuu he had subdued. What are you going to do with them? Zetsu stated as he appeared behind Naruto. I will take them to the Dragon Land. They will probably be fighting with the Kyuubi, but he did not care about that. It was the best place to keep the Baijuu without having to deal with children trying to capture it for their use. He needed the Baijuu far away. He would do well to avoid meaningless battles with Gakas who can't even lay a hand on him. I doubt so. The Kyuubi will probably just ignore them. But the land is huge, they can all exist without causing problems with each other, Zetsu responded calmly. And the Rinnegan? I have no use for it. But I will keep it at the hideout. It may come in handy one day. It is unlikely though, Naruto responded quietly. He handed Zetsu the scroll containing both eyes of Uchiha Madara. Take them to the hideout, I will deal with this and the mess that is coming. They are Konoha shinobi, since it is the village that is closest to this place. Jiraiya is also heading here, Zetsu reported before he disappeared. Naruto looked up at the heavens. Nothing is ever going to the same from now on, he said. This spelled the change of things. He was the 4th sage of 6 paths. Nagato had been the 3rd, and Madara the 2nd. He did what was necessary before the Baijuu that he had captured disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was best to keep them hidden, for now. He would have to use them later on. He needed to use them, that is why he had even extracted the Kyuubi from himself. He knew where all the Baijuus are located, and a substitute for the 3 tails was already present. Depending on how his patience can endure, he will wait for the real thing. He deactivated his eyes. He could now only switch between the Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He could use the powers of both eyes when the Rinnegan is activated, but he could not do so with only the EMS. He had no complaints though. This just made him powerful. The only sad part was that there was no one to battle him in a good fight. How could he go all out without a worthy opponent? A few moments later, a group of Konoha shinobi appeared. They all had wide eyes as they saw the battleground that had been Naruto's dance floor. There were large craters and there were 2 sides where the earth seemed to have been ripped apart. Naruto noticed that Sasuke and Kakashi were amongst the group. The distance was not far from Konoha. They had to have felt the chakra output from the village. What the hell happened here? One of the Jonin suddenly exclaimed, looking at the ground before him. Earth had been beat around. She was no doubt in pain over the destruction that had been laid on her. Who could do something like this? It seems like Baijuus were wrestling here, another one commented. It was almost amusing that they had yet to take notice of Naruto. The blonde had already strapped his gun by on his back, but he held his scythe with his right hand. He was standing at the remains of the last Makuten jutsu he had used. The forest he had created had not been completely destroyed by Nagato's Shinra Tensei. It had been fairly large to be destroyed so easily. His Susanoo could walk on it without destroying it. But that did not mean that it could not be destroyed. Sasuke and Kakashi were first to notice the blonde. Sasuke spoke first. I told you it was him, given that he was nowhere in Konoha, the raven head spoke through gritted teeth. This damage was much more compared to what Naruto had done when they fought in the Forest of Death. He could take comfort in the fact that he had still been learning to use his Mangekyou's power. Naruto had much more power, and he had seen those large formations in the sky and the large Susanoo when coming. The blonde had too much power, and what was he doing with it? It was destruction everywhere. Could he not do something for the better of the world they were living in? He shook his head. He just had to be a little more patient. I had not disagreed with that. I just said we should not jump to conclusions before we see it ourselves, Kakashi responded calmly. He was awed by everything he was seeing around here. There were remains of serious Makuten jutsu and destruction that was caused by intense flames. He could still feel the remains of the heat in the atmosphere. Hey, that's Naruto. One of the Jonins then noticed the blonde. Now they notice him, Sasuke said with a snort. For Jonins they were quite slow. The blonde had not been even trying to hide his presence for them to miss it. Perhaps their minds were just so wrapped up in the battleground to actually notice him. Jiraiya then appeared next to Naruto, the others did so. The Sannin had a serious expression on his face. What happened here, Naruto? Let's see, Naruto started bringing his scythe over his right shoulder. The motion seemed to cause the Jonins to become stiff, thinking he was going to do something. There were some fireworks, and explosions. On any other day the dance may have been enjoyable, but I was left rather disappointed as I had expected a bit more challenge than I received. I don't understand how you can say you are disappointed with all these, the man who spoke pointed at the battleground. How can one be disappointed with all that they were seeing? The ground had taken quite the reshaping, and yet the blonde did not seem to be fully satisfied. Naruto, answer my question? Who were you fighting to cause this much destruction? He too was awed with the destruction that had taken place in the land. He had not thought the blonde could cause this much destruction. And if he was disappointed, it meant he could do much more than he did now. I told you I would take care of the leader of Akatsuki, didn't I? I danced with him for quite some time, he was as I expected. The tailed beast bombs that had been thrown his way had been a little of a surprise. His Susanoo could not have blocked the attack. The perfect Susanoo could have blocked it. But he did not want to bring it out at that time. It could have done some much more damage since he could not escape the bath. Pain? You fought him here? Naruto nodded. How could you have caused this much destruction with him? I heard he was powerful, but this is unbelievable. This is going to bring much trouble, Kakashi said with a sigh. Surely, if others heard that Naruto was fighting in this place, they would grow even more wary of him. This would only bring more tension between villages. The tensions with Iwagakure were already high. Jiraiya nodded. I still can't believe that you could do this much with pain. But that is not the problem. While on my way here, I came across someone who said he saw a colossal bird flying in the air. And those large rocks that formed in the sky. Can you explain that, Naruto? Too many questions, Jiraiya, Naruto stated, looking above the sky. The atmosphere has settled down. The colossal bird was my summons. Now then, I will be taking my leave. He turned around, and activated his Rinnegan. He snapped his right fingers, and a portal opened up. You are just going to leave like that? Naruto did not turn around to face the questioner. There is nothing left for me to do, and then he was gone. Well, that is new, Sasuke stated, not having seen Naruto use a jutsu like he had used to go away. He was also not aware that Naruto had a summon. The blonde did not seem like he waited for someone or something to fight his battles. It was a surprise to hear him say he had a summon. Well, it was called to be colossal, something big like that had to have attracted the blonde. Still, it bothered him that he just shrugged all this damage like it was nothing. This was not good to present standing of the world. He did not want another war. And he would do anything to stop it from happening, anything. It is a portal to another dimension. It is a bit similar to my Kamui, Kakashi spoke, having his sharingan activated. He had studied the portal for a moment when it had been opened by the blonde. But unlike Hitjutsu, Naruto's did not suck things in. The blonde looked to have tore through the fabric of space before stepping inside. He could guess that another portal had opened from where the blonde had decided to take his leave. It calls for further investigation, Jiraiya said, nodding to himself. Do you know anything about the summon? He asked, looking straight at Sasuke. Perhaps the Uchiha might know, since he seems to get well with the blonde. No, Sasuke said, shaking his head. But knowing Naruto, He would not have a summon that did not rival a Baijuo in terms of power. Jiraiya nodded. Kakashi, can you feel it? Yes. It had definitely been summoned here. I can still a residue of its chakra here. Naruto must have brought all guns out, Kakashi responded calmly. But with a summon that can fly and is huge, it can attack any village aerially. You know other villages will certainly be threatened by this. But at least we have less problems to worry about, Jiraiya said. Naruto had said he was fighting the leader of Akatsuki. This must mean he had dealt with him even though they did not see the body of the other man. He did not worry about Naruto failing to kill someone. It did not seem like the blonde was capable of allowing his opponent to escape. Surely, if the man had escaped, the blonde would have moved to hunt him down. But another has risen, one of the shinobi stated. Not necessarily, Sasuke responded. The other villages were bound to become even more wary of Naruto as time went on. We already knew this. And Naruto knows this too. He did not seem to be too concerned about it. Nothing seems to concern that bastard. He always acts like he does not care about anything, another Jonin stated in clear disdain in his voice. He really does act high and mighty like he owns everything. I can't stand his attitude, and now he is only bringing us more trouble than he is worth. If we are forced to another war, it will be his fault, another added. So, not everyone likes the blonde, Jiraiya thought. Well, it was not surprising to know that. Sasuke was the one who raised his thoughts though. Not that Naruto does not deserve to be called a bastard, and I am sure he would not care if you said that to his face. However, I do not think that you should be talking about a fellow Konoha shinobi and head of the Uchiha clan like that. After all that he has done for Konoha and how you people treated him, you still talk shit behind his back. You people disgust me, and then he was gone. Kakashi knew that Sasuke was not talking about Naruto. It was much about his brother, Itachi. He had been told by Sasuke the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. People talked trash about the Uchiha and Sasuke did not take well it. He could understand where Sasuke was coming from. Itachi had been protecting Konoha all his life and yet they still said worse than what the man had just said. It amazed him just how some people's hatred ran. Jiraiya spoke, voicing his thoughts. By the looks of things, Pain was on his way towards Konoha and Naruto intercepted him. If he had not done that, destruction like this would have fallen on Konoha. There probably would have been some causality. You should be more grateful that he is not your enemy but your ally. If he had been your enemy, you would have been dead already. With that, the Sannin left with Kakashi. The hideout. The world was surely taking a new turn. It seems that there were going to be a lot of battles that would soon take place. He did not want to turn the world into another war zone. Perhaps if there was a worthy opponent he would enjoy it. But for the good of the world that he was living in and for his own sanity, he would rather not have another war break out if he could help it. But of course if the other villages wanted to fight, he would be forced to destroy their armies. Still, this new cause that the world has taken was because of him. He was shaping the world for what it was going to become tomorrow. Shinobi had a neck to dislike those who were far too powerful than them. It was the same with the Uzumaki clan, they were annihilated because of their mastery over Fuinjutsu. Other villagers feared them and plotted to get rid of them, and they succeeded. Uzu had become nothing but ruins. The troublesome village was Iwagakure though. Onoki was too damn stubborn to back down. It was not that he could not deal with the old fool for a cage, he just preferred not to have a war on his hands. Perhaps if it had been months ago, he would not have cared. But sticking close to other people was affecting him more than he had realized. Nevertheless, it was nothing too bothersome since he was still in his cause. If he had spiraled out of his cause, he would have been alarmed and would probably be looking for solutions to solve the matter. He already had a date with some of Iwagakure's army. He would show them what true power is. He did not have to be dealing with weaklings all the time if he could help it. Having to fight children would do nothing to him than infuriate him. He did not like having to fight shinobi who could not harm him. He was not invincible though, but there was no one living who could be of a challenge to him. This would surely make the world problem to him. If he could not expect a challenge from someone, how could he remain sane? Shaking his head, Naruto stopped thinking like that. He still had Komagakure to deal with. Well, he could disarm both villages. How long have you had the Rinnegan? I am sure you only awakened it recently and the fight with Nagato had not awakened it. It leads me to believe that you awakened it before the fight. It also had to have happened after you died, Zetsu stated as he appeared before the blonde. His expression was passive and his tone did not suggest anything but that he knew Naruto had not awakened the Rinnegan during his battle with Nagato. He had only decided to show it during the fight with Nagato. Naruto was not surprised. He looked at Zetsu for a moment. So I can keep some things from you, without you finding out. I had thought I could never keep any secrets from you since your eyes are also watching, the blonde responded calmly. Where are you taking this? Zetsu said, getting a weird feeling about Naruto's words. The blonde had never kept anything from him. He was always honest and always told him everything. He did not think that the blonde had ever lied to him. Did this mean that Naruto may have more secrets hidden from him? No, that was impossible. He was always watching the blonde. Naruto merely smiled slightly. Nowhere, he responded with a careless wave of his right hand. I was merely stating something I had been curious about. You are very good at tracking and gathering intel, so I decided to see if you had noticed this one. But it seems you have not, you are just realizing it after you have seen it. Well, I must admit, I am surprised that you managed to keep something like that from my knowledge. Normally, I would have known something like that, but it seems that you have been working with me long enough to be able to hide from me, Zetsu responded. It really seemed that the blonde was not taking their conversation anywhere. If he had been, he would have been told. The Rinnegan appeared while I was trying to get my chakra under control, after my revival. It only appeared once, but I had not been able to activate it after I had deactivated it. It was only with Nagato that I was able to activate it again, Naruto responded calmly. Zetsu nodded. To Naruto, that must have been the same as not having awakened the Dujutsu. If he could not activate it, there was no need to say he had it. But now he could say he had it because he had been using it. He had not thought that something like that would happen, though. But, he could now understand why Naruto never even bothered to tell him about it. Iwagakure will be soon marching towards the borders of the Sound Country. After that the army will soon reach Otogakure. I have informed Guren about it. But she does not have the army to deal with the enemy. Should I have her recall the Sound Army from their training? Naruto shook his head slightly. No need for that, let the army continue to train. I don't want them to be recalled before they have reached a satisfactory level of power. Taking them off their training will only force me to become surrounded by incompetent fools. So, you are going to deal with the army yourself, it was not a question. It seems I have to deal with it myself. The world has to know that I will not tolerate anyone messing with my project. Onoki has to know that Otogakure is not a playground. I have invested much for someone to even think of getting their hands on Oto. His tone was sharp. The blonde really did mean business. He was not going to allow anyone to think that Otogakure could be taken. He would not even let anyone get closer to the village with the attempt to conquer it. You plan of revealing that you are the true leader of Otogakure. More tensions will grow after this. I believe even the Raikage will plan something once he finds out about this, Zetsu stated. The man was already threatened by Naruto's power. If the man saw that Naruto was the leader of a village that was growing in power. Despite the lack of military power, as people believe, Otogakure was proving to be powerful. It is better to deal with them now before anything happens. If I settle things down with Kumo and Iwagakure, I can see other things quickly and rest, Naruto responded calmly. Dealing with the coming problems was better than allowing them to grow even further. Rest? Zetsu did not say anything on the matter. He looked at Naruto oddly before shaking his head. This leaves Obito. I will handle him soon enough, Naruto stated standing. There is another project I want to start. What is it? He was curious. Naruto had never spoken about another project. By the way he stated it, it seemed that he wanted to do something big like Otogakure. He did not believe it had anything to do with Omigakure, the village was already established on its own. There were no changes needed to be done there. He did not believe it would have to do with Konoha since the village was not under his control. I planned to have Karen restore the Uzumaki clan. It would have been better if Nagato had been alive to take part in this. But the man wanted to die. For this to happen, Karen cannot live in Otogakure. She will have to live in Uzushio-gakure. Guren has a rare bloodline, so she too will move there to create her own clan. But Uzu is just ruins. It has not been inhabited in years. Are you planning on having the village rebuilt? It was the only logical response he could come up with. For Karen and Guren to live in Uzu, it would have to be rebuilt. Doing something like that would just cause more problems, not that he cared for any of it. Yes, I will have it rebuilt, it was the little he could do for the Uzumaki clan. Otogakure would be his, Karen could have her family in Uzu. He doubted the girl had already started to think of such things already. But it was never a bad thing to plan for the future. With the projects that in the process of being started soon, do you think rebuilding the fallen village is wise? Who will lead the construction? Karen will, Naruto responded calmly. Some of the projects that I wanted to be started will have to be postponed until Uzushio is rebuilt, some of it the least. Once that is done, I can have the other projects in auto started. Zetsu nodded. Should I inform them about it? Naruto shook his head. I will do it myself. How is the training of the SBC going? The SBC was a special group of shinobi like Anbu that were being trained secretly under his orders. He had taken all of Sound Shinobi and the ones who had wandered to Oto to be trained. The SBC was not part of the shinobi being trained in Orochimaru's hideouts around the nations. They were the elites and their training had been rather ridiculous. In total, there were about 150 of them. Well, out of the 150, 50 should be going to Oto in 2 weeks. You had their HQ build already, so they will have no problems. I had checked on them last week, their training regime seems to have paid off really well. Good. I will have them stationed there and then force the current Anbu in duty to a 4-month training program. They should return with the others to Oto. I am sure everything else will be built after that period. Surely, 4 months were a long time for a shinobi. Rebuilding Uzushio would not take much time, especially since it was not the whole village that was being rebuilt. And everything in Oto would have settled down. He would have already dealt with Obito. You are really bent on having everyone being trained to have their power increased, Zetsu stated. Really, the blonde was putting his shinobi under some weight. He had not accepted anyone unless they went through the ridiculous training methods he had drawn. It just showed that Naruto did not like to be surrounded by weak shinobi. If he was commanding an army, he wanted an army that was strong. You know it would not do well if I commanded weak fools. I would probably kill them myself if I led them to a battlefield and they performed poorly, Naruto stated as if it were obvious. I have been busy lately, I have not even sent a clone to check on them. But it does not matter anyway. I have no doubt you would. Zetsu replied casually. Even when Madara was still head of the Uchiha clan, he did not have them train like Naruto did. I imagine the other villages will be very surprised when you reveal Otto's military power. You will certainly have a war in your hands. Certainly, but I will move to stop things before they become messy. That will be after I have dealt with Obito, Naruto responded. Obito was next. Nothing would put a smile on his face other than seeing the man suffer, physically and emotionally. Yes, he would enjoy putting the man through hell. Where did you put Madara's eyes? He suddenly asked. In the safe, only you and I can access it. Since Obito knows this place, he cannot access it, he does not even know where it is located since you made it, Zetsu responded calmly. I thought you would have put Itachi's eyes there too. He had looked for them in the safe but they were not there. The safe was the only place good for hiding something. Itachi's eyes are not in this hideout. I put them somewhere. But Sasuke seems to use his Mangekyo more often than not, so I will have to give it to him, Naruto responded in a cool tone. He had taken his eyes off Zetsu as he responded. He was looking down at his hands for a moment. I figured you would do something like that, soon, Zetsu spoke, clearly not surprised by this. He expected Naruto to do something like this since he had never planned to deny Sasuke his brother's power. It was the blonde's intention to give his fellow Uchiha the eyes so he too could gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you think it is a good idea to give them to him, though? Given the recent changes, I thought you would be taking some precautions. Naruto was silent for a few moments before responding. It is a bit unexpected, but then again, he has always had a different sense of purpose. It only needs a little push for him to decide on something. I had imagined that he would change after knowing what his beloved brother was forced to do. After his talk with Kakashi, he probably blames the shinobi world for everything that has happened. To save it, he would have rid of all that is evil. Zetsu nodded, and you are not doing anything to improve this flawed world. Apparently, Naruto admitted, like he was not aware of it. Though, it remains to be seen if I am also one of the things that will need to be removed to change the world. If I fostered a war, my death would bring peace, hey? That is if you betray everyone and become the enemy of the world. Everyone would surely rejoice if you died, Zetsu added to what Naruto had said. But it would only last for a short time because sooner or later, another village will try to take advantage of the other. Well, that is if they don't change. But if they change, anything is possible. Humans have proved to be surprising creatures. That we are, Naruto agreed. Well, it would truly be pathetic if I died for the sake of this world. Though I find it distasteful to admit, Minato was my father. He already killed himself for ungrateful fools. I am not going to follow that path. I would rather initiate Tsuki no Mi than get myself killed. So what are you going to do? Nothing, I will allow Sasuke to have his thoughts. It is better to allow children to make choices for themselves. When they get it wrong, you try to correct them. If they don't listen, well, Naruto responded calmly. I mean about the world. Madara fought to change it, what about you? Don't tell me that you are going to just watch it continue like this? If you are going to do that, you may as well bring back Madara and have him start Tsuki no Mi. Naruto merely smiled. I have never told anyone of my other dream, have I? I have always spoken about gaining more power in this world, have the Kijis dance before me. But I have never said that I wanted to accomplish something that will soothe my cold soul. He paused for a moment. He was not going to tell. I will be going now, Naruto spoke. A portal opened beneath him. Keep an eye on Konan, will you? The blonde was gone after that. Just then a voice spoke behind Zetsu. Well, that was certainly interesting. There was a pause. Despite Naruto telling other people that you are his friend and the fact that he trusts you with everything he owns, I cannot shake the fact that he does not completely trust you, Zetsu. Zetsu merely narrowed his eyes. That is where you are wrong, Obito. Naruto trusts me more than anyone. Ho? You seem rather confident of that. The end shall be very interesting then. The following day. It was early morning, when Naruto came back to the village. He had done nothing but sleep. He kept himself at Minato's house. It was for the first time that he had slept within the house. He always slept at the Uchiha compound or the apartment he had rented. But given that he did not want anyone to disturb him, he chose to sleep in the house. He knew no one would even think of looking at the house since he never slept here. Everyone needed some alone time every now and then. Given all he has gone through recently, he needed to be alone for some time. Tsunade and Jiraiya would have been bugging him with too many questions. It was somewhat of a good choice to rest at this place. He had slept better than he had expected given that Minato used to own this house. Perhaps he did not hate his father as much as he hated him before. The man had given a good explanation. Bearing hatred would not do much good. He recognized this fact. But still, a little hatred was not enough to ruin him. Not when there was still some anger lingering within the depths of his cold heart. Naruto stood on top of Minato's house with a look that was somewhat rare. It was not the kind of expression you would see from him. One could never hope to guess what was going through his head. Naruto had a sad smile on his face. Perhaps Kami would be coming down to visit Konoha. It was something so unfamiliar to see the impassive, emotionless and rarely smiling Uchiha Naruto with a sad smile on his face. There were so many things that one would expect and not expect from the blonde these days. But a sad smile was nothing one would expect from him. Uchiha Naruto, no rather Uzumaki Naruto. He had a really sad smile on his face. His eyes also reflected nothing but sadness. Today it was the 10th of October, the day he was born. Today was his 17th birthday. It was a yearly occurrence that he would make up with a sad smile on this day. His mother had died this night, he could say he had been killed by the Kyuubi. It was indeed the Baijuo which had killed her. But that was beside the point. It was this night that Minato had sealed the Kyuubi inside of him and then he was forced to endure a miserable childhood. How could he forget all the loneliness he felt? The bitterness he felt when he looked at the villagers smiling at their children. When they looked at him, they always glared and made him shrink down in size. It was this day that they said anything that they wanted to say and did anything they wanted to do. He had seen many children celebrating their birthdays. They smiled and rejoiced with their parents as they celebrate their birthday. But he never celebrated his birthday. During those days, he only had to find a way to hide himself on his birthday. But now he did not need to hide himself. In fact, ever since he met Madara, he had never had the need to hide himself. But that did not change his memories of this day. From birth he had been cursed. For the first few years, each of his birthdays was hell while the villagers celebrate each year. Yes, it was during this day that the village celebrates the Kyuubi anniversary. Today would be the 17th time they celebrate. But for Uzumaki Naruto, today was a day to be miserable. He had been Uzumaki Naruto when it all happened. And Uchiha Naruto had no thoughts like this, only Uzumaki Naruto felt like this. And this was his day. It was all too amusing how this village treated him, no rather how the villagers treated him, the older generation to be specific. And yet here he was still amongst them. Well, they could die with their bitterness and hatred, he certainly did not care for that. Was it the village itself that he cared for? His grandfather had named it and founded it along with his friend, Hashirama. His mother had also grown here and became a great kunoichi here. But he still held no love for the hypocrites of this village. His concept of viewing things was really odd. One would not speak of a village without villagers. People did say that a village was made a village by its villagers. And yet he did not give a damn about the villagers. At the same time, he could not stand to see the village crumble because of some reasons. It could not be a mere reason, it had to be reasons. And if it was to crumble, it had to be under his might. He could say that he had reasons to see the villagers suffer. Yes, no one could blame if he decided to drop a meteorite in this village after what the villagers did to him when he was younger. They loathed his existence as though he was some sort of a purge. They saw the Kyuubi when they looked at him. The villagers of Konoha saw the demon that killed their loved ones when they saw an innocent child who knew nothing. How ridiculous was that? He hated Obito, and thought of murdering him, slowly. But the people who had made his life hell would be laughing and dancing soon enough. He hated the thought. He would probably lose his calm if he watched them, and burn the village to the ground with a shower of Amaterasu. But if he did that, it would rob him of his grand plan for Konoha's redemption. Bottling emotions is not doing me justice, Naruto thought looking over to the heavens. Life was truly becoming unpredictable. He had thought he conquered all his emotions. But yet he could still feel love. He had been disregarding emotions and everything that had to do with them over the past years as trivial. All because it was these emotions that made him suffer. Had he not felt any of them, he may not have suffered as he did. But he did, perhaps that is why he chose to disregard them and come up with a good reason for doing so, they were trivial. He certainly did not like to be reminded of his past. It was a little better now. He had released much spent-up anger during Kiri's civil war. Again with Nagato, he had released some anger. But facing someone who was superior, someone who could actually kill him, then he could find the right person to release all his anger. Perhaps after that, he would be free. It was much annoying now because the shinobi could not take much of his punches and remain standing. How could he release if the punching bag could only stand for 2 punches? The black bird flew by the house drawing his attention. He looked at it for a moment before looking away. The birds of the sky could fly around their territory without much worry. They did not have to worry about anyone invading their ground as they happily paraded themselves within the skies. But they also had a claim on the ground since the food was down here. But when they were full, they went back to the sky. A very interesting life they lived. The celebrations would begin soon for the villagers. They were probably already up making the preparations for the day that is ahead. He would not be around for that. He was going to spend his time alone. Uzushiogakure seemed to the perfect place for him to be alone. There, he would have no one budging him about anything. He could enjoy the peace and warm temperatures within the island. Perhaps he may even blow off some steam with the sea. He did not wish to do anything damage to the island itself. It had already seen much. He would go away and be lonely. The 10th of October was a day to be miserable after all. He did wonder what Madara did for Izuna when he was still alive. The man that one could say was not capable of loving truly loved his younger brother more than anything. There was no doubt that Madara would do something special for his brother. With him, there was no such a thing as a birthday. It was always training this and that. It was always filling him with all the knowledge he could dish out. The man had been so bent on making him powerful and making him stable, mentally. That man did not seem to care about other things. Well, it had worked out well, he was much powerful than he would have thought he would become when he was still training with Madara. But it was still not enough. He needed more for the grand redemption. It was hard to believe that Madara had changed very much after Izuna died. He had seemed to revert back to his old self when he reformed his bond with Hashirama again. The man became very much bitter and hated this reality more than anything. He chose to see it as a dream, and a reality would be achieved through the infinite Tsukiyomi. Despite all his madness, his grandfather really wanted to achieve peace. Peace, huh? Perhaps I may find a better solution for achieving the peace you wanted, grandfather. Naruto then chuckled, it was a bitter laugh. Uchiha Naruto, the sage who will find peace. Laughable. How can I wish happiness for other people, when I have none of it? The world has wronged me, it is only fair that I pay it back. Redemption has not even taken place, but it will be done soon. I have waited long enough, and nothing is happening. I just need to achieve enough power. When I do, I will punish Konoha for her sins. They think that they can get away from everything. Their past is nothing but unjust and evil. They are hypocrites, liars, and will do anything to ensure that Konoha stays the strongest. Konoha thinks she is invincible. But I will punish her. I will make this village feel what I felt. I will make her live the life I lived. I will strip Konoha naked and parade her all over this world, and when I am done with her, she will be redeemed. Naruto shook his head slightly, and looked at the heavens again. Ignorant fools, they play oblivious to how they treated me. Oh foolish Konoha, I have realized that you will never swallow your pride. That is why I will force you to swallow it, and by this time next year, you will no longer celebrate this day, but you will mourn it, you will honor it. Later that day, Amigakure. Amigakure, the village had been her home from the day she was born. Yahiko, Nagato and her, they had always thought of changing this village. They had always thought of making it stop raining. They had started Akatsuki with Yahiko with the thought of liberating Amigakure. They had been doing a good job at first, but then after Yahiko's death, they changed their methods. Being an orphan had made her see what the world really was. It was a cruel place to live. The rich and powerful abused their power to force the weak under their feet. It was truly a cruel world that she was living in. They had started Akatsuki with the purpose of bringing peace to this crying land, and then perhaps to the whole world. It would have been fruitless if they brought peace to their little land, and leave the rest of the world as it was. They could easily be dragged into the mess of the rest of the world if they did not try to change it. Amigakure was not as a big nation like the great villages, but it was not a small nation either. Yahiko had died because of Hanzo, and their organization was almost brought to its knees. They had been betrayed by the man into thinking that he wanted to talk to them peacefully. But that had not been the case. Nagato died that day and pain was born. She had not known that Hanzo had been tricked by Danzo into believing that they were becoming traitors and killing his shinobi. Naruto had told them that Danzo had tricked Hanzo into believing that they had killed Iwagakure shinobi so that the alliance with Iwa could not be struck. The former leader of Amigakure had truly acknowledged them and their cause. But Danzo had gone and screwed it over. Had it not been for him, Yahiko may have been alive at this time, perhaps even Nagato. If Yahiko had not been killed, pain would not have been born in the first place. But she could not excuse Hanzo for his actions. Despite being tricked, he chose to believe Danzo without even asking them about anything. He had chosen to betray them in favor of working with Danzo so that his power could not be threatened. When Naruto was telling them this, Nagato did not seem to be surprised by it. It seemed like he already knew this little detail and did not tell her about it. But it did not matter anyway. Yahiko was dead, so was Nagato. As far as she was concerned, Akatsuki was dead. At least she had not died being oblivious to everything. Because she was alive, she would live wisely. She would live her life to ensure that Amigakure was what was left of Nagato and Yahiko's dream. Nagato had killed Hanzo and everyone who was allied with him to gain control of Amigakure. This was Nagato's legacy. She could not let someone ruin what Nagato had built. She would stay as Amigakure's protector until she died. If she could do that, she could die without any regrets like Yahiko did. He had not regrets when he died so that Nagato and her could live to continue with his dream. Odd, it has stopped raining, Konan said to herself as she looked out from her tower. The village was always raining, especially when Nagato his jutsu and rain to detect any spies within the village. The jutsu was indeed useful. She should have learned it when Nagato had still been alive. You have finally returned, a voice spoke from behind her. She heard footsteps walking towards her. But she did not turn around to see who it was. She could never forget the voice that spoke. What do you want, Madara? No, rather Obito. Konan questioned in a tone of indifference. She still did not turn around to face the man. She was always ready for him, but she did not believe that he would attack her. Ho? So Naruto told you. I did not think he would do that, Obito stated. Despite that, his tone did not show any surprise. It was almost as if he was not surprised that Naruto told Konan his real identity. But it did not matter to him. As far as he was concerned, Konan was no longer part of Akatsuki. She was no longer useful to him. What do you want? Konan questioned. This time she turned to face the man before her. You are no longer part of the Akatsuki. But I cannot leave you alone. And the fact that Naruto left you alive means that he has some use for you. It will be amusing to watch his expression when he finds out that you are dead, Obito stated. If Naruto screwed up with his plans, why could he not screw his plans? I cannot let you touch the woman, Zetsu stated as he appeared within the room. Obito was surprised that Zetsu would stand in his way. Naruto will not be happy if he found out that I allowed something to happen to her after he gave me an instruction to watch over her. And Naruto never tells me to watch over something unless he wants it to be protected. Ho? So it seems that he predicted that I would come here. That makes me wonder what purpose he has for her. If it was just to allow her to continue leading this village, he would not have minded if she died. But it appears that there is something going on that he is not telling anyone. Everything is not what it appears after all. Obito paused for a moment. Then why do you stand in my way? You question Naruto's trust in me. This is why he trusts me. I never mess with the things he still has use for, nor do I allow anything to happen to them. Zetsu paused for a moment. And besides, this woman is of no consequence. What you need is the Baijuis and the Rinnegan. You should be working on that before Kabuto decides to revive Madara. Your mission is to initiate Tsuki no Mi, after all. That is why you carried Madara's name. Saying that Naruto is the reason you have not done anything only shows your incompetence and failure. You could have captured all the Baijuo when Naruto was still training. But you waited for him to become strong. You were told that Naruto would stop you from initiating the plan. But you waited. And Naruto has now played his role and he is playing it too well. To Konan, it was like Zetsu was scolding Obito for his failure to do things in time. What do you mean too well? Naruto is powerful, but he still continues to train. He has told me that the power he has is not enough. I told him that if he had remained the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, he would be having the Baiju's power under his control. His response was that 9 was not enough for him. At this rate, reviving Madara will be the best option before Naruto's patience with Konoha. No. Obito said a bit loud. There is no need to revive Madara. I can still manage things. If you are thinking of using Karen, Yugao or Mei, forget it. Naruto will find a way to revive Rin and make you miserable. Meanwhile, Yugao's apartment. The apartment was quite packed with people. Not to say that there were too many people inside. It was just that ever since Yugao moved into this place, she had never invited so many people inside her home. The home was usually in the company of her 2 friends, Kurenai and Anko, and that was all. She did not have any other people she befriended closely to invite them inside her home. It was a respected place that she kept away from other people. Her home was quite nice. The living room was sizable, that is why it could accommodate the kind of people she had called. She was not the only one who had called some people. She had done this with Sasuke. She invited her peers while Sasuke invited his peers. The special occasion for the gathering was for Naruto's birthday, his 17th birthday. It occurred to them that Naruto has never celebrated his birthdays as far as they were concerned. They wanted to make this year special for him. They wanted him to feel something special this year. But the blonde had not been seen since yesterday. Sasuke had thought he would have returned home after fighting the leader of Akatsuki. He never did just disappear without a word. Okay, maybe he did. But that was not the case lately. He would not have just disappeared without saying he was gone without even telling Yugao, or him. This was the second night running, and the blonde had not been home. They did not have to worry about his physical health or mental health since this was Naruto. The blonde had proved time and time again that he was a force to be reckoned with. However, with all his power, he has proven to be careless sometimes, even in battle. But they did not have to worry about him. If he was in some kind of trouble, Naruto could take care of himself, they knew that. Yugao had spent this whole day searching for him, but she did not find him. Even Jiraiya had no clue where the blonde could have disappeared off to, that is if he returned to the village after his battle with Pain. No one had seen him ever since. There was also no way to contact him. Yugao had to think that Naruto was very much capable of disappearing without a trace. He had done it before. What could stop him from doing it again? For all the trouble they had went through organizing these all and the blonde does not show up. It was also presumptuous for them to even think that the blonde would even come here and enjoy the party. But there was a chance that he may do it for Yugao since it was obvious he cared for her, well it was obvious to those who knew him too well. But the thought that he may disappear from Konoha had not crossed anyone's mind. Yugao would have dragged him here even if he had been refusing to come. But it was not going to be the case. Considering everything that involved this day, Yugao should have expected that he would not be in the mood for speaking with other people. He is not going to show up. That bastard. I can't believe I cancelled all my plans for this, Kiba spoke, renting out his frustrations. His voice seemed to have everyone leave their thoughts and turn to him. I doubt you had any plans, Sasuke, surprisingly responded with a snort. It was notable that the Uchiha had been a little irate lately. Hey, I had plans. I am not antisocial like that bastard. Kiba yelled back at Sasuke. Certainly, he was not antisocial, no one could argue with that. He was very much loud and talkative, unlike the quiet and rude Naruto. But the first statement seemed to be contrary to the belief of everyone in the room. Everyone knew the Inuzuka too well. Yeah, right, Kiba. You had plans with a nice beautiful girl tonight, you had been planning to devour, and you blew her up so you could come here. The sarcasm was not lost in the remark. It seemed to echo throughout the room, and it was said in a low, quiet tone. Anyone who did not understand sarcasm had to have understood that too well. Kiba glared at Ino, who had said the previous words. The blonde did not flinch under his gaze though, she merely stared at him back stubbornly. I resent that, Ino, he growled loud enough for her to hear that. Shikamaru yawned. This is becoming troublesome, he muttered. Kiba, we all know that you did not have plans today. But you are not the only one who is disappointed that Naruto did not show up. But we are all not blowing up like you. The Nara heir spoke in a very bored tone, yet it seemed to have some sharpness. Yes, there is no need to say unyouthful things about Naruto-kun, Kiba. Especially since it is his birthday, Lee stated. Everyone seemed to sigh in relief because Guy had not been present. They certainly did not want to have the strange duo doing their comedic shows at this time. As Shikamaru has said, Kiba does have a point, and I don't think he will appear anyway. Not that I would blame him with all that this day represents, Asuma stated calmly. He seemed to earn nods from some of the older ones. Perhaps we should blow this up and join the others enjoying the Kyuubi festivals, Kiba spoke quietly. Will you shut up already, Kiba? There was no surprise that someone had said those words. But the surprise came when it was apparent as to who said them. It was hard to believe that Hyuga Hinata could explode with such a steel tone. The tone itself seemed to leave the Inuzuka speechless. Hinata turned her attention to Asuma. Asuma-sensei, she started very calmly, you stated that you would not blame Naruto if he did not appear with all the celebrations and what this represents. I believe there is something you are not telling us. Kurenai wanted nothing more than to pat her student on the back and give her a proud look. Asuma sighed and looked between Yugao and Kakashi, who had been silent. He then looked at Sasuke, who seemed to shrug carelessly. Kakashi sighed before speaking. Come on, everyone, gather around. I am sure Naruto won't mind if I tell you this. Everyone gathered around the couch while Kakashi and Yugao stood in front of them. I am going to tell you a story about Naruto that most of you don't know about. It won't be pretty to hear, but for you to understand why Naruto is not here and why he is the way he is, you have to know this. To make this interesting, you should give your tale a title, Kakashi-senpai, Yugao said with a small smile. Kakashi seemed to accept her suggestion. I will call this tale, The Rejected Hero. It all starts 17 years ago, the night the Kyuubi attacked the village. You all know what happened 17 years ago. Naruto was born the night the Kyuubi attacked the village to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Before that, I was the one who protected Naruto's mother while she was still carrying him. I remember it well. Sensei had been very happy that he was going to have a son. Lady Kushina had been happy too, but a little afraid of childbirth pains. That day was truly dreadful. We were about your age and the senior Jonins locked us up within a barrier so that we could not go out and defend the village. We tried to argue so that they could let us go, but they refused to do so, Kurenai added, recalling that fateful day, the day of horrors to Konoha. Why would they do that to you? I mean, if the Kyuubi had come, would it not have been better to have all the military power available to deal with the Baijuu? Sakura asked curiously. It was because even the adults could not do harm to the Baijuu. If we had been sent out, we would have been slaughtered. Don't you get why the Kyuubi is called a force of nature? Normal jutsu did not work on it. The Baijuu swatted away shinobi like flies while it destroyed the village. He shook his head slightly. There is nothing that we could have done even if we went to fight it. We would have just increased the number of causalities. I did not understand why the Sandaime gave the order back then, but I understood it after everything. Regardless of how may have seen it back then, the order saved our lives. Asuma nodded. The old man wanted the next generation to live. He knew that the younger generation would die easily if they confronted the Kyuubi. We were the future of the village, and the village would have no future if all of us were to be slaughtered by the Baijuu. Where were the Sanins? I am sure they could have made some difference if they were there. No, they were all not in the village. I don't know about Orochimaru since he was secretive. But Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya were not in the village, Yugao responded calmly. The Yondaime must have been strong then to kill it, Kiba commented. Kakashi shook his head. Your generation was led to believe that. But our generation knew the truth. The Yondaime did not kill the Kyuubi. It was impossible to do so, not even the Shodai Hokage could do it. Shikamaru already knew where this was going, but he did not say anything. Ino asked a question though. How did he deal with it then? He sealed it inside a newborn baby at the cost of his life. You all know that Naruto was an orphan but never knew who his parents were until the Chunin exams you all participated in. Naruto lost both his parents the night the Kyuubi attacked. While it is not mentioned anywhere, his mother also died helping the Yondaime seal the Kyuubi. She was the one who held it down while the Yondaime prepared for the sealing. Wait a minute, are you saying that the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into his own son, Naruto? Sakura questioned a bit loudly. That is exactly what I am saying, Sakura. The Yondaime knew that there was no way to deal with the Kyuubi other than sealing it. So he sealed it into his only child. This left Naruto with the burden of containing the strongest Baijuo, while at the same time the death of his parents left him an orphan, Kakashi explained, keeping his composure. Naruto's childhood was hell, it pained him to even think about it. Why then, did you call your tale the rejected hero if Naruto was basically a hero of Konoha? Surprisingly, the question came from Neji. Now he knew that he was not the only one who carried a burden. Naruto's burden was definitely worse than his. Ah, good question, Neji, Kakashi stated with an eye smile, but he did not respond to the question. Yugao did. This is the part where things become messy, for the lack of a better word, Yugao stated, in a subdued tone. You see, the Yondaime wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero of this village. It was he who contained the Baijuo. The Sandaime told everyone that Naruto was the container of the Kyuubi, but instead of seeing him like a hero, the villagers saw the Kyuubi, the beast that took away their loved ones. The villagers did not see Naruto as a hero. They only saw him as the Kyuubi brat, the demon brat. Very few of us saw him as Naruto. But the majority of the villagers hated him, no, they loathed him. I am sure that Shikamaru and Hinata noticed the way they used to look at him when he was younger, Kakashi added after Yugao had spoken. Those two were not so much oblivious to everything that happened around them. Hinata nodded. I did notice, but I could never really figure out why they used to look at him like he was a breakaway virus. Why were we not told of this? Sakura, imagine this, everywhere when the villagers celebrate the Kyuubi festival they would hunt down Naruto. All they saw in him was a demon that killed their loved ones. At that age, Naruto could not protect himself from anyone who attacked himself because he was seen as the Kyuubi. Now tell me this, what would you do facing the very thing that slaughtered all your family? Kiba winced, knowing very well what he would do. If any bastard hurt my Ka-san or sister, I would tear him apart with my bare hands, the teen muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear him. Well, I don't have to spell it to you what happened to Naruto when he was just a little boy, Kakashi stated, seeing the reactions of the teens as they imagined what may have happened to the blonde. As to why you were not told, it's pretty much obvious. Shino nodded. I assume that our generation was not told because the Sandaime Hokage feared that we would treat Naruto-san the same way as your generation. That is correct, Shino, Kurenai said, nodding to her student. The Sandaime also passed a law forbidding anyone from speaking about the Kyuubi or Naruto's status. Hold on a minute here, both Naruto's parents did not carry the name of the Uchiha, how come he has one? Surprisingly, the question came from Kiba. For someone who is often dumb, you did ask a sharp question, Kiba, Kakashi said, earning a glare from the said teen. But unfortunately, only Naruto can answer that question. Before we go on, I want you to know that Naruto was also not told about his status as a container of the Kyuubi nor anything about his parents. So, imagine how hard it must have been for him being hated for no reason and not even knowing where and who his parents were. There was silence as the teens absorbed everything. It lasted for a few moments before the door burst open and a loud feminine voice spoke. What did I miss? Yugao shook her head. Nothing you don't already know, Anko. Now let us get some drinks before we tell some of Naruto's stories we were able to witness while we shadowed him for protection. Everyone got their drinks and some snacks before sitting down again. What do we toast for? Yugao held her saucer up, to the rejected hero. To the rejected hero. To some who were no ignorant, there was a question that they asked themselves, why is Naruto still with Konoha after everything? Chapter 31. It was a scene that was rarely seen within the village of Konoha, Uchiha Naruto walking about the village. He had used the gates to enter the village. Since he left yesterday morning, he never came back to the village. He had spent his night elsewhere wandering about. He had visited different villages during night to see what it was like there. Most of the places he had seen were very quiet. It was hard to believe that the people he had watched drinking and laughing could turn into cold-hearted killers during day. But then again, who was he to judge? The world was like a sleeping beast during the night. There were little of the things that happened during day. But that is not to say that those filled with darkness did not crawl about the night to devour their prey. They were there and did so many things in the dark. He had killed some in the borders of the river country while he was passing by. He could not just watch the vultures continue do as they pleased. From morning till it was about evening, he had spent his time at the island of Uzushiogakur. It had been a quiet day for him. Well, it was a day to be miserable for him. But it was a little less different from the times of before. He had never ventured across the world just to watch over it. Perhaps only Obito could do what he was doing, since the man could also teleport to wherever he wanted to with his Kamui. He had his own jutsu to use. But it was a little slow. It was not one he could use for fighting. The Flying Thunder God Technique Level 2 was by far the faster jutsu. Although no one could track his movements, the jutsu was still slow. Well, it did not matter in way, as long he could use it in a way that was pleasing for him, he could not complain much. It was still early in the morning, so there were very little people in the streets of the village. That was why he had even bothered to take a walk around the village. The Icaricus would be preparing their meals by now. He would wait there while they prepare something for him to eat. He was a little hungry. The water around Uzu had plenty of fish, but fish alone did not do it for him. He wanted something that his gut was used to grinding. What better than having some ramen? Ramen had been his special food from young age. Perhaps it was because it was the only place he could eat freely and without having to overpay anything, that is, if he was allowed to eat. But the ramen at Ikaraku also had a taste about it that he liked. The villagers who were already awake were sure as hell giving him weird and surprised looks. It seemed like they had seen a ghost. Was it so much of a surprise to see him walking around silently with an expressionless face? The blonde did not bother much about though. He just walked towards the ramen stand in peace. Only 2 or 3 seemed to wave at him, the others just went about their business. A simple silent nod was all he gave before walking about his way. Madara used to walk in these very streets after the village had been founded. He walked about the village nodding to some who were nice to him. Sometimes he walked along with Hashirama in these streets. He was not so much bad during those days. But he still had his plans to achieve. Nevertheless, during those days he was able to laugh with Hashirama only. With other people or even children, he remained impassive. He had seen much of the days of a young Konoha in Madara's genjutsu. But when the man had grown older, you could never see him smile. He did smile when they first met. But when the bonds were formed, he stopped smiling and went back to being a bitter old man with huge dreams. Well, that came to an end. Would he follow the same footsteps of his grandfather? Certainly not. There was just no way he would walk the same path. History could not repeat itself. He was the man who defied all odds after all. He was the one to change everything. He would achieve things they thought impossible. Yes, he would go down in history as a man of the impossible. They could call him whatever they wanted. He certainly did not care about titles. But he would see through whatever he wanted. He was Uchiha Naruto, after all. Naruto shook his head slightly. Perhaps Uzumaki Naruto was still alive. He was the only one who could make such proclamations. Very soon, he had arrived at the ramen stand. It was opened, but he knew they had yet to prepare any food. They were probably just cleaning around the place as they prepared for another day at work. Surely when he arrived, they were indeed cleaning up the place. He saw Ayame, and guessed her father was in the kitchen cleaning the mess there and preparing everything that needed to be prepared. When the woman saw him, she smiled warmly, like always. "Good morning, Naruto, what are you doing here so early?" she asked as the blonde took a seat. "I came to get ramen," the answer was obvious. But it did not seem like that was what Ayame was asking, but she did not say anything further. Perhaps if she had phrased it in another way, the blonde would have answered. Or he could have just given her a nonchalant shrug. "This early? You don't do that often these days," Ayame said, trying to recall the last time Naruto was here at this time. When he had been much younger he could come at this time. Perhaps it was because he did not have much to eat in his home. And during those days just after he was kicked off the orphanage things were a little hard. The blonde was always short on money. But the problem came to stop sometime when he stopped coming here. "Days are different. I thought I might start this one with ramen. I have not done that in quite some time." His tone gave away nothing about what he was thinking or feeling. Ayame had expected nothing less. The blonde never gave away his emotions. But she knew that there must have been something to make him come here at this time. Then she remembered, yesterday was his birthday. A sad smile slipped into her face, only for a moment though. She was trying to hide it from Naruto, but he saw it, he just did not say anything about it. Nodding silently, Ayame responded. Well, it is good to see you again, Naruto. Her tone was a little subdued. Naruto picked it quickly, but again, he did not say a word about it. It would be a bothersome task to ask about it. If there was something she wanted to say, she would. Likewise, Ayame, he gave her a small smile, which she returned. I will tell father to prepare your ramen, but it will take some time. He is still preparing some things at the kitchen, it was still early to switch on the stoves. But for Naruto, time did not matter. Her father would even stop doing what he is doing and prepare ramen, especially for the blonde. I will wait. He did not have anywhere to be at this time. He would only go home and rest since it sure was one hell of a night for him. Ayame nodded. I will be right back. She quickly disappeared off to the kitchen to talk to her father. The owner of the stand came to greet the blonde for a few moments before returning to the kitchen. Naruto waited patiently for his ramen to come as he chatted a bit with Ayame. The girl left to the kitchen after a few minutes when her father had called her. She came back with a small bowl of ramen and had handed it to him. Father said this should keep you company while he finishes the main meal, she said before heading back to the kitchen to help her father. About 35 minutes later. Sakura was walking at a relatively slow pace towards the hospital. She normally had shifts in the morning to lunch, today was not any different. Being one of the best medic nin in Konoha, she had a few patients at the hospital since she started working there. Tsunade rarely went to see or heal patients these days since either her or Shizune would handle the matters in the hospital. The Godime had trained them well to be what they were. But Tsunade was not the only teacher she had, Shizune had also trained her. The woman was her senpai. She had so much knowledge and experience in medical ninjutsu than she did. And her chakra control was just flawless. She still had a long way to go. So she may one day surpass both Tsunade and Shizune. Yes, that was her goal. Yesterday had been a rather conflicting day for her, it was not to her only but to her other peers. Well, Sasuke did not seem to be surprised by anything that their sensais were telling them. It seemed like he already knew, so did Shikamaru. But the latter was truly a genius, he could have figured things out long ago. Given that Naruto lived with Sasuke, it would not be surprising if he knew. But Naruto was also a bit secretive about certain things. There are things that he did not mind saying out loud, and there are things he just did not talk about. She could have never guessed that the blonde had been carrying a mountain tall Baijuo inside his gut when they were still at the academy. It was back then when he was playing to be an idiot. He had really fooled them with that one though. It was a surprise to see him to have changed so drastically. It had also taken her some time to accept that Naruto was not an idiot. Who could have guessed that the loudmouth idiot from the academy was really a Jinchuriki? She certainly did not. But then again, she was pretty much close-minded back then. She did not care about anything that it did not have to do with Sasuke. The Raven-head Uchiha was all she cared about. She had to respect Naruto now. After all that he went through because of Konoha, he never went crazy and started killing the villagers. Despite turning out cold, he had not lost his sanity. He was reasonable sometimes, but sometimes he was a straightforward rude asshole. That was not all, he could be a heartless bastard sometimes. The wave had been right all along to call him a hero. She did not see it then, but he was indeed a hero. Kakashi had been told them that Gaara carried the same burden as Naruto, and he'd been a bloodthirsty Jinchuriki before he changed. Naruto may be heartless sometimes, but Kakashi did not put him as a bloody thirsty killer. Funny, other villages could see the hero in Naruto and yet they could not. This village is his home, yet they rejected him. She knew that even now not everyone liked him. She also does not hate him, his attitude just infuriates her. There are so many times that she had thought of going all Chanro on him. But she knew very well that it would not end well for her. A lot of people felt the same way as she did. If he was a little friendly, he would have more friends, and some people would bother to talk to him. She also knew that some shinobi feared his power and talked much behind his back. Well, the blonde was not one to care about that sort of thing. He would not overreact when someone talked nonsense about him. She certainly would kill someone. Sakura was about to pass through the ramen stand when she saw Naruto. He was eating ramen alone. She decided to invite herself. When she arrived, he did not even turn to face her nor even act like he acknowledged her presence. "Good morning, Naruto." She greeted with a smile, but he still did not look at her. Sakura. Naruto responded quietly. She could not see his eyes because she was at his right hand. Naruto's right side of his face was covered with his hair. She could not even see his face. This was a good start, Sakura thought. Still, his tone was just blank as always. She decided to get to the point before the blonde sent her away from him. Kakashi-sensei and the other jonins told us about your childhood last night. We had gathered for your birthday party. If Sakura was expecting some reaction from him, she got nothing. Naruto did not stop eating nor even twitch or flinch. He just continued eating like she had not said anything. He did that, huh? His tone was still blank. It did not show anything. Sakura could not tell if he was upset or not. He said you would not mind. She paused for a moment to see if the blonde would say anything, but he said nothing. It was as if he was waiting for her to get to the point. I just wanted to say that I am sorry for the way I treated you in the academy. I was very horrible towards you, and I am truly sorry. Her tone seemed to reflect a bit of regret on her actions. Naruto turned to face her. She looked into him. He looked somewhat amused by her apology. She did not think it was funny. But she kept her thoughts to herself. I was under the impression that you were still that annoying child whose world revolved around Sasuke. But it seems I was wrong. You have grown up a bit. With that said, he turned back to his ramen. Sakura stood up and gave the blonde a slight bow. She decided to take his words as a compliment. Thank you for listening me while I speak, Naruto. With that she ran away towards the hospital with a small smile on her face. Uchiha compound. It was a bit of a surprise to him that these people had organized a party for him yesterday. He had missed all that. He had not thought they would go as far as to do something like that. He guessed that Yugao must have been involved in the matter. She must have been the mastermind behind it all. Sasuke would not think of such a thing, but he could help. Zetsu had not come to him the whole of yesterday. He must have understood that he needed some much alone time. It was also good for him that Obito had decided to show up to ruin his day. He would have killed the man right there if he had bothered to show his face before him. Surely the man would have come just to ruin his day. But he was somewhat glad that he did not show up. With his new jutsu, he was also hard to track. It would not be a surprise if even Zetsu had not been able to track him down, especially when he was in Uzu. A party for him? Ridiculous. He never even dreamt of having won his life, perhaps when he was little after watching the others. But that dream had disappeared because in his birthday, all he had wished for was to be free. Being free had been the greatest wish he could make on his birthday. But that also changed over time. He became free, and realized that the need for happy a party was not for him. He stopped making wishes. Making wishes was child's play. If he wanted something, he would set things up to get what he wanted. On his birthday, it was just one day he allowed himself to feel, the reason being that this revived and strengthened his conviction about redemption. Naruto got into the house, heading straight to his room. But he stopped when he saw Sasuke already up. The Uchiha was not in the dining table like always. He was sitting down in the living room, alone. The other Uchiha was quick to notice him. You missed a great party last night, Sasuke stated calmly. His tone was calm, and was not being sarcastic. I was told there had been a party. I don't know about great. It does not matter, anyway, I probably would not have enjoyed it, Naruto responded, standing over the stairway with arms crossed over his chest. He was not much of a people's person. He liked doing business, not partying. You never know unless you try. With older jonins there, and Yugao-san, you may have had a pleasant time. But we may never know. The raven-head teen seemed to shrug at his last words. It seemed he was not really bothered by the fact that Naruto did not show up at his own party. Perhaps the Uchiha had more worrying matters to deal with. I guess you're right, Naruto responded quietly, still in a blank tone. If you don't know already, Kakashi told everyone who was at the party about your childhood, in detail. You might find our peers acting a bit differently towards you. But no one seems to hate you for the QB, not that you would care if they hated you, Sasuke stated, just for Naruto to know what had happened last night. He also knew that the blonde did not like talking about his childhood. But he did not know it was the same when someone was talking about it in his absence. Sakura informed me earlier. It must have been one hell of a story Kakashi pulled out, Naruto commented on Kakashi telling about his childhood. You have no idea. He called it the story of the rejected hero, Sasuke said. The man had named Naruto's life that. Well, it was true that Naruto had been the hero that was rejected by Konoha, thus the rejected hero. He would not have thought that Kakashi would name his tail that title though. But it was of little consequence since there was no harm done. The rejected hero? It does have a nice ring to it, Naruto said, clearly amused. Sasuke could tell that the blonde was not mad at the fact that Kakashi had told everyone about his childhood. Or even the fact that the man had made a story out of it. Well, he should have expected it. There was little that could get the blonde worked up. He was the master of self-restraint and keeping his composure. He had never seen the blonde worked up about anything. It certainly does. A bit sad that it is the hard truth though, Sasuke commented looking at Naruto carefully. The blonde gave no outward reaction to his words. It sometimes annoyed Sasuke how the blonde could stay like that. He would have expected something, but there was nothing from the blonde. Is there anything else? Sasuke was quiet for a few moments before he responded. It was so much like Naruto to be like this. No, he said, shaking his head slightly. I will talk to you later. I have to get to my trainees before Guy kills them with his ridiculous training methods. I bet Lee will be with him today. The Uchiha could imagine the two green beasts killing his trainees with their training. They did not just get tired, those two. They could keep his trainees up till night. That is unless they don't lose their consciousness in sheer tiredness. It is necessary for them to be trained by someone like Guy in taijutsu. When they are in the police force, they will have to learn taking down suspects without having to use ninjutsu. Taijutsu is the most effective way of dealing with suspects without raising too much attention, Naruto explained lightly with a wave of his hand. It did not matter to him how hard Guy drove them, as long as they learned something useful at the end of the day, he could not complain about anything. I get the logic in that. I do admit that Guy's training also builds up their endurance, speed, and ensures that they ain't not too dependent on chakra. Sasuke responded calmly as he stood up. By this time, Guy would be already at the training grounds. If there was something that the man took seriously, it was training his students. You should have no complaints then. Guy will force some skills into them that will ensure that they have a good foundation, and in a few years, they will be elites. You need competent subordinates to do a good job in handling village security. If your subordinates are incompetent, you will also be incompetent. For Uchiha, that is not acceptable. Sasuke sighed inwardly. Not everyone can meet your standards, Naruto. But I agree with you. I will not tolerate incompetent fools in the military force. Sasuke paused for a moment. After Guy is done with them, they will need to be trained in kenjutsu. I can get Kakashi to do it, but he is not as good as Yugao. Will you talk to her? No. It was a simple no the blonde gave. Why? Naruto showed Sasuke his back as he walked up the stairs. Talk to her yourself. I helped you with Guy, I cannot do everything for you. I am sure she will not refuse to help you. Again, Sasuke sighed as he walked away from the house. He needed someone to train those kids some kenjutsu. He was also good with sword play, but he would rather not teach anyone. His methods were only for him. But Yugao and Kakashi could do it. If he got those two to train his future subordinates, they would surely learn something and not be incompetent. Adding to that, there was the training Guy was giving them, it was just perfect. They were being trained by top shinobi who were elites in the fields. After kenjutsu, he would get them to learn kadenjutsu. The fireball was good for cleaning up things. Each squad would need to have someone who could use the jutsu. There would be no squad without someone who could use a kadenjutsu. Naruto's room. The sight that greeted him was not one he had been expecting. He had expected to find his room empty. But that was not what greeted him. He knew that Yugao sometimes slept here when he was not here. But with everything to have happened, he thought she would have slept in her own bed. At this time of the morning, he had expected her to be already awake. She was not the kind of person to oversleep. Anbu were trained well, and given that she had been one for years, he would not expect anything less from her. He really needed to sleep though. He had not rested properly after fighting with Nagato. Shaking his head, Naruto went towards his wardrobe and took off his cloak before going towards his bed. He then took off his gloves and placed them on the nightstand before slipping into his bed. Yugao had done nothing but to make some space for him. The blonde did not face her, he looked the other way, but he knew she was not sleeping. I looked everywhere for you yesterday, she said after a few moments. Her tone was calm, and unreadable. I was not inside the village, Naruto responded in an even tone. Did Sasuke tell you everything? He did. I thought it would be good if we celebrated your birthday for once. I realized that you never had one before, But since I was here I thought it would be a great change for you to have a new experience. Her tone was subdued as she spoke. Naruto was silent for a few moments. I had other plans. I understand, she said before turning towards him. She then moved on top of him, making him look at her. The action surprised him, but he did not say a word. She gave him a warm smile before kissing him on the lips. Happy birthday, Naruto. She said smiling. I wanted to give you a present last night. But since we have nowhere to go, I guess I can give it to you now. I really wanted to get some rest. But I guess it can't be helped, Naruto thought silently. Ahem. Naruto, Yugao started slowly. Can you promise me something? Her tone was soft, and she was not looking at him. Even if she had been looking at him, it would not have mattered because the blonde had his eyes closed. He had said he wanted to get some rest. She needed to speak to him before that, though. What is it, Yugao? He was not going to agree to anything until he heard what it was. It would not be a wise thing to agree to something without even hearing what it was. He did not think Yugao would be thinking of anything diabolical, he just did not want to make empty promises to her. Next year, on your birthday, if you are going to leave the village, will you take me with you? Sure. He will probably be in Otogakure by that time. Konoha would still be having Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Those three can manage the village in his stead. He doubted he would be Hokage during that time. It was no problem since he was not in a hurry. He would rather have the older generation grow old before he could lead. Good, perhaps we may do something special, she was smiling when she heard him respond. Oh, and another thing, I have already packed my things, so I will be moving in later on today. Is there going to be any problem? No. It was a simple response. He had been expecting her to say something like that. She already lived in here, so there was nothing that was going to be changed. He did not have to move to another house within the compound since he already had a house in Otogakure. This will change some things between us. There is also another issue that we have brought up but never talked much about, and it is very important that we do. Her tone became firm as she spoke, but she still did not look at Naruto. What is it? I am not your only woman. You also have the Mizukage, who is your fiancé, and I am just your girlfriend. And you have yet to take me to her as I have requested. By this time, her tone had changed again, it had become blank. Is there going to be a problem between you and Mei? Naruto asked, his tone had lost its blankness. Perhaps it was because he was close to sleeping. No, but for things to work out well, we have to sit down, the three of us, and talk, soon. That can be arranged, soon. You said that the last time I told you I wanted to see Mei, Yugao said sighing. It had been a few days since they had the talk and Naruto was no saying anything about it. Naruto sighed. I am not looking forward to that kind of conversation, he muttered. But I guess it can't be helped. Good. I am glad we got that sorted out, it was really bothering me. I am going to take a shower and leave you to your rest, Yugao said, getting out of the bed nicely so not to shake the blonde next to her. It seems like he was just waiting for her to shut up before he could doze off. He must have really been tired, and she took some of his energy again. Do that, was the blank reply from Naruto. You know, I am starting to think that things went smoothly because you wanted to get rid of me, Yugao said, staring down at the blonde. She knew he could feel her stare even though he was not looking at her. Maybe. Jackass, Yugao muttered, walking towards the bathroom. She was certain that he said that on purpose. Later, Hokage office. The scene where you have Jiraiya and Tsunade sitting within her office talking peacefully was not a strange one, especially these days. The two Sanins have been spending much time talking together lately. Perhaps it is because Jiraiya always has something to report since there was a lot happening within the shinobi world. Things were turning out badly, and it seems that if things are not handled correctly, there would be another war. Jiraiya certainly did not want to be in another war. The last two wars he had been in were enough. This younger generation was not ready for war. It would kill them if they saw what war could really do. He just hoped that it could be avoided at all costs. But at the moment it seemed highly likely. The people that could ignite the war were not very much listening to someone. He just hoped that Naruto could turn things differently for the sake of the world. But that was not what the Sanins were talking about. Where were you yesterday, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked curiously. She had seen the man in the morning, but after that, he just disappeared without a trace. She did not know where he had gone to. Nobody was able to find him, well, she did not look that hard. But it would not have mattered anyway. Jiraiya was like Orochimaru in this regard. He could disappear and no one would know where he was. I was outside the village. Not too far from it though. I had much to think about, the Toad Sage responded calmly. It seemed that he had much to think of yesterday given the look on his face. Tsunade was able to see that it had to do with Naruto. I see, she said. It had been his 17th birthday yesterday. Yu Gao had prepared a special gathering, but he did not show up. He was not anywhere in the village. He only came back early morning. The poor woman looked for him everywhere, but she could not find him. Well, at least something beneficial was done last night. What? Jiraiya knew that Yu Gao had prepared a party for Naruto. He had gotten the feeling that the blonde would not show up given everything he has suffered on his birthdays. He had been proven right. But he was still not aware that something had been done last night. He had only come back recently and he had not spoken to anyone other than Tsunade. Kakashi told Naruto's peers about the Kyuubi, and his childhood. He told them everything that he knew, even things that other jonins did not know about it. Tsunade responded with a small smile on her face. She was actually happy that Kakashi had done something like that. It was a bit risky since he did not know how they would react, but the reaction was good. He did that, huh? Ironic, he gave the same response that Naruto gave to Sakura when told about that. I had a feeling he made it that one day. It was obvious that Naruto would not say a word about it. I know that Naruto did not keep quiet because of fear. This may be a good thing. Yes, Tsunade responded with a firm nod. If things go well, Naruto may have the respect of his peers. In the long run, they may form some bonds with him. As much as I do hate to admit it, in terms of military power, Naruto is someone we cannot hope to lose. For the safety and future of the village's power is needed. You and I are not going to be able to reach our peak forever, and you as well as I know that Naruto's generation is not strong as our generation, nor Kakashi's. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I have to admit you do have a point there. If they were the ones leading this village, I have no doubt the leaf would not be the strongest, the Toad Sage sighed. Perhaps Naruto was right, I may have to start training the younger generation. Minato would probably come back to life just to tell you he was proud if that happened, Tsunade snorted. Jiraiya glared. I am sorry, I just could not help myself. A few years ago after Minato died, you swore you would never train any students. I said I would never take an apprentice. And I was just saying that because losing Minato hurt. I did not want to suffer the pain of watching another apprentice die. But I will not be taking an apprentice this time, it is just students I will be taking. He really seemed like he was going to do it. Doing something like that will require much of your time. Who will take charge of your spy network? It seems to be very precious to you, Tsunade said. Yes, it was indeed true. The man was proud of his spy network. And mostly he gave his spy network as a reason not to do something. I will figure something out. And besides, even if I am taking students, I don't have to be with them each time. There are things that they have to do on their own. Tsunade nodded, but said nothing further about the matter. What were you thinking about with regards to Naruto? Jiraiya was silent for a few moments. I failed him, I failed Minato and Kushina. Over the past years I have been trying to understand him. I now understand bits of him. I know there is nothing I can do to make up for my failures. But I don't want to live in regrets. I am going to trust Naruto. I may never be his godfather, but the least I can do is trust and support him. Being hung up on the past won't change anything, but looking ahead for the future will change at least something. Tsunade stared. Even though I said Naruto is someone we need for military power, if things turn for the worse, we may have to that thing we discussed. A solemn look spread across Jiraiya's face. I hope it does not come up to that. If Kushina was still alive, she would kill us if we did something like that. Before Tsunade could respond, Naruto appeared in the office. Interesting. Before anything could happen, Tsunade spoke. I wanted to speak with you before the meeting but it appears that we won't have the time. The clan heads are probably waiting for us. Council chambers. As Tsunade had thought, the clan heads were already sitting down in the chambers. They seemed to have been waiting for them to arrive in the chambers. Naruto saw the two advisors of the Hokage and looked at the Godime as they walked towards the others. I thought you would have retired them already. They are useless in these meetings and all they do is to object everything the children say. It was the Sandaime who hired them as his advisors. He is dead, so should their job. Naruto, you do know that they can hear you, Tsunade said in the same tone as Naruto. She did not bother to lower her tone so that the said people could not hear her. She did not give a damn if they could hear her. That is beside the point, Naruto responded coolly. He did not care about it. They knew he did not like them and they did not like him. He had not hidden that fact from anyone. He does have a point, you know, Jiraiya added, agreeing with Naruto. The Sandaime might have hired them. But their experience is useful. I cannot just shrug of their experience as nothing. Aside from their experience, their only use is to give me headaches, Tsunade responded. Surely, they used to bother her a lot. But lately they have calmed down a bit. They no longer bother her as they used to, perhaps it was because Danzo was no longer with them. Then if that is your belief, you should have them in home and call them when you need them. This meeting is for those who have some power in the village, not advisors. If I find them next time, I will remove them myself, Naruto said as he broke away from Tsunade, walking towards his seat. The Godai merely shook her head and went to take her own seat. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said to the others, specifically to the clan heads. Children of today, Homura said shaking his head. No respect for their elders whatsoever, Koharu nodded agreeing with him. But sadly, no one commented on what he had just said. Shall we begin with this meeting already? I have other things to do, Tsume said with impatience. Tsunade cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. The shinobi world is changing drastically, tensions are high everywhere. If we don't handle things wisely, we may find ourselves caught up in another war. Another war? Are you sure about this, Hokage-sama? While I do know that a war can break out of stupid things, I do not believe that we could be heading to another war, especially with the peace treaties we signed with both Iwagakure and Kumagakure. You should know by now that treaties can be disregarded in the blink of an eye, Inoiki-san, Naruto responded looking straight at the blonde head of the Yamanaka clan. It was a naive way of thinking to believe that villages would not attack because of an alliance struck with a village. Naruto is right, Inoiki. Have you forgotten that Sunagakure attacked us even though we were allied with it? The village was the only of the great five we had close relations with, and yet they still invaded us, Jiraiya spoke in a calm tone while sitting down. He was in the seat that used to host Danzo. Normally, he would be standing behind Tsunade, but since there was an available seat, he took it. We do have someone to thank for most of the tensions, and we all know whose stupidity and arrogance it was that has caused the elemental nations to become like this, Koharu stated, eyes narrowed at someone. Everyone knew who the woman was referring to, but no one voiced it aloud. It does not matter, Tsunade cut in with a firm tone. But I don't see what Naruto has done to provoke other Kages. I don't ever recall him killing Iwa or Kumo shinobi. If those two threatened war, it will be because of their own reasons. Are you saying that Iwagakure and Kumo are our enemies, Hokage-sama? Shikaku questioned looking straight at the Godime. That is exactly what I am saying. Sunagakure will never attack us, Gaara is honest and loyal. We have established a good relationship with them. They would not dare threaten to attack us again, they do not even have the power to go against us, Tsunade stated in confidence that Gaara would never betray her trust. With what she has seen of the Jinchuriki, it was that he was not one to betray. He was not a deceitful person. Kirigakure is still weak from the civil war, and we have just signed an alliance with them. Their Kage is also soon to be married to Naruto, he is also a hero of the village. We can rule them out of any attack, picking a fight with us would only mean their destruction, Jiraiya added after his former teammate had spoken. We only signed a peace treaty with Iwa to end the Third Shinobi World War, and our relations with them never improved. We have only stayed out of their way while they did the same with us, Kusa stated, as he recalled the Third Shinobi World War. They really did make a name for themselves during that war. But many shinobi did lose their lives. I have also received from my contacts that Iwa has been amassing its army over the years to recover and strengthen itself after its losses in the Third War. Kumo has been on lockdown over the past days. Things will only heat up when they know of Naruto's latest activities. Jiraiya said referring to Naruto's fight with Pain. The landscape had taken a hit, one will automatically be fearful of whoever made that mess. It seems that we have the power to win if a war does break out. The matter would be to find a way to avoid it since we don't want our children to face the horrors of war, Kyashi stated, earning nods from other head clans. We know what war is, and you can all agree with me that our children are not ready for it. I would rather we do anything to avoid it. And I mean anything. I was thinking along the same lines with Tsunade. But we may have to take drastic measures to avoid it, Jiraiya said looking at Naruto. We have told you about Otogakure and some of you do not agree with what Naruto did. But you do see the benefit the village will bring to Konoha. We have already sent a letter to the daimyo so he could make it official over the extension of the Fire Country. It is not that I don't agree with it, it is just that other villages won't like it. But in this case, it seems that only those who don't like us will hate the idea. Kiri, Suna and our other allies will not have a problem with it since it will benefit them, Sume stated. The problem will now be our enemies fighting over control the village. Once they know that Otto is in our fold, they will increase their efforts and will most likely fight us too. Isn't it that Otto does not have the military power to protect itself? Shikaku questioned looking at Naruto. Konoha does not have to worry about Otto. I was not stupid enough to think that something like this will not happen. I have made preparations to deal with enemies. I will not request any help from Konoha, perhaps I may take Sasuke. That should make things acceptable, no? Are you saying that even when Kumo and Iwa attack simultaneously, you will not need Konoha's aid? That is what I am saying, Naruto stated. It seems to me that the belief that Otto does not have the military power to protect itself is not quite true, Shikaku said. Naruto merely smiled. Nothing can be hidden from a Nara, he said. Despite all the power you can offer this village, we will not allow your actions to get our shinobi killed, Koharu stated looking straight at Naruto. We will still have to gather the Kazekage, Mizukage and the leader of Otto to begin talks and see how we will see things through. She had already talked with Jiraiya to ensure that if war broke out, they would stay neutral, and so would Sunagakur. But that option was only available if things got worse than they were now. That is a good idea, Tsunade-sama. We will be able to know where each village stands should a war break out, Inoki stated. But I would like it if we did everything to avoid war. Jiraiya looked at Naruto curiously. He knew that Iwa's army was charging towards Otto. He would not bring it up now, but he had already told Tsunade about it. He would have to leave the village after this meeting and head towards the borders of Iwa. He had no doubt that Naruto knew about it and would probably not allow them to get close to his village. He was curious to see how the blonde would deal with it. He had to watch this happen. When it does happen, things will surely turn worse. He just hoped that nothing even worse than Naruto destroying Iwa's army happened. Hokage Monument, later that day. The monument of the Hokages was always quiet and peaceful. It was hard to believe that this place has been in existence since and before Konoha was even born. It had been here when Madara and Hashirama were still brats. This place had been the place the two friends made their settlement. And today, the village stood. Madara had named this village. They had just started it without a name, but afterwards, Madara had named this village Konohagakure. If it had not been for that cursed Tobirama, Madara may have been the first Hokage or the second. But that fool in his trust issues just did not trust Uchiha. He never liked Madara to begin with. Not that there was much to like, but the fool was the one responsible for most things. His screwed up way of viewing things had turned things into another matter. He wondered how a man like Tobirama could be the younger brother of a free-spirited Hashirama. The day had been well for him. After meeting with the clan heads, he had gone back to the Uchiha compound to do other things. But Sasuke had not been present, so he settled for lying down. He would need to test out his Rinnegan's power a bit soon. Well, at least he would be dealing with Iwagakure shinobi. He could test some things on them. Yes, they would prove to be wonderful lab rats. Tomorrow would be a good day though. It was a bit annoying that he would have to sit with both Mei and Yugao to talk. Yugao did not seem to like the idea of sharing him with another woman. He had even noticed when he told her he would be leaving for the night. The first question she had asked was if he was going to sleep in Kirigakure. He had not been planning to sleep there. He was planning to get some sleep in Otogakure. But anything was possible. He responded to Yugao in that fashion. She did not seem to accept his response very well. Perhaps she knew that Mei was very straightforward with what she wanted and would probably have him sleep in her bed for the night. The very thought seemed to make Yugao a bit irate. But he did not indulge her. He would rather not start things he did not fully understand. If she had problems, she would sort them out with Mei when he took her to meet with the Mizukage. Sasuke appeared, in a flash and sat down beside the blonde. He was quiet for a few moments but before he could speak, Naruto started. I nearly left this place since you were keeping me from my other plans, the blonde stated. You are planning on going somewhere? Sasuke asked with a curious face. Yes, I have to talk to Mei about something before heading out to Otto. Couldn't you have done this during day or tomorrow? It was already dark. Who waited till dark to handle some matters? Well, perhaps Naruto was doing it because he had a teleportation jutsu. With his space/time ninjutsu, he could go anywhere he wanted without having to travel much distances. But he knew that opening those portals had to tax the blonde a lot in chakra. But given the amounts of chakra Naruto had, it would not seem to be a problem. I could have, but it is better this way. Sasuke merely shook his head, not wanting to hear anything further. He doubted he would even understand what the blonde would say. It was better left unasked. Remind me in 2 weeks to give you 10 Onbu level shinobi who will help you start your work effectively with the military police. For now, while you train those children, you have no military force. But I will hand you the shinobi so that you can work. He had removed all of White Zetsu's clones in the village. He took them all to the hideout for study. He wanted to study them further because something had picked up his curiosity lately. And it would not do him any good if he kept relying on Zetsu for intel. He would have to do with other means. Removing the Zetsu clones would leave space for Sasuke to work on his own. There would be no Zetsu to track down everything within the village. This left Sasuke with all the work to do instead of being fed all the information by Zetsu. Where will you get them? They are many men that have been training in secret. The 10 I will give to you will be from an elite group. They were supposed to be Inato's elite force, but I can spare 10, Naruto responded coolly. Who will they be loyal to? And isn't Tsunade going to ask questions? It does not matter if she asks questions or not. They will be loyal to Uchiha. Do not worry though, they will listen to your orders. They are very obedient children, especially when their leader knows what he is doing, Naruto stated, eyeing Sasuke at the corner of his eyes. Sasuke nodded, and became silent for a few moments. You don't suffer from damaged eyesight because of overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have only been using it for a short time, and I have started seeing that using the Mangekyo damages the eyesight. For someone who uses his Mangekyo often, you should be blind by now, unless you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What is your question, Sasuke? Sasuke shook his head slightly. I do not have a question, he said. The fact that you gained the Mangekyo means you lost someone precious to you. And the eternal Mangekyo means you had another relative in the Uchiha clan. I just can't figure who you could be related to. I have looked through all records and I still can't find anything. Don't bother looking any further. There is nothing in records that you will find, Naruto responded calmly. You sound so confident. But I guess I should not be surprised by this. It is not a matter of confidence. The fact is just that there was nothing ever recorded about my relations to the Uchiha clan. It appeared that his grandmother had been bent on screwing Madara, that she did not even name him in anything after they parted ways. Naruto, where do you see our clan in the future? Do you think more Itachis will be born? Do you think that this village will always force us to make sacrifices like with Itachi? Naruto was silent for a few moments, but before he could respond, a plague appeared in a swirling vortex. Sasuke remained calm because Naruto did so. The blonde merely narrowed his eyes at the plague before looking back into Konoha. Sasuke could read that he knew the person, but did not seem to like him very much. He noticed that the man was wearing an Akatsuki cloak and a spiral mask with a lone Sharingan on his right. The eye raised questions within his head. But he did not voice his thoughts. The remaining 3 Uchihas have all gathered in one place. Isn't this pleasant, Naruto? Obito questioned, looking at the back of the blonde. The remaining 3? Does it mean that this guy is also an Uchiha? Sasuke thought inwardly, looking between Naruto and the masked man. What do you want, Obito? Naruto questioned. Sasuke was sure he had heard that name somewhere. If he was not mistaken, he had heard Kakashi say that name. But he was not going to jump into any conclusions. He would play it safe for now. Oh? You seem rather hostile today, Naruto. Is it because of Sasuke? It is just annoying having to see you again and again, knowing that I want to kill you, soon. But you are indeed right, I don't like your presence before Sasuke. I would have not liked for you appear before him like this, Naruto responded with a small shrug of his shoulder. Sasuke was not surprised to hear Naruto tell the man that he wanted to kill him so bluntly. Sasuke had no doubts that the blonde wanted to do that, but that raised a question, why? You did tell Konan about me, I just thought I would return the favor. How thoughtful of you, it sounded sarcastic. Well then, introduce yourself to our fellow Uchiha. But do it quick, and know that the next time you appear before me, I will kill you. I have everything prepared for dealing with you. Obito ignored most of what the blonde had said. Who I am does not really matter. But if you are curious, I am Uchiha Obito, the true leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto and I were trained under the same person. I was trained before him, before I left on my own. I guess I should tell you who Naruto really is. Obito paused for a moment. He is the son of a mistake, a rejected child of Uchiha Madara. That makes him the grandson of Uchiha Madara. His mother is the rejected Uchiha. My mother, a rejected child. Naruto was not the least amused. His Rinnegan was already activated. He was still calm, but the atmosphere around him was not. By tomorrow this time, you will be dead. Now disappear before I change my mind. Oh? It seems I have struck a nerve. I will see you soon, Sasuke. With that, the man disappeared in another swirling vortex. Sasuke looked straight at Naruto with an expressionless face. He noticed the new eyes he had not seen. What is with your eyes? You know the story of the Sage of Six Paths. He had a dojutsu called the Rinnegan, this it. Naruto responded, he was not going to give Sasuke a lecture on how it came to be. That would be exposing too much secrets. Sasuke did not need to know how it had happened. He just had to know that he had the dojutsu and that was it. By the tone Naruto used, Sasuke knew he was not going to get any more than Naruto wanted, and what the blonde had already said was enough. He would have to search for information about the Rinnegan though. But he was sure that Naruto awakened the eyes recently. He had not seen them from the blonde before. But this just means more power. So added to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Makuten, you also have the Rinnegan. When you reach your prime, you will be nothing but a monster. That may be so. But then again, I won't be the only monster to have ever lived. Madara had as much power as I had, yet Hashirama could defeat him, Naruto responded, not denying that he may become a monster in power. But if things became peaceful, his power may just become useless. So is it true that you are the grandson of one of Konoha's founders and the strongest man in the Uchiha history? Sasuke asked. No, rather he demanded with a stern face. He was going to get the answers he needed for the blonde. This was big and he ought to be told about it. That is true, Naruto responded smoothly. As Obito has said, I was trained by Madara a few years ago. You may be wondering how come he was alive at that time. To answer your question, he had found a way to cheat death. He is dead now. As for Obito, he is Kakashi's former teammate. He is the one who gave your sensei a sharingan. He sacrificed himself for Kakashi, and thought to have died. But Madara saved him. He turned out cold when his girlfriend died and became involved with the Akatsuki. I will tell you about the goal of the Akatsuki some other time. He paused as he stood up. Obito is the one who caused the Kyuubi to attack the village 17 years ago. He was only seen by Minato who fought him. I will take my leave now. He was gone after that. Sasuke was sure that no one had been listening to them, for if there had been someone eavesdropping, Naruto would not have said anything. But these new discoveries enlightened him on some of the things he had been in the dark about. He was sure Kakashi would have a mental breakdown if he knew what his former friend had been doing recently. To avoid any of that from happening, Sasuke decided that he was not going to tell the Jonin about it, for now at least. But the fact that Naruto was related to Uchiha Madara did not settle well with him. There was nothing good that was ever painted about the legendary Uchiha. He started well with Konoha and then betrayed the village. Who is to say that Naruto won't do the same? He was trained by the man after all. It would also cause much trouble if it got out that Naruto was the grandson of Madara. But given this, he could understand that why Naruto kept this a secret. However, he had a problem with secrets. They did nothing but cause destruction when they out. This was one that would also cause much destruction. He knew very well how Konoha people thought. If they were not wary of Naruto, they will become wary of him when it comes out, and even more to that, they might hate and fear him, like they did before. This was all becoming such a mess. He just hoped that things did not get worse than this. If they did, there would be some major decisions to be taken. Kiri. Mei sighed as she threw herself into her couch. She was really tired today. Her days have been ending like these recently. It was very much hard being the Mizukage without much support of terms her job. She had people supporting her, but she did not have the proper assist. This forced her to do almost everything. And for a village that was recovering from a civil war, there was certainly much work to be done. Well, at least it was not as bad as before when she had just accepted the role of Mizukage. During those days, she could even work the whole night while others slept. The ones who actually stayed awake were her personal guards who were always watching her. But she was the one doing all the hard work. It was tiring. It was also a bit lonely at home when she came back from work. There was no one waiting for her. In her younger days, it was not always like this. She had parents who loved her. Every time she came back home, she always found her mother at home. She always had a smile on her face. It was never lonely at home. She grew up well, but then later the Civil War started. Her parents were lost, and she was left alone. Life was cruel. She fought for the liberation of her village of those who still had their families, while she had nothing. She had fought for nothing but the love for her home. Some people today are probably with their families enjoying dinner with warm smiles and laughter. But she was all alone in this huge house. Her village could rejoice, in safety. She felt no regrets though. She did not resent those who enjoyed their time with their families while she did not. She was happy for them. She had her time with her parents and knew what it was like to be loved. She had experienced it all. It was now time to let the others experience it. As long as this village was safe and enjoyed peace, her heart would never be empty. Her greatest dream was seeing this village become a force to be reckoned with again. She did not want this village to rise again to become powerful only, but to lead a revolution of peace. This was her home, she did not want it to experience any more bloodshed than it had already. But still, she felt lonely when times came like this. That is not a welcoming look, a voice she clearly recalled spoke. She snapped out of her thoughts as she looked at Naruto. She had been so lost in her thoughts that she did not sense him. Because it was him, her Anbu did not alert her. She could understand, and the blonde might have just teleported here. I almost turned away just by seeing the look on your face. Mei did not hide her smile. She was happy that he was here. He had shown up at the right time. She sat up and motioned for him to sit next to her. The blonde did so without complaining. Why would you do something like that? Don't you care about your fiancé? Naruto ignored the second question and only answered the first, for fear of having to indulge you on whatever that was bothering you, he responded calmly. Ah, well, you are going to have to suck it up because I will force you to talk to me about these issues. Her sweet tone clearly suggested that she was not kidding. It seemed that she would force the blonde into talking about issues he did not wish to talk about. Naruto did not let his mind wonder how she would go around into forcing him to be submissive. Perhaps getting into relationships at this time was not the best of choice, Naruto muttered with a sigh. He still maintained that they would only hinder him in his plans. Having to focus on emotions and his plans would confuse things and the result of both would not be perfect. Mei ignored his muttering. What brings you here? Not that I am not happy to see you here, but I am curious, she smiled. Did you just miss your fiancé? Yu Gao wants to talk to you, I will bring her here in the next days, the blonde responded blandly, looking straight at Mei. I see, Mei responded quietly. She did not look too surprised. It seemed that she had been expecting the other woman to make such a request. If it had taken some time, she would have made the request herself. You were expecting this, Naruto said, looking at her carefully. Mei nodded. It is not surprising. If you were more knowledgeable about these things, you would have brought us together so we could talk long ago. There are certain things that are gonna have to be said and agreed on. No one will be happy if Yu Gao and I end up hating each other. Since that is settled, I will take my leave, Naruto said, standing up, but Mei quickly got hold of his hand. Don't go, stay with me.